I was like, wait, why am I by myself?
I had to click 2 buttons. Morning. Did you like
Good
that, Bri?
evening. I love that intro. That's great.
Did you
That
like
was
the
awesome.
outro one?
Yes. And your cover. Everything is good. Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Awesome.
you did a
I
good job.
turned on YouTube today. Hello all, sorry, welcome. Turned on YouTube, logged in, and it it recommended that I watch The Alternate Juror.
Oh.
So we're in the
Really?
algorithm, baby. Yep, we're in the algorithm.
Awesome. Awesome.
It
You're at the
is. It
very
is.
top of my list every day when on my subscriptions. You're
Oh.
right there. So, like,
So are you, but I think that's because you're an A, alternate juror.
maybe. I don't know. You're right there and you're a T, but not a waffle.
Oh. Think about waffles. Where's Miss Gabby?
Uh, she said she would have her
She'll be
alarm
here.
set. Yep. She
Thank you,
she's
Bri.
she's
You're
she's
too
she's
nice.
she's gonna be upset that Bry's not here to be in the middle of the sandwich.
I got a shotgun. I bags to remember.
Yes.
I called shotgun. So, did you like our dramatic entrance, Bri? All right. So I've created an overlay to go over the logo. So we're sorted for that, and I have the graphic content overlay. So if anything comes up, I can flick that on. So that's sorted. I suppose we should do a recap, shouldn't we? For
Yes.
those that haven't. Do you want to go, or do you want me to do it?
No, I'm gonna let you go because I do have a question. Uh,
Mhm.
who's Nick in this equation? Is that another son?
Nick.
Did I dream up
Oh
that
yes,
name?
yes. No. Yes, another son. So there is Nick, Kylie, and
Ty
um,
Tyler.
Tyler. Yes.
Okay, because I was getting those
Yeah.
two confused a little bit, and then like, no, Tyler is the one on trial, not Nick. So
Yeah. We
okay,
eventually found out where he was,
that
regrettably.
was bad.
Yeah. Did not expect that at all. Not in a million years.
I was like,
Mhm.
I think I'm good knowing not knowing where he's at. Like,
Yeah.
yes.
All right.
Yeah,
So for
go ahead.
those that are joining us, today is day 2 of the Tyler Dazey unaliving trial. Tyler is a 28-year-old Iowa man who has been charged with first-degree unaliving of his mother, who was found really badly beaten with extensive wounds to her head, face, and neck in her own home, which he shared with her. This happened in January of this year. I think it was the 18th, January 18th of 2024. So it's reasonably, he didn't waive his right to a speedy trial. Didn't waive his right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's very quick.
Anyway, speedy trial.
Mhm.
And so we had a full day of testimony yesterday. Oh, he also is allegedly charged with unaliving the family dog, which was horrific. So if you see any graphic content screens, that's why, because they actually showed quite a lot of graphic material yesterday, and yeah, wasn't appropriate. So I've got my finger on said button, and when the police arrested him, he told them that his mother practiced witchcraft on him. So they had him assessed multiple times, and he was deemed competent to stand trial. So yesterday we had the first witness was the mother's best friend. The mother's name is Jennifer Dazey. She was 43, I think, not very old at all. And the dog's name was Echo. And so her best friend, was it Christy, came to the
I think
house.
so.
They have
Mhm.
coffee every day. Yeah, came over and opened the front door, only to find the son Tyler standing with his back to her, naked in the living room. So she quickly closed the front door, heard him scarper away, and then entered back in looking for Jenny and discovered the horrific scene. She called 911 and it proceeded from there. So she was our first witness yesterday, very traumatized, I think probably heavily medicated as well.
Yeah, something was off.
Um, yeah, I think she's probably suffering PTSD of some type, and
Absolutely.
as you
Yes.
would,
I mean, she broke down when the defense asked her a pretty simple question. She just
yeah,
lost it.
yeah, yeah. So poor thing.
That was
So
sad.
then we had all um, the police, the police department, all the investigators come through and give their statements of, the testimonies of the events leading up to his arrest and assessing the crime scene. So we've sort of just got an overall picture of the day almost. They interviewed the daughter, Kylie, who was very,
Weird.
yes, I don't know if that might be a family thing, but yeah, she wasn't upset, she wasn't
Mm,
bothered, not in my opinion, reacted really, really bizarrely, laughing and
yes.
joking with her interview as soon as she was told that her mother was deceased. But then she went on to say that she had some civil action with her because she slapped her mother on the foot or something like that.
Okay. So,
Mm, yeah,
I mean, it's, if she like did something horrible to you the whole time you were growing
yeah,
up, I could
yeah,
understand. But you know, it hurt. I was driving, so I didn't watch that part. I was listening,
yeah,
and it
uh,
was odd. It was
yeah,
so odd. I
yeah,
get everybody reacts differently, and some people don't cry, and all that stuff is fine. But her laughing and just like whatever,
yeah,
my mom's not alive anymore, and I need to go to the grocery store.
yeah,
It
pretty much.
it was so awkward.
It
So
was
I don't know
really
what's
weird.
wrong with her.
I think the officer that was investigating her was a bit uncomfortable with it too, because he just kept saying, "So you are aware of this information? Yes, you've been told this."
Right.
And it was her grandparents I think, that told her. So Jennifer's mother or parents, anyway. So who else did we have yesterday? It was just law enforcement, and did we do any? We didn't
I
do
think
any phone. Oh no, that's the other trial. Sorry, I've slept since. Is there anything else? What have I forgotten?
you know, it's sad because there's so many and you get them confused. It's sad.
Trials blend in, yeah. So
I don't
there was like, go
I
on.
I don't think there was any. It was just really the investigator because there was the one, and then they recalled, they
The
put one up
Yeah,
and then
the
they put the other one back up on the stand, and,
detective.
like, they talked about weather and when it snowed and
Oh
if
yes,
the weather
sorry, yes,
report would,
that's right.
oh, yeah, the vet.
Were trying to determine the footprints in the snow at the back, but they deemed that they were animal footprints. But then also they had the vet that the police took the deceased dog to,
Yeah.
and he was on the stand as well. Why? I don't know, but yes, it wasn't nice. Wasn't nice at
No.
all. Um, so you think the medical examiner's on today, do you?
Yeah.
So we
What I
may have
just saw in
to,
the like, a short, some like, long crime, whoever's doing this had just her testimony, clipped out. So I don't
yep,
know who else is. So we may who knows what they're gonna try to show.
yeah. There
I
was
go ahead.
a few unusual things that came out in the testimony that none of us were expecting. So just beware that there can be some graphic content, both verbally, and I will try as quick as I can to cover up anything that they show. But yes, apparently when the police went through the house at the crime scene, the defendant was found laying on his side, wrapped up in his room, in his blankets. He didn't have a bed, no mattress, nothing, just laying on blankets on the floor. And when they rolled him back over, he was somewhat aroused, apparently.
Yeah.
So they put him in a hazmat suit, covered him up to keep any specimens. Yeah,
Evidence.
yeah. And then he asked to go to the toilet, and they said, "Well, we'll wait till we get to the police station," and well, not happening.
Yeah.
So yeah, very strange. So I'll apologise for that in advance.
Yes.
If they go there again. Otherwise, welcome.
Yes. Enjoy.
Yes. We have not seen this trial, so we're flying by the seat of the pants, and yes, our reactions will be the same as yours, no doubt. All righto. So I think I've got it queued up, ready to go. Let me share screen. Where's my mouse gone? Hey, where'd you go?
I never can find my cursor. It's always lost.
Lost it.
Yes, I saw she had that, Bri. 211.
I've completely lost my cursor. It's just
Maybe it's on my screen. I always lose mine.
What the bloody hell is it gone? Oh, I have a light now. Yeah, there we go. Sorry. There has to be something IT related, surely.
Sure. Well, I would be in trouble.
Righto, diddly-o. So we get that.
Gabby should be waking any time now.
And then I did that. Ah, I missed it like that much. I wonder if there's another screen layout. Of course, Jodie. Well, that's just not going to work, is it? Law and crime are all right, though, aren't they?
Yeah.
All right, we are boosted. Can you hear the audio okay?
I can. Brian used to tell us.
Okay.
And probably when they start talking.
Please be seated, everyone.
He's always loud, the judge.
Yes.
Okay, good morning, folks. Do we have a witness for the state?
Yes, Your Honor, we would call Dr. Kelly Cruz.
Good morning, Momo Shark.
Good morning, Momo Shark. Welcome to this wonderful trial.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth?
You will have to go and watch the first video as well, because it's a little bit confusing, to say the least.
It is.
Thanks, Bri.
Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat there.
Thank you.
State your name and spell it for the record, please.
My name is Kelly Cruz. It's Kellykrusse.
Mr. Nelson?
Thank you, Your Honor. What is your occupation?
I am an associate state medical examiner at the Iowa office of the state medical examiner.
How long have you held that position?
Approximately 6 years.
You're currently employed there, I presume, at the state?
Yes.
And you've been there for 6 years?
Yes.
How long have you been a physician?
I've been a physician since 2013.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes.
Just want to know one time. Just one time, Judge. Just mess with them.
So funny. Oh, I've got some good clips too. I got for Gabby.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25.
No, they're all right.
Document is.
This is a copy of my CV or my resume.
Is that a true and accurate reflection
No, I
of your
lied on my
educational
resume.
and work history?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
I move to admit
I made all this
Exhibit
up.
25.
Yeah.
Any objection?
Not even a doctor.
25
I just play
is
one on
admitted.
TV.
Could you explain to the jury briefly just what it is you do in your job?
So I'm a board certified forensic pathologist, so I'm trained to perform autopsies. Those are examinations on deceased individuals, primarily to determine the cause of death. So what led for them to die, whether it be a natural disease or an injury. And then I determine manner of death, which describes the circumstances surrounding someone's passing.
Yeah.
I perform autopsies, then write autopsy reports. I interpret toxicology findings. I read medical records. I teach medical students. I provide expert testimony, and do other things within my office, but those are my primary duties.
Thank you. On or about January 19th of this year, did you perform an autopsy on Jennifer Dazey?
Yes, I did.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
He should have a competition, an answering
Show
competition.
you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 26.
Yes.
This judge wins, 'cause I don't like her.
Is that your report of autopsy?
Yes, it is.
I would move to admit Exhibit 26.
Any objection?
No objection.
26 is admitted.
And may I approach again?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked Exhibit 26A. Are those photos or some of the photos that are part of your report?
Yes.
Did you select certain photos that you believe would be helpful in describing the injuries and your conclusions?
Yes, I did.
And that's what's contained in that exhibit?
Yes.
Move to admit Exhibit 26A.
Any objection?
No objection.
26A is admitted.
So let's look at your autopsy report. And on page 1, you have pathologic diagnoses. Is that sort of a table of contents to the rest of your report?
Yes, it is.
And it's a list of findings from your autopsy?
Yes, it's a summary of all of my findings, which includes the cause of death and any additional findings.
And then you elaborate as your report goes on, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in Exhibit 26A, that group of photos, is that something that helps you in describing your findings in the report?
Yes.
So let's start with your pathologic diagnosis number 1. And at any time when we go through and you're explaining this, if you would like a photo put up, let us know which one and we can put that up.
Okay.
So on pathologic diagnosis number 1, could you explain what that means?
So the first diagnosis is my cause of death. The cause of death in this case was multiple sharp force injuries. Underneath that 1, I have an A, a B, and a C, where I group sharp force injuries in terms of location on the body. There were 3 main locations that had sharp force injuries: the head, the neck, and the left hand.
So under A, does that separate out those injuries to the head?
Yes, A describes the injuries to the head. There were a total of 13 sharp force injuries. There were cutting wounds and chopping wounds to the head.
And then under B?
Under B, there were injuries to the neck, a total of 2 chopping wounds to the neck. And then C lists another 2 chopping wounds, this time to the left hand.
Avoiding.
And then under Roman numeral 2, additional injuries?
For additional injuries, in addition to the sharp force injuries, there were blunt force injuries. So injuries due to the body coming into contact with something with a flat surface. There was a contusion or a bruise on the back of the left forearm and some bleeding under the scalp on the left side of the head.
That would be the subgaleal hemorrhage.
Yes.
Then we've got Roman numeral 3 through 6. Do those Do those relate to your cause of death finding?
No, as part of these diagnoses, I'll list natural diseases that I find. Even though someone may have obvious injury, I may know exactly why they die, I still perform a full autopsy and document all of my findings. So they're essentially incidental natural findings.
Okay, so let's go back to your evidence of injury. And we start out with the head wounds. Would you like a photograph there?
Yes. In terms of organization,
They never actually came up with the murder weapon yesterday, did they?
I didn't
They
know if they
suggested
were what's that called? A maul?
that,
That it
was
looks like a
like a
pickaxe, but that's
No.
not. There's another name too for it, but I can't think of it. But were they suggesting that was the weapon?
I think so, but there was no visible blood or anything on it. So tomahawk, thank you.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that then.
No,
Because-
yeah, they testified that there was no visible blood or anything on it, but they did send it away. But we haven't heard anything back from what the forensics said because he kept deferring to the forensics expert.
Because those would cause significant wounds. That wouldn't be.
That looked to be what was used for the dog, I think, from what I unfortunately saw.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you heard that, and I didn't. That's why I was like, I hope it was quick. I just hope the dog didn't suffer.
It was,
So,
yes.
because
Yes.
not saying the mom
I
should
had to
have,
show that.
but yeah. So I'm glad
I
they
don't know why they had to do that. Why they have to show photos like that.
and I'm on the fence about stuff like that because it is the result of an action that I think we don't want to see like what happened. And maybe we should see what happened. You know what I mean? So that we understand, excuse me, the result of doing something like this. Why would somebody do something like this? I don't know how to explain it. There's part of me is like, we have become so protected from anything bad. You know what we can't say certain words here. We can't show this. We can't show that. Like, we don't want to see anything bad that might upset us. And sometimes I think we just need a reality check.
Well, I suppose it's out there if people want to see it, but
yeah. I mean, I'm not saying show it or anything like that. I'm not. I just think sometimes they used to.
We've got rules to follow.
Yeah. I mean, they used to show the stuff and you just got a warning about it. Like, this is graphic.
Yeah.
And they showed it because it is what it is what it is. But
They actually
I don't know.
showed.
That's just my opinion. And I'm not getting across. It's too early to
Yeah. They showed the defendant, the victim in her bed as well for a brief second yesterday, and I wasn't quick enough to.
I saw that.
Stop it. Yeah. Luckily, you couldn't see a great deal. I think the jury. Yes, I agree, but do what they normally do and not show the audience, maybe, because he did a graphic. Like he explained in graphic detail.
Did he?
Yes.
Well, I'm kind of glad you didn't let us hear that then. I'm glad the court reporter's head's right there because she's keeping us from seeing when this woman flips these photos. Her head's kind of keeping us from seeing the photos. So I'm glad be ready because if her head moves, she may flash.
You can't
something
bring
up
there. That, can you?
I can't do any. Nope.
Okay. Because I have to switch to a different screen to put that graphic content. So whilst I'm in, like, if I think there's going to be graphic content coming up, I won't be able to answer comments for a few seconds.
Okay.
Good morning, Sarah. I listed the head wounds first. I start on the right side of the head, then the left side of the head, move from top to bottom. So the first injuries listed are seen in picture number 4.
I'm getting ready.
That's one. May we publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
So this photo is looking at the right side of the upper forehead. Here, there are a total of 3 chopping wounds. The largest has a squared appearance. It created a skin flap with the skin can be reflected upward. And on the lateral aspect of the head, when looking at the photo, it's on your left. There are 2 additional chopping wounds at the border of that larger chopping wound. That wound injured the skin and any soft tissue underneath the skin, and then it injured the frontal bone underneath it.
Did that particular wound penetrate the skull?
No, it only injured the outer surface of the skull.
All right. Where do you want to go from there?
And the next wound that's listed is on the right side of the face, and that's seen in photo number 5. This is showing the right side of Miss Dazey's face, and there's a chopping wound on the right cheek. This chopping wound injured the skin, the soft tissue of the right cheek, and then the right side of the mandible or the jawbone.
What was the depth of that wound?
The depth of that wound was 1 5/8 inches.
Yikes.
Okay, what would be next?
The next wounds all were on the left side of the head, and these can be seen in photo 6.
Could you describe what your findings are there?
Here we have the top 2 larger wounds are chopping wounds. Both injured the skin, the soft tissue underneath the skin, the skull, the dura, which is a thin layer of tissue that covers the brain, and then the brain itself.
We need to change it from hold my Crocs to hold my wrench.
Yes.
That topmost chopping wound, within that wound is silver metal. That's from the decedent's previous brain surgery. The chopping wound actually fragmented that surgical material. Both resulted in fractures not only of the bone that was directly underneath the skin, but they resulted in fractures of the base of the skull. The topmost chopping wound injured part of the skull that's near the left eye, and then the lower one injured part of the skull that's near the ear canal. In between those 2 chopping wounds are 2 small cutting wounds. Cutting wounds just injured the superficial soft tissue or the skin. Below that second chopping wound is a small cutting wound on the face right in front of the left ear. Next, there were a total of, I was able to count with certainty 4 cutting wounds to the left ear. They were intersecting, but there were at least 4 cutting wounds to the left ear. And so those were all of the chopping and cutting wounds to the left side of the head.
Could you imagine what Christy walked into?
No, I don't.
Oh, no wonder the poor things. Yeah.
Yes, I think she has enough issues on her own. And then this has, I hope she's in some really intense therapy, because it was clear she needs it. And it's not been that long ago. Yeah, I mean, she needs it so she can be quote unquote normal again.
Yeah.
Try to get back to a baseline, I guess, because that was sad.
Some things you just can't unsee.
She'll never unsee it. She'll never forget it.
And she thought the worst
thing, deal with it.
She thought the worst thing that day at the start was walking in seeing Tyler naked.
Yep. Like,
I have left a laser pointer up
Sorry,
there.
didn't mean to cut you off.
You
No, you're
find
fine.
that you want to point something out up here on the screen as part of your explanation, feel free to do so.
Thank you.
Okay, so where should we move to next?
Next, I described the wounds to the neck, which are in photo 7. One of the wounds can be seen in this photo, and then this is just an extension. These are the cutting wounds of the neck. And then Photo 7 shows both of them together, more on the back of the neck. So there were 2 chopping wounds to the left side of the neck, one more toward the front and one more toward the back. Those injured the soft tissue of the neck and then bones of the upper cervical spine. I did not appreciate any injury to the spinal cord itself, and those had a maximum depth of 2 inches.
What would be your next finding?
And then the next part of the body that had sharp force injury was the left hand. One of the injuries can be seen in photo 8. So this is looking at the left hand, the back of the left hand near the left thumb. Here is a curved chopping wound that created a skin flap that can be reflected upward. This injured the soft tissue of the hand and then a bone of the hand near the left thumb. Photo 9 shows
Defensive
the
wound?
last chopping wound.
I didn't hear you.
Defensive wound, do you think?
Yeah, I think so, but I wish she would stop saying skin flap.
And
'cause
chopping.
It's grossing me out. Like,
And chopping.
yes, I mean, it is, I know, but that's, it's
Mhm.
kind of like unit
Mhm.
right now. Just please stop saying skin flap.
This is the left hand again. So this is a chopping wound that injured 3 fingers, the index, the middle, and the ring fingers. The index finger has a pretty superficial wound by the fingernail. The middle finger was amputated as a result of the chopping wound, and the ring finger was nearly amputated as a
Yeah.
result of the
He left them on the bedside table. They showed us.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, not a unit.
chopping wound. There's just
Allegedly.
some skin left that's connecting the finger to the hand.
No.
Injuries here included soft tissue and then bones of the fingers.
Are there any other findings that you think you need to touch on?
I think that's
Those
enough.
were all the sharp force injuries that I found, and then the additional blunt force injuries of the bruise of the left forearm and then some bleeding under the scalp. And those are the only injuries that I documented in my autopsy.
Only?
All right, just for a little housekeeping, I think I glossed over this, but the photo number 1.
I guess, Sarah,
I've
that's
Can
never
you
a little
describe
better.
what that is?
So
Elusive skin.
when an individual is declared deceased and is going to be transported to my office for an autopsy, they're placed in a body bag, and that body
the
bag
finger
is
hovering.
locked and labeled. So the blue lock there has a number on it that's documented at the scene and then documented in my autopsy report. That's important for maintaining chain of custody. And then the tag says who's in the body bag. A photograph here is taken to show that the body is received exactly as it was placed into the bag at the scene.
And that would be photo number 2, that photograph?
And then photo number 2 shows her exactly as she was received, with personal effects that include a pillow and 2 blankets.
And then photo number 3.
Photo number 3 is what we call an identification photo. Part of my job is also to confirm identity of the deceased individuals on whom I perform autopsies. We will compare them to their driver's license photos, other forms of visual ID, and then use surgical history and so on. So this is an example of an identification photo, which I compared to her driver's license photo. Her driver's license came with her to autopsy.
So once again, your cause of death was?
The cause of death was multiple sharp force injuries.
And specifically, can you identify any of those injuries that you believe were the fatal ones?
Really, you can die of any sort of sharp force injury or injury itself. In terms of the injuries that cause the most damage, especially damage to vital structures, those were the 2 chopping wounds on the left side of the head that injured the skull, the dura, the brain, and caused bleeding around the brain.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
So when she's talking, if you're talking, I can't hear you, so don't think I'm ignoring you.
You
If
can't
you
hear
make a
me.
comment. I can't hear you if she's talking.
Okay.
So, I mean,
I'll
I
pause.
I can hear you, but I can't understand what it's not loud enough for me to understand you. So, I'm not
Yeah, same
ignoring
as
you.
you. You cut out.
Yeah,
It's
it's
all good.
just yeah. Yeah, okay. I
Just
just want
wave
you to
at
think I
me if
was
you want me to
ignoring
pause.
you.
You know?
Okay.
No. Mm. I'm trying to look at 2 screens and
I get
hover.
it.
Mm. That was tense.
Yeah.
I don't think she's got any more photos, hopefully.
I hope not.
Let me show you what's
There
been
she
marked as
is.
Exhibit 14.
Good morning, Gabby. Late.
Hello. Reba, hurrah. How you doing?
You said you're gonna set your alarm, remember? Remember? I'm gonna have Carmen call you next time you're late.
Touche. Mm-mm. 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 Mm.
That
I had to.
was amazing.
Sorry, Regina. Good morning.
Good morning, Regina. Oh, your
You
puppy
came at a silly
dogs.
moment.
No, Bri. No. No. No.
Oh dear. I
Oh,
had to do it.
Mr. Gabby's gonna be like, "What is she doing so early in the morning?" Because I know Gabby is just dying laughing right now.
You caught us at a silly moment, Regina. Sorry.
Yes, sorry. This is serious. Like, get it together.
I thought it was hysterical when I saw
That was
it.
it was
I'll send it to
hysterical. Oh my gosh, I loved it.
you. Oh, okay. Sensible Jody back.
Yes. Bring it up.
Is that instrument consistent with the injuries that you viewed on Ms. Dazey?
I think they are, especially with trials like this. We don't mean
Yeah.
to make them insignificant or anything, by no means.
Yep.
But yeah, I think you need to sometimes just make it a little bit lighter.
Yes. I
Yes,
agree.
this instrument could have caused those injuries that I documented.
And you can't say for certain as a physician that that is, but you can say it's certainly consistent with. Is that right?
Correct.
And if you look at the blade of that instrument and the width, would it certainly be consistent with a blow from that instrument to take off the 2 inside fingers of a hand and injure the one but leave the other intact?
Yes.
The narrowness of the blade?
Yes.
Thank
So
you.
there's the weapon.
I don't have anything further.
Yeah,
Ugh. Knew it
that's
was
what they
you.
think it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
What
just
do you-
sitting on a shelf beside the toilet.
Yeah, I remember the picture.
Can I ask one question, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead.
Kind of got ahead of myself.
Go ahead.
If Jennifer Dazey's blood and DNA were found on that instrument, would that increase the likelihood of that being the instrument of her death?
From an autopsy standpoint, it doesn't change anything, but from an investigative standpoint, that would make sense, yes.
Thank you. Now I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Likewise, if that instrument had been in her home for a significant period of time, where she had been living for a significant period of time, you wouldn't be at all surprised to find her DNA on it, would you?
Her DNA, I suppose, no.
But there's a difference.
Good morning, doctor. And I apologize for, I asked the first question and now I'm going to say good morning.
Good morning.
Were you able to develop any timeline regarding the injuries?
No.
And were you able to develop a time of death?
No, for the death certificate, when it says date and time of death, it's when she was found and pronounced dead.
Okay. So you're not able to actually tell when this occurred, are you?
No.
Under your manner of death, you indicated that the manner of death was homicide?
Yes.
Are
Now,
you sure?
specifically, what does that mean to you?
Homicide is a medical determination. So unlike cause, where I have many different options, manner of death, I only have 5, a homicide being one of them. And homicide to me, it means death at the hands of another.
Okay. So that's a medical determination, not a legal conclusion.
Correct.
All right. And there's a distinction between those two things, isn't there?
Yes.
You're not making any statement with regards to guilt or innocence or who did it or any of that, are you?
No, I am not.
Okay.
Asked and unanswered, Gabby.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson?
We were ignored.
In terms of timelines and time of death, you were not even asked to do that, were you?
No, that's not part of my job. I can document maybe changes that happen after someone dies, but no, that's not part of my report.
And as far as statements of guilt or who did it, you weren't asked to determine that either, were you?
No, that's not part of my job.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Thank you.
That would be a horrible way to unalive yourself if that's where he was trying to go. Really?
Yeah. I'm just going to defend myself.
Yeah, I'm going to defend myself from myself while I
Mhm.
unalive myself. That's
How many
yeah.
times?
Yeah. I don't remember it was too many. Missed again.
Yeah.
And then
And technically, you can
Go-
estimate a time of death with body temperature and stuff and, where the rigors set in, but I don't know if the body was completely cold or, when it arrived for autopsy or when she did it.
yeah, and,
Who
and
knows? But yeah.
this isn't one where it probably matters anyway.
Yay! Yeah, no. I suppose it would with alibis, wouldn't it?
I mean, it could, but does he have one?
Another witness for the state?
Yeah, he was right there.
We would call Stacy Schmeiser.
Okay.
Create his own towel rack.
And I think this is Zoom.
Showing. Oh, hang on.
It's a Zoom.
Photos. Oh, cool.
Me too, Sarah. A lot of squirrel moments so far today.
Let's do this. Let's give the jury about 5 minutes while we set this up and make sure that we can connect with the next witness. Folks, we're going to give you a real short break. Remember the admonition, 5 or 10 minutes, report back to the jury room.
All right, the
Zoom, 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 zoom.
Take an oath before you testify. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Can I have you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Stacy Schmeiser, STACI-SCHMEISER.
Mr. Nelson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Schmeiser, what is your current occupation?
I am a criminalist with the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigations.
How long have you been there?
I've been here approximately 25 years.
All right. We have here.
She has the same resting face as Sally Smith from Take Care of Maya. Do you remember her?
I
She was,
I listened to a lot of that, but didn't see it.
oh,
So I didn't
that,
see a lot of the witnesses, but I but it's weird that she's staring at us because I feel like we're staring,
oh,
just
yeah,
staring right back at her. Like she should be talking to us.
that's the trial you need to watch. It was brilliant.
Yeah,
Mm.
I listened to it. It was
Not for
crazy.
Maya. Mm.
Yeah, yeah. She be
Looks like it,
Bl
doesn't it?
blink, woman, blink if you need help.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah.
come get you. It was a rough
Yeah,
one. It was a rough
yeah,
one. Yep,
yeah.
she does. This is a hostage video.
It was a reasonable pause moment too. Captured it.
You're in Exhibit 30, which is your CV. I can't obviously show that to you because we're Zooming, but you know your CV, I trust.
Yes,
Is that a complete and accurate representation of your qualifications and educational and work history?
Nope.
yes, it is.
I would move to admit Exhibit 30, Your Honor, by agreement.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
30 is admitted.
As part of your functions, job functions, did you receive a blood specimen from the Dubuque Police Department on or about January 30th of this year?
Yes, it was received into the laboratory on January 31st.
Okay. From whom was that specimen taken?
The name on the specimen was Tyler Dazey.
Not yet.
Was
Not
there
yet.
an initial, well, let me go
Oh, I
back.
just
What exactly screening? What is your function?
In this case, I confirmed the drugs present in the urine, or I'm sorry, in the blood.
So that is part of your job. You test the blood, and what are you testing for?
We test for controlled substances in the blood.
Okay. Was there an initial screening done on that specimen before you received it?
Yes, there was.
What's the purpose of the initial screening?
The initial screening is done in the laboratory to give an idea of what additional testing it may require.
Would it be safe to say that if you had an initial screening, came up with nothing, that there would be no further testing?
Yes,
And if you come up positive on certain things on the initial screening, then it comes on to you for confirmation screening?
that's correct.
Okay. Is there anything else in terms of a description of confirmation screening in terms of what you do?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Well, I'm just saying, what exactly is confirmation screening?
A confirmation screening, we use that initial screening test results to know what type of confirmation to run, and then we confirm any drugs that showed up in the initial screening.
And you did in fact do the testing and screening, the confirmation screening?
Yes, I did the confirmation screening.
Okay, did you prepare a report indicating what your findings are?
Yes, I did.
And that would be Exhibit 31, Your Honor. I'd move to admit that.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
31 is admitted.
Could you explain to the jury here what your findings were?
Yes, I have my report that I'd like to refer to so I don't misstate any of the numbers.
You may.
I found the presence of 11 nor 9-carboxy delta 8 tetrahydrocannabinol greater than 250, which was our highest calibrator. I found the presence of delta 8 tetrahydrocannabinol at 14 nanograms per milliliter. I found the presence of 11 nor 9-carboxy delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol, concentration of 9 nanograms per mil. I confirmed delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol at 5 nanograms per mil and confirmed the presence of delta 10
Cannabis.
tetrahydrocannabinol and hexahydrocannabinol.
Are those all isomers of THC or variants of THC?
They're isomers of THC, and metabolites of THC.
So in layman's terms, basically you're saying that this person consumed THC of various sources or from various sources.
Yes.
The numbers that you found, do they indicate heavy use, light use, or can you tell that at all?
It really varies in these type of levels. In a naive user could indicate recent use, but in a chronic user, these numbers can hang around for several days.
Could you explain the variations in these isomers of THC? What exactly are they?
Well, there were 3 types of THC, the Delta 8, Delta 9, and Delta 10. Delta 9 is the one that's been around the longest, that I think most.
Layman's, THC is the component of marijuana and how it's broken down, the products of it.
Was this in his
think that-
system
Yes.
or her system? Okay, that's what I thought. So this was his.
Yeah.
Well, you have to go back and watch the medical examiner.
Yes. Yeah.
She was all about the skin flaps.
And where's Carmen?
Yeah, well, she's at work, I think. She's not off work yet. She's a night shifter like Bri.
She's in for a treat then.
Most of us are referring to when we say THC. There's a ring structure in the compound, and they've just shifted that double bond in that ring structure. So shifting it one way makes a Delta 10, shifting it the other way makes a Delta 8.
Who would be doing the shifting?
It does occur naturally in the plant, but in very small quantities.
No, this is a blood drop found in the house that is believed to be Tyler's, the son's, that they've submitted for analysis. Not Jennifer, the decedent.
So it is more than likely made in a laboratory somewhere.
What would be the purpose in making those changes?
I think originally they started changing the compound to try and circumvent some of the laws. Some of those compounds have become popular because they give a slightly different effect in the high.
So this is medical marijuana.
Would it be fair to say that some of those variants were lab created for the gummies and those sorts of things that are now being marketed?
Yes.
I think this is from like a.
Did you
smoke
also
shop.
test for
But-
opiates, fentanyl, amphetamines?
Like they're the THC level that
Synthetic.
you can have. So what she was saying, that they're trying to get around the laws of Iowa to sell that, and so it's not actual Mary Jane, for better word. So
Synthetic.
yeah, so he doesn't have to. It's not illegal for him to own it, but it's right there on the line, I think is what she
So-
was saying.
Do you not have the law over there where you can actually get a script for medical marijuana?
Some states do. I'm not sure that all states do. And I don't know about Iowa, but yeah, this is. I'm
Yeah.
not sure, but yeah, he's going to like a smoke shop.
So they're testing for opiates, fentanyl, and amphetamines now, apparently.
So are we sure?
Barbiturates
So
and other.
Right.
are we sure this is him? Sarah's still questioning.
No, this is from a blood drop in the bathroom.
Okay.
They just said one blood drop was sent to her.
Dang.
Why one? I don't know. Yeah.
Harder drugs.
That was tested for in the screening test.
And what was the results of that?
Those were negative.
So it'd be safe to say that Mr. Dazey did not consume any of those other drugs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
All right. There it is.
Cross-examination.
How you doing
There's
today?
a lot of it.
Good. So, what is the differences as far as, I know you said that there can be a difference of highs, but as far as if you mix those, is there any
Same here.
is there any different effect if you're mixing the different kinds of Delta 8, Delta 9, Delta 10?
They all have very similar effects, so it would be more of an additive effect.
Is there any dangers in mixing those?
There's no dangers per se of mixing those. There could be dangers in the amount that you would consume.
And if you know, what would those dangers be?
Someone,
Now that explains a lot, Gabby. Especially in the Karen Reid trial. Mm-hmm.
Oh, it does, Sarah.
Yes.
It does. Like, time for school. Get your homework done.
Yeah. She kind of looks like a principal too, doesn't she?
Ugh, yes.
I've been
Wait.
bad.
You can't have menthols?
Really?
Really? In,
Oh, I only
in
smoke
Mass
menthol.
or in Connecticut? That's weird.
Mm.
Huh. I mean, if you're gonna, why would you just ban one kind?
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, it's legal like in every
Mm.
state around me, but it's not legal here. So everybody just crosses the border, I'm sure, and just brings it back, you know? So I don't even I don't know if we have the cards here or not. I don't pay attention to it.
I've heard that, yeah, you can get medical stuff here. And apparently you can even get it certain percentages, like you choose what percentage of THC level or some, I don't know. I'll have no idea because I don't smoke it. But I do
don't
smoke
either.
menthol.
Don't go to Mass.
So I'm not
Don't go to
coming to Connecticut,
Massachusetts.
Would you believe I import, because I smoke the vape now, I import the menthol pods from the US.
Nice.
So if it's illegal over there.
Well, it's not. I did not know that those were illegal in Massachusetts. So they're not illegal everywhere. Don't take away the menthol.
Yes, I know. Me too. But you have to have a script. You have to have a
Really?
script for vapes now. Yes. Yep.
Wow.
Because the government couldn't tax the disposable ones, so everyone was importing them.
That's
So now you need a script.
crazy. Excuse me. You squirrel sound good stuff.
Well, that concerned me too. Like, because if you've got THC in your system, it shouldn't matter whether you've got a card or not. You're still under the influence, aren't you?
Right. Yes. I mean, and they'll tell you that, like,
Still impaired.
when I watch, because I love to watch On Patrol Live, and when they do, if they pull somebody over for suspected impaired driving, they'll tell them, like, when you have that card, it is you have to carry it this way, you have to transport it this way, you know, don't smoke it in your car. It's the same thing as if don't drink in your car. And yeah, you can still be considered under the influence and still get arrested for it.
Touche. Mm-mm. 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 Mm.
That was a flash moment.
Great. That is great. I love him.
can certainly overdose on marijuana. It isn't as dangerous as some of the other drugs, but they may have negative reaction.
Do you know what kind of negative reactions?
Just decreased mobility, decreased attention to details, changes in thoughts, mood, behavior.
Is sometimes paranoia a side effect?
Paranoia, anxious.
Wait, Jody. You gotta pause. Right. Have you not heard my Texas wants to unalive everyone that lives
Yeah.
there. Do I need to go through the list of everything that has happened to Carmen and Cheyenne just since last October? Floods, hurricanes, tarantulas,
But Cottonmouth
rattlesnakes,
sounds so
cottonmouth,
cute.
alligators, uh, drought, everything, every scorpions, bullet ants.
Scorpions.
No,
How
Brian.
far is
No.
that from you?
What should she tell me? It would probably be a couple days drive, hard days
Oh, wow.
driving. So
That far
yeah,
away?
it's 1,000 miles away maybe. So
That'd be
it's
hard. How long ago did she move?
October, last
Oh,
October. So yeah, she loves it down there, and she's always wanted to live there ever since she was a little girl. She talked about living in Texas. I have no idea why. Her room was Texas Longhorn orange, had everything Texas Longhorn. It's strange. So she wanted to go. I was like, go, you know?
I don't think I
And
could be that far away.
yeah,
I'd have to go with her.
well, I can't, I'm not leaving because my dad. So,
I am.
and it's like, we talk about leaving, but in all honesty, where my mom is buried, I'm got my plot right beside her and my husband's plot right beside me and my dad and my brother and his wife. So it's like, doesn't matter where I go, I'm coming back to the state at the end of the
Yeah.
day. So I don't know that I'll leave, but I mean, Carmen and I talk almost every single day. So it's not like she's homesick, but she's still in good contact with everybody.
Yeah.
And she's like, I would do this move 1,000 times over. Like, I love it. So
Oh, good. As
I'm
long
like,
as
that's
she's
what
happy.
matters. Yep, that's what
Yeah.
matters.
I just miss my girls.
Oh, she's it's
Mm.
I mean, it's tough, but like I said, I talk to her all the time. I feel like I'm there. I know what's going on.
You've got video chats and stuff now, and you can do all that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you have to
Right.
wait for a letter, you know. Like when my dad took my mom away from their little town of 600 and moved to New York, not city, but to, bigger than where they were. And you couldn't just make long distance calls in for free and get everything. And he's like, her mom never forgave me for that. I mean, they went back before, but he said, they didn't meet my sister till she was 18 months old because you just couldn't travel like you can today. So,
Yeah.
so I don't know.
How
But
long does it take on a flight to get there?
to Texas, it's a couple hours, like 2.5 hours, maybe, as long as there's no delays and Microsoft doesn't go down and shut the
Yeah.
airports down and the banks and everything else. But yeah, it's not a long flight. It's
Cool.
just, it's trying to, because I've got stuff going on here, plus streaming, my dad, Madison. There's a lot
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
Carmen's like, how come you haven't been down here? I said, because there's a lot here I can't
Mhm.
take with me there. So
True that.
I'll get there sometime. I'll stop talking now.
How long is this? I didn't even look. Oh, it's another 6 hour.
And when they say tetrahydrocannabinol, what does that mean?
That's the compound that we're referring to as THC. It's the active component of marijuana.
And is there a difference between a blood test and a urine test?
Yes, there is.
And what is that difference?
Blood
Where
test
they
shows
come
what
from.
is currently in the blood. It typically has a little tighter time frame window. Urine test shows what's already.
The difference is the spot they come from.
And generally how you get them.
Excrete it from the body.
Yep.
And when you say a metabolite, what does that mean?
That's what the body breaks compounds down in order to excrete them from the body. So we would call that a metabolite.
And are you looking for metabolites in the blood, or are you looking for something different?
We look for both metabolites and parent compounds.
No further questions.
Mr. Nelson, anything else for this witness?
Yes, you didn't find any dangerous levels in the specimen that you tested, did you?
No, I did not.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, who's the next witness going to be?
Joe Moret.
Oh,
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Schmeiser.
Miss Schmeiser. Thank you, Miss Schmeiser.
Turn your camera off, ma'am. Okay, never mind.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Bye. Hello, sir. Oh, that's why she didn't turn her camera off.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Oops.
Can you please raise your right hand for me? Do you
Which one?
swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
My name is Joseph Daniel Moret, JOSEPH
Alphabet.
Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. What is your current occupation?
I am a criminalist at the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation Criminalistics Laboratory.
How long have you been employed there?
A little bit over 4 years.
Did you have any work experience prior to that?
I ran the biolab
I was
at
a
a
clown.
company called
I blew up balloons and there's a clown at the circus.
I did
Yamamoto,
kids'
North
birthday
America, in Eddyville, Iowa.
You provided a statement of qualifications. Is that an accurate representation of your educational and work history as well as your qualifications?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit Exhibit 32, which is the statement of qualifications.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
32 is admitted.
While we're at it, I would ask to admit his report, Exhibit 33.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
33 is also admitted.
Could you briefly explain what it is that you do as part of your job function?
I work in the toxicology section of the lab. And in the toxicology section, we test blood and urine for the presence of drugs and alcohol.
So on January 30th or 31st of this year, did you receive a urine specimen from the Dubuque Police Department?
There was a urine specimen received by the evidence room, yes.
Okay. Do you know from whom that specimen was collected?
The sample is labeled Tyler James Dazey.
Did you test or analyze that specimen?
I did.
No,
Was there a preliminary screening done before you got the specimen?
Yes, there was.
What was the purpose of that preliminary screen?
Oh,
The
okay.
preliminary
I have to tell you a funny story whilst we're on that. Sorry. My nursing days. Okay, so I was in charge of a surgical ward this one night, and there was a patient that we were waiting to get a urine specimen from. And the nurse that was allocated that particular patient went off to dinner. And I said to her, don't worry, if she rings the bell, I'll go and collect the sample. So I basically then went in, boiled a kettle, got a specimen cup and made a black tea and filled it into the specimen cup. So it looked like it was urine. Put it in my apron pocket. And when she came back from tea, I said, oh, don't worry, I managed to get that MSU, the urine sample for you. And I pulled it out of my apron and I opened the lid and I said, it doesn't smell like she's got a urinary tract infection. And then I
Oh my gosh.
I went, doesn't taste like it either. And she nearly lost it. It was so funny. Yeah. I was a good boss.
You have to do stuff like that in jobs like that. You have to. That's
You should have seen her face.
Oh,
It was gold.
T, not P.
Correct. Oh, the good old days.
screening tests for classes or categories of drugs. If there is any of those tests that reach the threshold level of a positive screen, we send it on for confirmation testing, which is a separate type. There we will look and confirm a specific drug from that class.
Did you in fact do the confirmation testing on this specimen?
I did.
Did you also do a report on your findings?
I did.
And we have labeled that Exhibit 33. Could you explain to the jury what your findings were?
I
It was
found
yellow.
2 drugs in the urine specimen. They are 11-nor-9-carboxy delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol and 11-nor-9-carboxy delta 8 tetrahydrocannabinol. And these are simply breakdown products of THC that someone has consumed.
And we had a little discussion previously about different versions of THC. Could you just briefly tell me what you know about that between like the Delta 9, Delta 8s?
I think they're at a particular crime lab. They must be.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like you
the
said,
same
Sarah,
crime
they're at a
lab, but-
school.
Yeah.
I don't know why they couldn't
So the
travel.
structure of the drug overall
Yeah.
is very similar. The only difference between the two is the positioning of a double bond on the molecule. Everything else on the drug is exactly the same shape. And since they're so
Bye-bye.
closely related, they have similar effects on a human body.
Bye,
Did you also test for opiates, fentanyl, barbiturates, amphetamines, and other substances?
The screen testing did. I did not test for any of those.
So if the screen testing came back negative on those, that there would be essentially nothing above the threshold on those substances. Is that correct?
Correct.
So would the bottom line conclusion be that Mr. Dazey ingested certain forms of THC, but no other hard drugs?
At a level that would create a positive screen, correct.
Okay. What would be the difference between what you did and what Mr. Claybaugh did? Both of you tested urine.
Mr. Claybaugh did what we call an expanded screen. This test for a number of drugs that the initial screen doesn't cover. A lot of these are prescription drugs and less common drugs of abuse. So he looked to analyze for those drugs, and I believe he also did not find any controlled substances.
So we do an initial screen. If there's a positive there, then it goes on to confirmation. And then from there, it may go on to somebody else for additional testing for further substances. Is that accurate?
It depends on the case. Some cases do qualify for further testing, some don't.
All right. Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions.
Hey,
Cross-examination.
As long as they're not saying bad
Good
things
morning.
aren't
How you
saying
doing
bad
today?
words.
Good, how are you?
Good. When you do the test of the urine, what's the timeline? How far back can your, test read?
Our test will only determine what quantity of drugs were in the urine at the time it was collected. So whatever time the urine was collected is the moment and space that we're analyzing.
That's a stupid
Okay.
question.
Is there any degrading of the metabolites the longer that the sample is held?
It's possible that things can degrade slowly. We keep our samples refrigerated to help minimize that loss.
And do you know how, is there a time range from when the person ingested it to where it would unlikely show on the test anymore?
That very much depends on the manner in which they ingest it. If they are an infrequent user, a urine test would probably show for anywhere from 1 to 3 days. If they're a frequent user, they can test positive for weeks afterwards, even if they're not continuously using.
No further questions.
Mr. Nelson,
Nothing further.
and who's our next witness, Mr.
That
Nelson?
would be Heidi Rogowski.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
They're seriously not trying to blame this on THC, right?
I don't know. So they were just trying to explain if the levels of the urine sample decreased over time before the testing period, and he said no, it's the same they'd be at the level they were when the sample was taken. Mike Wazowski.
She's having too much fun with the closed captionings today.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, how are you?
Hello.
It is good to see you. Hope your wife is doing well.
Oh, is it Steve?
Yeah,
Sorry,
Steve,
I'm in
Steve.
another. Oh, sorry, I was in private chat.
I was wondering what.
Hello.
You're just like, hey.
How are you? It's good to see you, hear you, read you.
Oh.
Oh,
I hope it's okay. Like, not everything's
it
good,
was
right? I mean, it's early, but
it was a
not
book.
too early.
Is she still going to have the C-section, Stephen? Or are they going to let her go through? I doubt it. I think she'll have the. Yay! And it's a little boy, isn't it?
Oh, okay. 34 weeks. Okay.
34 weeks. That's all right.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Yep. Yeah, that's scary. But
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
keep us posted and
Yes, please.
everything goes well and quickly. And
What was?
go
I
ahead.
forgot
Sorry.
what you were calling him. Come on.
They're trying to delay it a bit if they can.
Okay. Yep. They'll be giving her steroids to open up the lungs, baby's lungs, no doubt. Carson, that's right. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, that's exciting. Scary but exciting, but
Yep.
you'll be right.
Yep.
All of our healthy, loving thoughts and non-pushing
Yes, 100%. 100%.
coming your way.
Yes.
Thinking of you.
Yes, absolutely. We'll be,
And you can certainly entertain yourself with this trial if should you so choose to. It's yeah, it's different, okay?
Sorry, I'm laughing.
Yeah,
Entertain.
it's
I don't. That's the word. Yes.
yeah. We'll give her
Yikes.
our love, and we are all thinking of you. Thank you for
Yes.
jumping in chat. Yay!
Yeah, that's exciting. It's good
Yeah.
to see you. Yeah. So, yep. Can't wait for
It's
an
weird being on
update.
the other side. No. Bless.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
No.
Yes, I do.
State your name and spell it for the record,
lie.
please.
Heidi, Heidi, Rogowski, Rogowski.
Lakowski.
Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, what is your occupation?
I currently work as a criminalist for the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation at their criminalistics laboratory in Ankeny, Iowa.
How long have you been employed there?
I started with them in March of 2022, so just under 2.5 years.
You have sent a statement of qualifications along, and I ask, is that an accurate representation of your education, training, qualifications, and work history?
Can you tell me the date on that document?
Revised June 27th of 2024.
Yes, that will be the most recent copy.
And that would be Exhibit 39. Your Honor, I'd move to admit that.
Any objection?
No objection.
39 is admitted.
You hold a master's degree in forensic science, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
They also have many hours of specialized training on prints.
Yes, I've completed over 500 hours of specialized training through external vendors in the form of specialized coursework and attending professional conferences.
Could you explain to the jury here just what it is that you do?
My job focuses on the examination of items of evidence for the presence of latent prints. So items submitted to our laboratory, I will examine them to try to see or develop latent prints on those items. Those developed impressions can then be preserved through photography or lifting, and then that development is subsequently analyzed and compared to try to attribute those impressions to a particular source.
Could you just tell me what exactly is a latent print versus a known print?
A latent print is the chance reproduction of the friction-ridged skin. So on the palms of our hands and the soles of our feet, we have a specialized type of skin known as friction-ridged skin. When this skin comes in contact with the surface of an item, there's the potential that an impression can be left behind. It acts similar to a rubber stamp, and then the sweat and oils located on that skin act as like an ink, leaving behind an impression. A latent print is considered a chance reproduction, and it happens naturally when the skin comes in contact with a surface just due to routine touching and handling. A known print is going to be the intentional reproduction of the friction-ridged skin. These are captured under controlled conditions where the goal is to record someone's friction-ridged skin. These are generally captured through physical means like inks and powders, or we can capture them digitally through a specialized device called a live scan.
What are the basic factors in the use of friction-ridged skin as a means of identification?
We can use friction-ridged skin as a means for identification due to the nature of friction-ridged skin itself. So the features within your friction-ridged skin vary significantly within the population. So if enough of those features are present in an impression, we can reliably differentiate one individual's impressions from another. Additionally,
cutting all that short, she analyzes fingerprints. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Skin is generally stable through adolescence to middle adulthood, and that allows us to verify an individual's identity over time.
Could you briefly describe the methodology or process that you use in making comparisons?
When we develop a latent impression, we go through a process known as ACE-B. ACE-B stands for analysis.
Would you believe I sent him my video via email about a week ago?
I believe you.
Yeah. So
I think everything will pick up next month. I think everything will, when it gets closer to trial date, people will start really talking about it. I know you're talking about it, but more. I think there's not a lot to talk about right now. And I think once that they get there, and then hopefully it's going to be televised, like we can stream it.
Yeah.
I think you'll see more people coming back and talking about it then.
Yeah.
Comparison, evaluation, and verification. During the analysis phase, we will assess the developed latent print to see if there are enough of those features present to move it forward to compare. If there is a lack of those features, our examination will halt and we will not proceed further. If there are enough features present, we will move on.
She sounds like she's just reading pro rata, like a a phone caller,
Yeah, like she has a teleprompter in front of her that.
Yeah.
And she's just reading from it. I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah. Comparison is the process where we compare side by side the features within the latent print to the features within a known print. We look to see A, is the feature present in both impressions? B, is the sequence of all of those features in agreement as well? And then C, we look for if their spatial relationships or where they lie within the imprint are also in agreement. As that process moves forward, we transition into evaluation. This is ultimately where we arrive at a conclusion, and those conclusions generally are identification, the latent print and the known print originated from the same source.
So I analyze fingerprints and I see if they match.
Yes, I do think she's reading.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that should
Exclusion,
be
the
allowed.
latent print and the known print originated from different sources. And inconclusive, where due to one reason or another, we're not able to definitively identify or exclude the impression. The final step is verification. This is when a second trained examiner will repeat the process of analyzing the latent print, doing a comparison, and then arriving at a conclusion. If those conclusions are in agreement with one another, we will report out our findings.
On or about January 30th of this year, did you receive a hatchet from the Dubuque Police Department for testing?
Yes, I did.
Did you analyze or test that hatchet and apply the methodology you have described?
Yes.
Did you prepare a report of your findings?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit Exhibit 40 at this time, which is the report.
Any objection?
No objection.
40 is admitted.
Are your conclusions set forth in your report?
Yes, they are.
What are your findings and conclusions?
Based on my examination of the hatchet, I was able to develop one latent palm print that was suitable for comparison. That developed latent palm print was searched through the Iowa Automated Biometric Identification System. And as a result of that search, it was identified to Tyler Dazey.
Wow.
Where was that latent palm print located on the hatchet?
That palm print was developed on the handle of the hatchet.
The end, or is it somewhere closer to the head? Where about on the?
I would have to see the item. There should be markings indicating where that impression was developed.
What would the markings show?
We indicate developed latent prints with an indicator, so it would be the item number and a letter, and then you'll be looking for a bracket, and that indicates source and orientation.
Whoops, sorry. Just dropped
All
something.
right, thank you very much. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination.
What substances was the print made from? Was that from oil and or sweat from the skin?
The techniques that I use to develop the latent print would react with the regular components of latent print residue. So that would be sweat, oils, things of that matter.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to get at was this print wasn't left in blood, was it?
The techniques that I use do not generally react with blood. So this impression in particular, I would say was not in blood.
Okay. Were you able to determine when the print was left on the hatchet?
No, there's no way currently to date when a latent print was deposited on an item.
Are you able to tell how old a latent print is?
No, because we're not able to date when it was placed on an item.
Okay. And how long can a latent print last?
Depending on the conditions and how the item is handled, they can last for basically an indefinite period of time. So it varies, but I wouldn't be able to give you an accurate timeline.
Now, if somebody leaves a latent palm print on an object, and then somebody else comes along and touches that same area and say uses that device, what would you expect to see? What effect would that have on the print?
It depends on several factors. So if the second individual was wearing gloves, only the first impression would be left behind. If the touches overlapped, we could have what would be considered a composite. So you could have multiple impressions sitting on top of one another. And how the item was handled potentially has the ability to destroy impressions that were previously there.
Okay. You'd call those smudges, wouldn't you?
Smudges can happen during first contact, second contact, but yes, that would be a smearing of the impression.
Okay. Were portions of this palm print readable and other portions were not readable?
Yes.
Okay. In other words, parts of the print were smudged.
Yes, that is common of most latent prints.
And as I understand it, from what you just said, that could indicate movement at the time that the print was deposited, right?
Yes.
Or it could indicate that somebody else used the device or touched the device after the print was deposited.
Yes, I wouldn't be able to determine if it was a result of the initial touch or subsequent handling.
Okay. And just so we're clear, you actually had the hatchet there in your hands, didn't you, when you tested it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So would you agree with me that if somebody owns that hatchet and they own it for a period of time and they have it in their house, I don't know exactly what you do with an SOG hatchet, but I'm assuming it's either a hunting or a wood cutting device or something to that effect. But in any event, it wouldn't be at all surprising to find their palm print on their own hatchet, would it?
No, it wouldn't. If it belongs to a given individual, it would not be surprising to find their prints on that item.
I don't like this attorney.
Is he suggesting, he's trying to say somebody else, excuse me,
Yeah.
did it, but who?
Yeah.
I thought maybe after the sister's reaction, that maybe he was going to go that she did it because she's crazy. But yeah, I think your palm print might be smudged if you're swinging that thing, you know?
Yeah. And it's not a flat surface either. So
Right. Yeah, this argument's not. And hunting, who hunts with a hatchet?
yeah. I just don't like the way he asks the questions. It's annoying.
So I mean, if you're going to suggest somebody else, get the other person out there.
Yeah.
Like,
Bring
start
the
tying
receipts.
things to them, and you're not. You're just saying somebody else is a
Stupid
ghost.
shit.
Yeah, it's a ghost.
Yeah.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
That's true. Too.
Mr. Nelson, anything else for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. If this hatchet was scrubbed or washed in a shower, would you expect the latent prints to be destroyed?
Potentially, water and scrubbing has the ability to wash away or destroy latent impressions. Not having kind of more information, I wouldn't be able to say definitively if there would be no impressions at all.
Would it be more likely that these impressions were placed on the hatchet after the shower as opposed to before, based on your observations of them?
Really?
I wouldn't be able to make that determination.
But potentially the shower would wash away latent prints?
Not if what if they were made in oil? No.
Why is isn't this redirect? Why is he asking this question?
I don't know.
Because that's not a good question for him. You're saying the prints got on there after it was washed in the shower. Why are you asking that?
Yeah,
The prosecutor, I think it's the prosecutor on redirect. Why? That's not a good question for you to ask and her to say. Oh, it's my
This is
seriously, my
defense, isn't
daughter.
it?
I thought he was done. I don't know. They sound the same.
Yeah.
All right, give me just
There
a
is
second.
Yes.
All
Yeah.
right, thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Blair?
Did you see anything on the hatchet which would indicate that hatchet was cleaned or showered?
The appearance of the ridges had a beading-like appearance in some areas, which would indicate that the residue was potentially extra wet at the time that the latent print was deposited. So I wouldn't count it out that the hatchet could have been wet at the time the latent print was deposited.
Could that also be from sweat?
Yes.
So if somebody touches it when they're very sweaty, that could produce the same thing.
Yes, it'll give the same appearance whether the item is wet at the time of contact or whether the hands are wet at the time of contact.
Nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr.
course
Nelson,
I
are we
do,
all
Regina.
finished with the folks from the Ankeny lab? Yes. Okay, thank you, ma'am. You guys can disconnect.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Carmen, my phone started ringing and it was Carmen. And I said, you know I'm streaming, right? She's like, nope, bye.
It's Friday.
I'll just warn you, you know my streams go off the rails on Friday. I'll just warn you now.
Do
They're
they?
just, oh my. I don't know why, but they do. They do.
Love I think we've already gone that far.
Sarah,
Let's swing the hatchet, boy.
it's the creator.
Sorry. Yeah.
No, you're fine.
Do we have another witness for the state?
Carmen.
Yes, we have
Welcome.
Gage
Hello,
Claybaugh.
Carmen.
And that we've done by Zoom, and we've recorded it because he is off in Europe somewhere today. So we would just play that by agreement.
Okay. Do you want to identify for the record, was his testimony taken under oath on a previous date?
Yes, it was an evidentiary deposition.
And is the date identified in the deposition? If not, why don't you place that in the record about when the testimony was given?
That would be July 11th, Judge.
Of 2024, okay.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have that queued up?
I have it ready to go.
And yes, Carmen, I'm glad you didn't take a flight this weekend because they're a mess right now because of Microsoft. That's what she called to tell me.
Okay. And the judge froze. Did he?
I don't know.
No, because the
Is he
bottom's
blinking?
still going.
Blink, Judge. I think he's frozen.
Sex assault, death investigation.
Yes.
What testing did you do?
That's just the next. That is the next spot where we pick up any video. Sorry, I don't know what we've missed, but there was nothing.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's
I
the second
did
time.
our targeted screen is what it's called, and so it's a specific testing that we do if a case meets a certain criteria. So that criteria would be sex assaults, death investigations, or if it's requested by the officer. And it looks at different prescription drugs and some miscellaneous drugs.
This list that we have that I've marked as Exhibit 35A with a whole lot of different compounds on it, would that be the compounds that you test for?
Yes.
And what were your findings after doing the testing?
My testing was negative. So of the compounds on that.
So this is a deposition of, so these are the two attorneys, Scott Nelson and the bottom two, I can't see their names, and Gage Claybaugh.
I think
I
Claybaugh.
have no idea. Claybaugh. Did anyone hear?
Is that the defendant?
No.
That's not the defendant sitting there? Right
Down
there?
here?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe. Maybe, yes. Yes, I think so. But I don't know I missed what he does, this Gage guy. Anyone catch that?
No, because they didn't.
Gross?
They were They jumped too far. He does look like Bill Nye. If that's what if you're talking about Gage, Sarah. Young Bill Nye.
All right.
List, I did not find any positives.
Was there a positive for marijuana metabolites? Or do you
Not
not?
on this. I did not test for that.
Is that a separate test from someone else at the lab?
Correct. It is a separate test.
And then you did a report concerning your findings, is that correct?
Yep.
And Exhibit 35, would that be the report that you did?
I believe so, yes.
And the report essentially says that you found nothing, is that right?
Yes.
It says, your report says no additional controlled substance. What's the significance of the word additional?
Yeah, so at this time we had separate reports. So we would do the initial screening and confirmational testing on one report, and then the targeted screen, which is what I did, we would do that on a separate report. So if the other analysts found, had a positive test, then on my report, if I didn't find anything, we would write no additional controlled substances.
So when you do the testing, there's a minimum threshold, is there not?
Correct, there is.
So there could be an amount in the sample or the specimen that just did not meet the threshold, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So if it be a prescription drug, the fact that you said a negative finding doesn't necessarily mean that a person was not taking the drug, does it?
No, so my negative screen just means that no drugs pass that threshold is what that means. So
someone could have been taking a prescription drug at some level and been below that threshold is what I'm getting at. Is that right?
Potentially, yes.
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 I don't have any further questions. Mr. Hoover.
Hoover.
Yes.
Last name's Hoover.
Just
I remember that now.
Get on with it, sir.
Okay. So, Mr. Claybaugh, just so I make sure I'm understanding correctly,
Yes.
what you're saying.
So, Sarah, I think he's down there. I think like she can see where I'm pointing.
Can you see my cursor on the screen? Hang on.
Is as far as the test, did you not retest?
Can you see that?
Did
you see my cursor?
I think that's the top of the
This
head
one.
of the defendant. Yes.
This one.
And he still looks different with his haircut or pulled back, whatever he's got going
Pulled
on.
back. Yeah. Yep.
Any substance that was found positive, or it just when you retested it didn't meet the threshold?
Would you mind rephrasing that? Like, do you mean, would you?
Yeah, sure. So if I understand correctly, there was an initial test done, correct?
Correct, yep.
And it showed positive for some substances. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so when you did the targeted testing, did you not test for those substances that had already been found?
Correct. Yes. So the substances that I tested for are all on that list. All of the ones on that list. There might be, I can't exactly remember if there's some similarities with the testing. There might be a couple drugs that are similar. But of the ones that were positive and sent on for this, I don't believe there were any that were the same. It was,
Any what? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the end. I don't believe there were any what?
You just said it.
It's hard trying to answer stupid questions.
I'm not sure. Do you want me to? I can just kind of rephrase. I don't remember exactly what I said.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Yeah. So I was just saying. There might be some. I can't remember exactly if there are any of the same drugs on the confirmation test with the general. There might be a few, and of the ones that were positive on that confirmational test, I don't believe any of those were are on the targeted screen at all.
Okay. So, for example, if marijuana or some derivative of marijuana was on the previous test, you wouldn't have necessarily tested it on the targeted test, correct?
Correct.
And looking through that list, the THC is not on that list, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Oh, yay.
I don't have anything further.
That was quick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Claywell.
What was the point of that?
I don't know, but I'm really tired of. We got it. He has THC in his system.
Yeah. Yeah.
Big deal.
All right. Looks like
I
they're
mean,
taking
give me
right-
something that was
yeah.
laced with LSD or something that
Yeah.
made him, go trippy. Like, give me something. But who cares?
And why send one blood drop to one lab, one urine sample to another, and another sample to another? I don't get that either.
I guess to confirm that we all found the same thing, or I don't know. But they're kind of running this into the ground.
Yeah. Oh, court is on a short break. Keep going. Hello, Judge. No. Oh, play would help, Jody. Yeah, he's blinking.
He's blinking. He's alive. Sarah. Yeah, I guess, Gabby. I don't know, but we got it.
Full truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat.
I
there.
do.
Coming up.
State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Tara, Tara, Scott, Scott.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. What is your present occupation?
I am a criminalist in the DNA section at the Iowa DCI Crime Lab in Ankeny, Iowa.
How long have you been there?
I've been in this position since October of 2007.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
At least the tissue's flat.
Marked as State's Exhibit 36. Can you tell me what that is?
For now.
This is my SOQ or Statement of Qualifications.
Is that a complete and accurate representation of your education, training, and work experience?
They were on Viagra
I
yesterday.
move to admit Exhibit 36.
Any objection?
No objection.
36 is admitted.
Could you explain just what it is that you do at the laboratory?
So in the DNA casework section, we get evidence that is submitted by police agencies throughout the state. We look at that, we determine if we need to do any screening for body fluids, take samples for DNA, develop DNA profiles, and then compare those to any known DNA profiles that are submitted in that case, write a report to our findings, and then testify if necessary.
So she got the hazmat suit.
Could you explain to the jury just exactly what DNA is?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is the unit of heredity that is in all cells that have a nucleus in your body. You inherit half your DNA from your mother, half your DNA from your father, and it is shown to be unique except in the case of identical twins.
Where is DNA found?
It is in the nucleus. The nuclear DNA that I test is found in the nucleus of the cells. So it's in blood, seminal fluid, saliva, skin.
How do you examine items for DNA?
Depending on the item and what I'm looking for. If I'm looking for a body fluid, I will do first a visual exam in natural light. If I can't see anything with that, we have alternate light sources that we can use to try to visualize DNA. And then we do a screening test, if applicable, and take a sample from it.
How do you process DNA?
So the cutting that we take, or sample that we take, it goes into a tube, and then we do what's called an extraction, which gets the DNA out of the cells and into a solution. From that, we do what's called a quant that estimates the amount of DNA in the sample.
Would you be able to show me that?
And from that, we perform what's called an amplification that copies that DNA. And then we use a 3500 genetic analyzer to visualize that DNA profile.
Wow.
What areas of
Not
DNA?
the 3500 genetic analyzer. Oh,
It's new. We just got it this year.
Do you test?
There are currently 21 loci or locations on the DNA that we test.
How do you compare DNA found on evidence to a specific individual?
So we use the profile that we develop, and we also develop profiles from known blood or buccal samples. And then we make a comparison based on those two profiles to see if the alleles that are in each loci or location are the same or different.
So on about January 30th of this year, did you receive items from the Dubuque Police Department for testing?
I did.
Did you in fact perform testing?
I did.
Did you author 2 separate reports concerning your testing?
Yes.
I did.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked States Exhibit 37 and 38. Could you tell me what those documents are?
These are my reports.
37 is the DNA report that was issued on March 4th of 2024. That is my initial report. Item 38, Exhibit 38 is a report I issued on April 3rd of 2024.
Are these both true and accurate copies of your reports?
Nope.
No, this one's messed up.
Yes, they are.
I would move to admit Exhibit 37 and 38.
Any objection?
No objection.
37 and 38 are both admitted.
So if we look at Exhibit 37, on the first page, there's a listing on there. Could you explain what that is?
That is under the heading of items as described by submitting agency. So the list lists the lab number that is assigned once it's submitted, the agency case or agency item number, and then the description that the agency gave us.
And then there's a listing of the items that you tested?
This was all that was submitted. Yes.
Okay. So you didn't necessarily test all of them?
Correct.
Why would you not test some of them?
We tried to look at what would be considered the most probative evidence first. And if we develop profiles from that, don't necessarily look at everything in the case, but we can always go back if requested to.
Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit 37?
Yes.
No. You know he says no, just like he says yes.
So of all those items, which ones did you test? Or should I start with which ones did you not?
Let's see here. The ones that I did not examine at that time were the nasal swab.
Never read of that. I don't know if you can see that. So item number 1 is a known buccal or buccal swab from Tyler Dazey. 2 is nasal swabs collected from Tyler Dazey. 3 is Tyler Dazey fingernail clippings of the right hand. 4 is fingernail clippings of the left hand. Then it skips to 7. Item something swab from possible blood stain in dining room. Item 8 is a swab from possible blood stain in hallway. 9 is a swab from possible blood stain in bathroom sink. 10, SOG hatchet with possible blood staining. 11, swab from around bathtub drain. 12, item swab from possible blood stain on top of jewelry box in bedroom. And then 13, swab collected from blood stain on bedroom wall. And then it goes down to 14, sealed SA kit collected at time of autopsy. 2, fingernail scrapings from right hand taken at time of autopsy. So this would be Jennifer. And 3, the fingernails from the left hand at time of autopsy.
I am hoping the essay is negative. That would add a
Yes.
really big element to this if it's not.
Yes.
Yeah. And good morning,
The right hand
Elizabeth.
finger clippings and left hand finger clippings from
Elizabeth.
Tyler Dazey.
Those would be numbers 2, 3, and 4.
Correct.
Welcome.
And then
to the
if you go to
madhouse.
the second page on your results of examination, that would explain that.
Yes, on also on items 15 and 16, which were the right hand fingernail scrapings and left hand fingernail scrapings from Jennifer Dazey.
Okay, you also did a sexual assault kit.
Yes.
And were there any findings there of significance?
Well, the screening did not indicate the presence of seminal fluid on the items, and no sperm were observed, and no DNA factors foreign to Jennifer Dazey were detected in the profiles developed from the epithelial fraction of the oral sample, the epithelial fraction of the anal sample, or the epithelial fraction of the vaginal sample.
Yeah. Well, glad you asked that now. But before, yeah.
Perfect timing, Elizabeth.
Yeah. This is going to be the weirdest trial out.
Yeah.
Or I'm just in the stupidest mood.
Oh, well, at least we both are together.
Yeah. Friday.
Yes, I told you.
So in
it's gonna go
layman's
off the rails.
terms, no significant findings there?
There's nothing foreign to Jennifer Dazey.
Thank you. So then you also looked at items 7 and 8.
Yes.
These were blood stains from the dining room and from the hallway, is that correct?
That's what they're labeled as, yes.
What were your findings on those specimens?
For item 7, screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from dining room, and the DNA profile developed matched the known DNA profile of Jennifer Dazey, and the probability of finding this profile in a population of.
So that item 7 was the sample from the dining room. So that was the victims.
Unrelated individuals
I wondered where this
chosen
all
at
happened.
random would be less than 1 out of 310 octillion.
It happened in her bedroom, but there was a blood stain in the dining room, in the hallway, and in the bathroom. And this one that she just said, item 7, was tested, came up for the decedent, and that was found in the dining room. So it had been transferred there somehow.
Okay, because there's a tail.
Yeah, cat. Yes,
because I thought it was in the bedroom, but then I thought maybe he moved her to the bedroom, and
no, it's been dripped somehow.
Yes, Elizabeth, good, perfect.
Yeah,
here. I can't even read it. And Gabby, you may be right. Oh, Jody's gone. Don't do that. This is the witchy bit.
Absolutely. It's yes, the bewitching hour.
So it's safe to say that the blood belonged to Jennifer Dazey.
Unless she has an identical twin.
And that would be the same for for number 8, 7 and 8 both.
Yes, screening also indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from hallway floor, and the DNA profile developed matched the known of Jennifer Dazey with the same statistic.
Okay, item number 9 was a swab from the bathroom sink. What were your findings on that?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from bathroom sink. The DNA profile developed indicated a mixture of 2 individuals.
Nope.
And due to the mixture complexity, no further interpretations can be made.
Could you explain a little bit about what the mixture and complexity mean as it pertains to DNA?
Yes. So when I said you get half your DNA from your mother and half your DNA from your father. So you have 1 or 2 alleles at each location. When you have multiple people, you will see 3 or 4 alleles at each location. When there is not enough difference in the contributors, so if they're about equal or if there's a very low amount, you'll be able to see that you have multiple people, but you won't be able to separate the 2 profiles out.
So in other words, there was DNA there, there was just a mix and you couldn't pull out any individual people, right?
Correct.
Okay, let's look at item number 10, the hatchet. What were your findings on that?
Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on 2 stains on the blade and head of the hatchet. But screening indicated the presence of blood on 3 areas on the handle of the hatchet.
Did you do that screening for blood or did someone else?
I did.
Oh, when you handled the hatchet, what condition was it in?
Condition?
It was.
Did it appear to have been cleaned or scrubbed or washed?
Not that was obvious, no.
Were there, cakes of mud or dirt or anything on it?
Not that I recall.
Did you find blood on the handle?
Yes.
What were your determinations on that?
Well, I took 1 sample at this time from one of the areas, and the DNA factors detected were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
And again, meaning to lay people?
There's some DNA on there, but there's not enough to determine a profile that is strong enough for comparison.
Okay. Item number 11, you took sample from the bathtub drain. What was your findings there?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from bathroom tub drain. The DNA profile developed indicated a mixture of 2 individuals. The profile of the major contributor was consistent with the known DNA profile of Tyler Dazey. The probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 130 septillion. The additional factors present were insufficient to determine the profile of the minor contributor.
Did you find evidence of blood in the sample that you took from the bathtub drain?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on those swabs, yes.
Was there any testing done to determine whether that was human, animal, or other type of blood?
No, the only thing I did at this time was the DNA testing after that.
Okay, so the DNA testing that you did, you found DNA, but that didn't necessarily come from the blood, did it?
Jody.
It's possible it came from another.
Elizabeth, do you have, so Jody's stream is running and my stream is running. So some of those chats are coming on my stream and some of them, and then you're on Jody's stream. So they're not going to come together in Jody's chat. They'll come, Jody and I can see all of them, but
yeah,
it's because we have both our streams going at the same time. So
yeah,
that may be why.
Simultaneously.
Yeah, and make sure that you have live chat showing and not just top chat too, because sometimes that makes a difference. But yeah, that's why you're probably not seeing. There's no witchy going on in your phone. I don't think. I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
I can't guarantee it.
We're getting tricky with the IT stuff. I'm glad someone gets this. I don't even get me.
For sure, yes.
So if someone took a shower and shed skin or hair or any other things that could give up.
Gabby just popped over in your chat from my chat. So poof, there she is, Elizabeth.
You were doing that yesterday. I'm like, green,
was.
blue, green, blue.
I had them both up on my computer, so I just kept
Yeah.
talking back and forth.
I think that's what Spry was doing too.
Well, I've got you running here too. I'm just
Oh.
trying to not confuse the,
Yep.
we're good.
Anymore.
Yes.
Oh. Good one. I like the work.
DNA as well, is that right?
Yes.
Well, Carmen,
How
that's
does
true.
DNA degrade?
So with cleaning products, again, for example, in our lab, we use either alcohol or bleach, a 10% bleach solution to clean between cases and clean our racks and stuff that we put samples in. So that would degrade UV light. So that any other cleaning products and sometimes time, heat, they can all degrade DNA.
If a person had taken a shower recently, would you think
I gave you plenty of time and no one, so thank you, Carmen. Someone, how do they clean DNA off their rack?
I
Thank
was
you very
thinking
much.
it. I was just trying to be, I was trying to be
Yeah.
a little adult.
You make yourself out so innocent, don't you? I was thinking it.
I was thinking it. But Carmen, that's
Yeah.
it's what you
Oh,
like.
Carmen. We were saying this morning, Gabby, we have to change it from hold my Crocs to hold my wrench.
there'd be a better probability of finding DNA as opposed to someone who took a shower a week before in that same tub?
Yes.
All right, let's look at number 12 and 13. We might as well do them together. Those are blood spatters. What were your findings on those?
They were on the wall.
So for number 12 and 13, screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from jewelry box and bedroom wall. The DNA profiles developed matched the known DNA profile of Jennifer Dazey, and the probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 310 octillion.
So when you get those samples, there may be DNA in a house, for instance, on the wall of someone, right?
That's possible, yes.
And if you have blood on there and you take that sample, is the likelihood of the DNA being in the blood higher than the DNA that would just be pre-existing on the wall before the blood was there?
Yes.
So it would be very unlikely to take a sample of blood and find that the primary contributor was the person whose DNA was on the wall to begin with, if that makes sense.
Yes, I think it would be more likely in this for blood on a wall when you take a sample for the DNA profile, especially a single source, to be from the blood as opposed to background DNA that's on the wall.
So the blood would be the primary one, as you've been talking about, right?
Yes.
And there may be other DNA mixed in, but it's going to be minimal.
In most circumstances, yes.
All right, let's look at Exhibit 38. Yes. May I publish Exhibit 38 here?
Yes.
And again, on this one, we've got 4 items listed. Did you test
I'm not
all
having
4
a
of those?
I did.
And this was a follow-up testing?
Yes.
You did later. Why did you do a follow-up testing?
I spoke with somebody from the Butte Police Department and they requested additional testing.
Okay, so let's look at 3 and 4. What were those?
3, the screening did not indicate the presence of blood on the right hand fingernail clippings from Tyler Dazey, and the DNA factors detected from swabs of the right hand fingernail clippings from Tyler Dazey were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
That would not be uncommon, would it?
No.
In taking fingernail clippings?
That's not uncommon, no.
How about item number 10?
The screening indicated the presence of blood on 2 areas of the handle of the hatchet. No DNA profile was developed from swabs of the area on the SOG side of the hatchet handle. The DNA profile developed from swabs of the area under the S on the hatchet handle indicated a mixture of 2 individuals. The profile of the major contributor was consistent with the known DNA profile of Jennifer Dazey. The probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 2.5 octillion.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And you was to mark exhibit 14.
I'll just say buckle up. It's Carmen's Friday for once too.
Is that the same
Everybody's been
hatchet that
warned.
you examined?
Yes, it is.
Can you see your marks on there?
Yes, I can.
Could you show the jury where you did the testing on there?
On this side, under the blade side on the handle, is where you can see I've circled it, and I have 10.1 listed. 10.2 is adjacent to that on the adjacent side of the handle. And then 10.3 is a small stain here under where it says the SOG here on the towards the bottom half of the handle. And that's where I circled and tested that area.
So when you say under the S, that means below it on the handle, not actually under it.
Correct.
So your findings on 2 of those did not show any DNA, or you couldn't get a profile, is that right? Or am I misreading that?
Yes. So in 10.1, the DNA factors detected were 2 weak. 10.2, I did not develop a profile. And so yeah, if that answers your question.
Yes. And 10.3 is where you did develop that profile.
Correct.
And again, that was Jennifer Dazey?
The major contributor, yes.
Yes.
Oh.
And you had another
There you go.
individual there, but that was...
There you go, folks. Had her DNA on it.
That was on the hatchet.
Yeah, blood
Sorry.
DNA.
My daughter-in-law is she's getting Madison's newborn pictures taken. So she keeps sending me baby pictures. So I got a little distracted.
That's all right. You can't post them up, can you?
I can't. Not they're on my phone. I'd have to. And I don't know that she would want me to.
Okay. No worries. Yeah.
But yeah, she's sound asleep. They just keep moving her.
Right?
Right. There is one additional factor present that was insufficient to determine the profile of the minor contributor.
Did you take swabs of the blade of that hatchet at some point?
Yes.
What did you find from that?
Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on the blade of the hatchet, and the DNA factors detected from swabs of the blade of the hatchet were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
Could that be that there may have been blood on there which had been scrubbed or wiped away and left some DNA, but not enough to make a profile?
Yep.
That's possible.
Did you find any actual blood on that weapon when you tested it?
The 3 areas that screen positive for the presence of blood.
But that wasn't visible to the naked eye, was it?
No, they were small and dilute stains.
Yeah, so you had to test for that just to pull it out of there? Would it be safe to say that this weapon had been cleaned of blood at some point, leaving only that little bit of residue behind?
That's outside my area of expertise.
Fair enough.
Would it be fair to say this took a shower with somebody?
You think?
Would that be fair to say?
I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination.
All right, Mr. Hoover.
I've got it.
It might have a different meaning, Carmen. She will educate you. Mr. Hoover.
Today, Junior.
Yeah. Mr. Hoover, where are you?
Wasn't he on Play School?
37?
Yes.
Oh,
Now,
on Sesame Street.
And
Yes,
Was he on Sesame Street?
something like that.
Yeah. I don't know what that means in
you just testified about that in some detail, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about a few of these things. One of the things I want to ask you about is sources of DNA.
Iowa, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, Iowa. I think around like the Dubuque area. So
that's right.
I looked yesterday.
Dubuque,
it's about 60,
Iowa.
Yeah, 60,000 population. So not huge.
Mm-hmm.
Blood is
That's what
one
she
source
said.
of
I
DNA,
know.
isn't it?
Yes.
What other sources
Means
of DNA
nothing
are
to me.
Saliva, skin cells, seminal fluid.
Okay.
It's one that you really have to concentrate on, and we did day one yesterday, Elizabeth, and yeah, you really need to go back and see the evolution, so to speak, from there to now to get it.
And there's he also unalived the dog too.
Yeah.
In it. So yeah.
Just be warned.
Yeah, day one was rough.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why we're so silly today. I'm all jacked up, Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
We excrete DNA pretty much all the time, don't we?
Chicken head.
I'm not sure what you mean by excrete.
Well, for example, there's even some small amount of DNA in the moisture in my breath, isn't there?
Yes, that would be from the skin cells inside your mouth.
And when I touch something, if I'm the type of person who leaves DNA, I would leave DNA on pretty much anything and everything.
Everybody leaves DNA, dickhead.
And the longer I'm in an area, for example, if we're talking about my bedroom, or we're talking about an item that I handle on a regular basis, like a jewelry box,
Gabby,
I could leave a lot of DNA on those items, couldn't I?
You could.
If I've been living in a location for a number of years, those skin cells can actually accumulate, can't they?
Yes.
And I understand there's some degradation, but depending on the level of cleaning and what's used to clean. And we can clean with some things and it doesn't really affect the DNA, isn't that right?
Yes.
She's like, I'm not going to tell you what to clean with, then I'll never have good DNA samples.
Bleach.
Now,
I mean, yeah.
let's talk about a few of the items up here. I understand that initially you did not test items 2, 3, and 4. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so we'll talk about those when we get over to State's Exhibit 38. The first thing I want to talk about is item number 7. Now, this is reported as being a swab from a possible blood stain in the dining room.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe we heard, well, I believe on direct examination, you testified that you were able to develop a DNA profile from that?
Yes.
And that the swab tested positive for blood. Is that right?
Screening indicated the presence of blood, yes.
And I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly. Did you say that that was Jennifer Dazey's blood?
Yes.
I did not.
Yes, you did. You did.
If you did say that, that's actually more than you can say, isn't it?
Yes.
She did say that. That's what I said to you all. That was the one
that was
she
on the
put
half day.
out. Yeah, no, the one from the dining room.
Oh, yes. Sorry. I'm distracted.
She did say yes.
Yeah, because you stopped and said it was in the dining room.
Yes.
You wouldn't make that up.
What the?
You can't say that that's Jennifer Dazey's blood, can you?
No, I can only say that the profile developed from that swab matches her.
Oh, maybe
Okay.
that's what she said.
And that's for a couple of different reasons. Number
Like
one,
octillion. Yeah.
did you test item 7 to determine if it was human or animal blood?
I did not do that test, no.
Were you aware that there was animal blood in the area?
Yes.
Okay. But you didn't test to determine whether or not the blood stain in item 7 was human or animal blood.
Correct, I did not.
And as I understand it, when you swab an area, especially if it's wet, for example, if I touch a table and I walk away, but if I get that wet with something,
I think it should be called depuke.
I don't know where this
and I
guy's going.
swab it then,
Oh,
doesn't that
no.
actually?
I know.
I mean, touch DNA is a thing, and I think it needs to be explored more. But this guy lives in the house, so
I get scared every time they mention Tyler and touch DNA, though. Oh.
Oh, wet swab.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
At least they didn't
Actually
say moist.
increase the number of
Yeah.
skin cells and stuff that I'm going to pull off of that item that I'm swabbing? Potentially, if there's skin cells there.
Okay.
If there's DNA, touch DNA on that item, and I then moisten it a little bit, and then I swab it, I'm going to get the moisture, but I'm also.
Touche. Mm-mm. 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 Mm.
Carmen's like, Carmen. She's over there gagging. I can hear her. I can hear her gagging now. Gabby.
Also going to get the touch DNA, aren't I?
You could potentially, if there's some there, yes.
Can we stop talking about touch DNA
And
now?
the fact that it's moist might actually increase the likelihood that I get that touch DNA, doesn't it?
Yes, Elizabeth. Yes, yes, yes.
Yes.
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Nobody is, ma'am.
They took the how to ask
Well, let me
stupid
ask you
questions
this.
course.
Do you know if the DNA profile that you detected, and I understand it was Jennifer Dazey's DNA to the 310 octillion or something like that.
Yeah.
Is that right?
The statistic, yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not that DNA came from the blood, or did it come from skin cells or touch DNA that was located in that same area that was swabbed?
That cannot be determined.
And the likelihood of whether or not it came from one or the other would depend on whether or not that was animal or human blood to some extent, wouldn't it?
Technically, yes.
Because if it was animal blood, you're not getting human DNA from it, right?
Correct.
It would also depend to some extent on how much exposure to her DNA that location on the floor had had, wouldn't it?
Technically, yes.
When you get a technically yes,
All right.
she's just
And
giving
that's
it to you.
essentially why you're not able to tell us whether or not item 7, even though it tested positive for blood, you're not able to tell us whether or not that was Jennifer Dazey's blood.
Correct.
Are you?
I cannot say that, correct.
Okay.
Right.
Is it fair to say that you would expect to find touch DNA and, well, essentially touch DNA or skin cell DNA from other DNA sources for someone where they live.
In some areas more than others, but yes, in the areas that they live.
Okay. Well, let's talk about some of these. Number 8 is a swab from a possible bloodstain in a hallway. Did you screen to see, well, let me ask you this. Did you screen to determine whether blood was present?
Yes.
Okay. Did you screen to determine whether it was human or animal blood?
I did not.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that DNA profile came from the blood, or could it have come from other touch DNA located on the swab?
I cannot say with any certainty that it came.
Oh my God.
With any,
Really?
I cannot say
That's
for
his
sure
argument.
whether it came from the blood.
So what he's trying to say is that she's taken the swab, it's tested positive for blood, but when they've picked up the swab sample from the floor, there could have been skin cells in that or on the floor under the blood, and she can't differentiate between the two, whether it's touch DNA or DNA from the blood. That's what he's getting at.
Yep. It's weak.
Yeah. That happens with every sample taken.
Yeah. And
every single sample.
Yes. I don't know. I mean, when you got nothing, you got nothing. And
Yeah.
anything.
Let me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
Yes, please, because we haven't got to the WitchCraft yet.
No.
We have not. But can we get there?
How long have we got with this witness? Oh God.
I mean, he's asking horrible questions.
Oh, I know. And look at her face. She's like, really?
Heck, yes. Like, this is stupid.
Yeah.
You don't ever hear the word swab again? Well, now you know how I feel. And you guys keep
But
dropping
no.
units.
And it would not be unusual to find Jennifer Dazey's DNA
because she lives there
on the hallway floor right
so does he.
outside her bedroom in a house where she's lived for several years, would it?
This woman
On
is-
a general floor in a house, I would not necessarily expect to find
Carmen.
that a large amount of DNA. So is it possible? Yes.
Did you find a large amount of DNA?
Whose chat is it? I think it's RA's chat. One of their mods says, leave your touch DNA on the like button. It's very clever.
Do you see her next comment? She made herself gag.
I'd have to refer to my notes to see what the estimate of that was.
Okay. Let's talk about item 9, which is the swab from a possible blood stain in the bathroom sink.
Oh, let's not.
Did you screen that swab for blood?
Yes.
And was there blood present?
Screening indicated the presence of blood, yes.
Did you test to see whether or not that was human or animal blood?
I did not.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile?
Hey, Kim. Good
There
to
was
see you.
DNA factors detected, yes.
OG.
Okay.
OG of OG.
Were you able to develop a profile?
Oh, you got your other. I gotta be careful how I say this.
I'm not
Kim.
sure what you mean by
Have your other
develop
kitty
a
up there.
profile.
You changed her cat picture.
Let me see.
So she has a different kitty up there.
No.
Little Kit Kat. But I know this chat, and I had to be careful how I said that.
Oh, we've passed the 2-hour mark.
Carmen.
I said nothing.
Were you able to determine whose DNA it was?
No, I was not able to determine whose DNA it was.
All right.
Kitty.
Yeah.
Sorry, they have our computers on a timer.
They should have you on a timer, sir.
Yeah.
Like, ding, done. Bye.
With regards to we'll skip item 10 because
Yay.
for the moment, with regards to item 11, that's the swab from around the bathtub drain. And I think you testified about that. It's on direct examination.
Yes,
Okay. You would expect to find a lot of different sources of DNA in a bathtub drain, wouldn't you?
there are potentially a lot of sources, yes.
Okay. Now, this was swabbed. You didn't actually see the drain. You just saw the swab from the drain, right?
Correct, I saw only the swab.
Okay. Did you screen the swab for blood?
Yes,
Okay. Did the screening test positive for blood?
the screening indicated the presence of blood, yes.
Did you test whether or not that was human or animal blood?
I did not.
And I
He said
apologize
swab
because,
one
I mean,
more
obviously
time.
you know what my next question is on each of these, but we still need to go slow so that she can take it all down. We can't talk at the same time.
No, I can't say it was
Jennifer's
Jennifer's blood.
Yes,
And whose DNA profile were you able to develop?
there was a mixture of DNA on this, and the profile of the major contributor was consistent with the known of Tyler Dazey.
Now, are you able to say that that's Tyler Dazey's blood?
No, I am not.
No, we know.
And that's because the DNA profile could have come from, well, skin cell DNA or hair DNA or any of the other sources of DNA that you would find in a bathtub drain.
Potentially, yes.
The
Are we
jury
all
has to
happy
be
if we-
bored.
Can we
He's
just
not-
fast forward?
Yes, fine. He's not
And you would expect to
not done
find
anything.
somebody's.
No,
I cannot say that.
it's just gone over exactly the same stuff.
Over and over and over. It's like he
Spot
sat
for
on the
us to break for
toilet.
lunch. Remember the admonition I've given you before? Report back to the jury room. We'll try to start up again around
Yes,
1:20.
Elizabeth, I agree.
Then they take a lunch break, and
You guys look for the booger. We
and
had
there's
a,
no fan. No fan.
we had Booger Gate. Booger. I don't know if I say it right. Because it
Booger.
Booger. We had Booger Gate in one of the trials because it kept showing the ceiling tiles. So anytime we see the ceiling, we're still looking for it. We haven't found it yet. And I don't remember. I am sure that Gabby or Carmen, somebody will remember why we thought there was one up there in the first place, but I don't remember why.
Okay, do we have a witness for the state?
Yes, Your Honor, we would call Kurt Rosenthal.
Yes, Kim. It happened in the dang it. I can see
Do
their
you
faces.
swear or affirm
The
that
two
the
parents
testimony
that were
given
accused
this
of
matter will be the
unaliving their
truth, the whole
2-week-old
truth,
baby.
Oh, really?
The McNabb Bell trial.
No, I didn't see it.
Oh, it's horrible. She got they were both found guilty, and then they
Oh.
overturned her. They overturned her convictions. She's out, and I think he's probably has life because that guy was brain deep in his nose. Okay, yes, the Bell cases. Yeah. I think the cameraman caught somebody picking his nose.
I didn't see that one either, Kim.
It's older, like it's one of the older ones that I did, but they were on trial together, and so you would have the state, and then both attorneys would cross-examine the witnesses, but yeah, the dad was really the one that they thought probably did it, but there was meth involved and drugs and but yeah, 2 weeks old and horrible death. They found her like stuffed in a bag, buried in the woods or so. It's disgusting. Yeah, no. Tampon Gate is real. It's real. We haven't found it yet. We're still looking.
Right.
Nothing but the truth.
That was in a Wolf trial, so Judge Wolf. It was bad. It was bad.
State your name and spell it for the record, please.
It was horrible. It was
K-U-R-T,
bad case.
Rosenthal,
Bad.
Rosenthal.
Mr. Nelson?
Thank you, Your Honor. What is your current employment?
The City of Dubuque Police Department.
How long have you been so employed?
I will have 22 years on this September.
Why does
What
he
are your
look so
present
shocked and
duties?
surprised?
I am an investigator with the Criminal Investigation Division.
How long have you been?
Shock and horror.
I mean, he just look at his face. He's like, I'm an officer, I think, with the Dubuque Police Department. That's what they told me to say when I got up here today.
You need some Botox.
There?
I'll be back there for 5 years come this September.
Do you have any special training and qualifications required to do your job?
I've been through multiple trainings over my career specific to CID. I've been to crime scene schools, interview and interrogation, homicide school, and countless others.
Do you have certain trainings and certifications that are required as part of your employment?
Yes, sir.
Are you up to date on all of that?
I am.
On January 18th of this year, were you called to 1605 Avoca Street?
Yes, sir.
What was the nature of that call?
Shortly after 8:50 in the morning, we were alerted of a suspicious death call at 1605 Avoca.
Yeah, and I have to put that one up.
This trial that she's talking about was in Judge Wolf's courtroom. A lady accused her husband's best friend of SA, but she said that she had a tampon in because she had just went through a miscarriage. You don't put those in when you're going through that.
No.
And then she said she had it in before noon the day before. I'm like, that doesn't happen either. She never removed it for over 24 hours.
Syndrome.
Yes, but they never found it.
Oh.
They never found it. So.
Wasn't in there.
It wasn't in there. She wasn't real truthful. She was kind of vengeful. But yeah. And there goes the credibility. It's been gone. It left. Am I back down to like $9.97 again?
I was starting from scratch.
Oh, Carmen.
We gathered up in the office. At that point in time, we were advised that the decedent was Jennifer Dazey, and it appeared that it was a homicide.
Did you respond to that alone, or did you go with somebody?
No, at 9:03 that morning, Corporal Hoff and I got in a car together and traveled up to Avoca, arrived on scene about 9:10.
When you arrived at the scene, what did you do?
As soon as we got on scene, we were advised that the initial person who found Miss Dazey had encountered her son, Tyler Dazey, inside the residence, and we believed that he was still inside. So at that time, I went to the south side of the residence as part of the perimeter.
Were there other officers also securing the perimeter?
Yes, so there was multiple officers on scene.
What do you do when you take the perimeter?
We're just covering points of exit, make sure somebody doesn't run out the back door or jump out a window.
You're also looking so nobody goes in while officers are clearing?
Absolutely.
Do you also check for signs of forced entry?
Yes, but based on where I was located, that really wasn't a duty of mine.
Duty. My brain is done.
At some point, did you learn that the house was cleared and someone was in custody?
Yes, I heard radio traffic from one of the patrol officers inside that they had one in custody.
What did you do at that point?
At that point
Get the freaking wand out already.
in time, I circled around to the front of the residence, and at the front door, I came in contact with my captain, Captain Style. He had already been inside, kind of briefed me on the injuries that he observed and noted that Tyler Dazey was in fact the person they had in custody. At that point in time, we kind of decided who was going to do what moving forward. And I was tasked with trying to interview Mr. Dazey at the law enforcement center. And then Corporal Stair was going outside to get a Tyvek suit so that we could dress Mr. Dazey. And that's when I entered the residence.
What did you observe when you entered the residence?
I walked through the living room and to the north portion of the house where the 2 bedrooms were. As I got in that area to my left in the west bedroom, I saw Officer Slight down on a knee, and he had secured Mr. Dazey, who was face down on the ground and was naked. Corporal Leck was also in that room. At that time, another officer on scene directed me back to the living room to point out Echo, the dog, dead on the couch. I then returned back to the area of the bedrooms. I peered into the east bedroom and I could see that Miss Dazey was clearly deceased in her bed. I took a few steps into that room. I was only in the room for maybe 15 seconds, but I was able to note the severe lacerations to her head and face. There was pooling of blood near her right side of her neck, and I could also see that she had a couple fingers severed on her left hand. I backed out, and then I went back into the west bedroom where Mr. Dazey was being secured.
Did you observe a toolbox in that bedroom?
I did. Inside of that bedroom, there was a large black and blue toolbox on wheels like a mechanic would have in their shop.
At some point along the way, this is much later than being at the house, we'll come back here, but did you have any involvement in tracking Kylie Frey's movements around on January 17th and January 18th?
I did later in the investigation.
How did you go about doing that, and what was the purpose?
I don't know if anybody spoke of this yet, but I think we have over 1,000 traffic cameras within the city of Dubuque. Pretty much every main intersection in town is covered. The downtown area, there's pretty much every single corner is covered. So I utilized traffic camera footage to track her movements throughout the 17th and the early hours of the 18th. At the time, Kylie was residing in the 2400 block of Jackson. There is a bank of cameras right at 24th and Jackson. So I started reviewing those from the morning of the 17th, and I was able to track her movements all the way until she comes to the scene on Avoca after police were already on scene.
Why were you tracking her movements via those cameras?
As part of any investigation, especially in a homicide, not only are we looking for evidence to identify possible suspects, we're also trying to exclude potential suspects. So in this case, we're just following up on her statement she gave to other officers about her whereabouts.
So when you start an investigation, it's kind of a broad net you throw out. You don't get a narrow focus. And
that'll learn me.
She's just like putting messages up there, but she wasn't reading it.
I read the last line and it looked like it was okay, so I put it up.
I'm just watching you just
yeah,
and I just sit there. So I guess this guy's eliminating the sister as the other. I think he sees where the defense is trying to go and eliminating the sister as the other possible perpetrator.
The other weird one.
She's still weird.
I wanted to say Nick, the other brother.
Yeah, and where's the dad? Like, is the never mentioned no mention of the dad being around at all?
Did they say she had a boyfriend called Ron at some point, or was that Christy? I think it might have been Christy, actually. Yeah. No, I don't think the father was on the scene.
In the picture. Yeah. Okay.
Pick a couple people and only investigate them.
No, even in this case, day one, we arrest our suspect, but that doesn't end the work. There could be other people that were potentially involved. New information could come in, so we want to get on that early, try to figure out who is all involved in this family, friends of Jennifer, see what they had going on in the days leading up.
Do you know if Nick Frey was also tracked on cameras?
Yes, I believe that was tasked with Investigator Hoff.
And that's a common thing to do on any investigation, is that right?
It is.
Nick Hoff.
After doing all of that, well, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with a Life 360 application for phones?
I have a general idea of what it is.
I
Were
know
you
what that is.
provided with data on that
have it.
from Kylie Frey?
Yes, Lieutenant Crable on January 19th had met with Kylie, and she provided her Life 360 data from her phone to Crable.
Did you end up with that data?
I did. After I had tracked Kylie over those 2 days on traffic cameras, then I reviewed the Life 360. I didn't look at that prior to. I wanted to have a clean slate, so I didn't miss anything when I was reviewing it. And those two, when I looked at them side by side, mirrored one another.
Get you in trouble.
By the way, how
Or save
long
ya.
did it take you to review all those
Yeah.
traffic cameras and track her on those days?
Well,
For you?
I first pick her up on the morning of the 17th, leaving her residence about 9:25. And then I watch her until just short of 11 a.m. the next day. I have her at home throughout the night, Wednesday night into Thursday. I watched that camera throughout the entire night. So it took me hours to watch that 26 hours of footage.
That's why his eyes are like that.
Did you at some point
It took me-
compare the
It
data
took me
from that
hours
Life
to watch
360
26 hours of
to
footage.
How long did it take you?
About 30 minutes. Okay.
what you found in your review of traffic cameras
Yes, I noted they mirrored one another.
in all respects?
Sorry.
That was in all respects?
Yes, the Life 360, the first data, the oldest data that was provided to Crable was Wednesday afternoon around the 3:30 hour. So obviously I had more details as far as her movements. I had her from early that morning.
So you didn't see anybody leave the residence all night, the night of the 17th into the 18th?
No, she gets dropped off. She works at the Village Inn on JFK. She gets dropped off by a coworker right about 10.
Driving Miss Daisy.
I keep thinking that same every time they say her. I've just been like trying to be quiet.
She just got dropped off.
And yes, Elizabeth, that is probably why his hair and eyebrows look like that.
Yes.
All this footage, like, whoa, I gotta watch for the car.
30, they stop right in the middle of the street in a white.
Oh, do you go on?
When it first came out, it wasn't very accurate, and sometimes it still isn't. So I worked in a pharmacy, so we would go in a couple of hours early to get started on what came in while we weren't there overnight. And it was me, and I worked with 2 male coworkers. So I get there one day and we're working, and my husband texts me and he says, "Where are you?" I'm like, "I'm at work." He sends me a screenshot, and my Life 360 is like your profile picture is like this little circle thing that on YouTube. At that time, it was just my face smiling. And he sends me a screenshot, and it has me in a house. I don't like way down the street from where I'm actually at. And if you pulled up the house, it looked like I was in some person's bedroom. So he's like, "You're smiling." So I have my smiley face on in a bedroom. I'm like, I am at work. I am at work. Do I need to take a picture of I am at work? So yeah, Life 360 tried to get me in trouble. Yeah. And it does say
they've fixed it now.
Oh, it's accurate. It's pretty accurate now, but yeah, at the time, I'm like, I swear I'm at work. That's like showing me a mile away from where I actually am. Why I'm in that person's house, I don't know. Yes, going 100. Yes. It does make you go, "Where are you?" It says you're here, and you're saying you're here. But it's better. It's better. But yes, he's never forgotten that. He's always like, "Remember that one time your face was smiling in the bedroom of somebody's house?" When you said you were at work. Yeah, well. It's
Nissan
not
SUV.
100%.
I can see Kylie get out of the passenger seat and then walk to her residence. I watched the entirety of that night on Jackson Street, and the next time I see her is right before 8 o'clock. She steps outside of her residence, gets in a cab. That cab drives her directly to the Village Inn. She goes back to work. She's there at 8:05.
Okay, Gabby,
And the
we'll
next
allow it.
movements I see from her is when Jennifer's neighbor, Jill Risselman, she picks her up in a green Jeep about 10:52 in the morning, and she drives her direct to the neighborhood on Avoca, showing up there about 11 o'clock.
And did that 360 data match up with that?
Yes, it did.
It showed that she never left her residence the entire night?
Correct. It shows her arriving at home from work on Wednesday evening, being home until I see her get in that cab and leave the next morning.
Now, in terms of possibilities, would it be possible for her to have slipped out the back door and evaded the traffic cameras and left her phone at home?
There's possible, and there's probable. Is it possible? But we have absolutely zero evidence showing that she ever left the residence.
It's possible, it's probable, but we have 0 evidence.
Okay, now at some point in your
Carmen.
investigation, you had contact with Tyler Dazey, is that correct?
Correct. When I entered the bedroom, when I was first on scene while we were waiting someone to bring in a Tyvek suit.
Did you have anything to do with putting on the Tyvek suit? Did you assist?
I did. I zipped it up.
What's the purpose of a Tyvek suit?
In this case, it was to preserve any possible evidence that was contained on Tyler or Mr. Dazey's body, specifically if there was any blood, hairs, or DNA from Jennifer.
And that has little boots that go with it as well?
Correct. It's all one piece.
Did you make any observations about Mr. Dazey at that time?
Your Honor, I'm going to object, knowing where this is going, pursuant to Iowa Rules of Evidence 5.401,
I know where it's going
5.402,
now,
and 5.403.
Okay, the objection's overruled. Go ahead.
Oh,
Ask the
someone
question,
Google
Mr.
what that
Nelson.
is. What is that rule?
I don't
wanna
know.
what that rule is.
I'm sorry. I'm over here just telling Kim, don't answer the question. That's the right answer. Don't answer. Don't answer.
I want to know what the rule they won't allow that evidence in. I wonder. It's got nothing to do with tent poles.
Putting on the
I'll write
Tyvek
it
suit, did you assist?
I did. I
Good
zipped it
answer,
up.
Kim.
What's the purpose of a Tyvek suit?
In this case, it was to preserve any
I'll
possible
pause it.
evidence that was contained on Tyler or Mr. Dazey's body, specifically if there was any blood, hairs, or DNA from Jennifer.
And that has little boots that go with it as well?
Correct. It's all one piece.
I'm still sitting in my dirty
Did
pee
you-
pants.
Make any observations about Mr. Dazey at that time?
Your Honor, I'm going to object, knowing where this is going, pursuant to Iowa Rules of Evidence 5.401, 5.402, and 5.403.
There you go.
What is it?
5.41, 5.42, and 5.43 of the Iowa Code.
But is he
Actually, I thought
saying? I thought he said 5.401.
Let me go back.
And that has little boots that go with it as well?
Correct. It's all one piece.
Did you make any observations about Mr. Dazey at that time?
Your Honor, I'm going to object, knowing where this is going, pursuant to Iowa Rules of Evidence 5.401, 5.402.
Yeah, 5.401.
Okay. That's what I thought he said.
Iowa Rules of Evidence. I wonder if
It's the Iowa
Tyler.
What? I'm sorry.
I wonder if Tyler's feet were all, white and, when your feet have been in the bath too long.
I mean, pruny. They're all pruny.
Yeah.
2 and 5.403.
Okay, the objection's overruled. Go ahead. Ask the question, Mr. Nelson.
Did you make any observations about Mr. Dazey at that time?
Well, the first thing I noted was his erection. But then once we got him onto his feet, he had a blank stare on his face. He was moving slowly, lethargically, but he was following our commands.
Did you have any conversations with Mr. Dazey at that time?
Not really a conversation. I introduced
Settle down.
myself. I told him that he wasn't being placed under arrest, but he was being detained, and that we were going to be transported into the law enforcement center where we would talk to him down there. I asked him if he understood. He didn't respond audibly, but he did nod to me.
Did you end up taking him to the hospital first?
We ended up shifting gears, and eventually Officer Hesselbacher and I would transport him to Mercy.
Why did you decide to take him to the hospital?
Sorry.
No, Carmen has the answer. It's all those rules are for relevance of the evidence and
is
and
it?
prejudice.
No.
So yeah, it's just all about relevancy.
Dumbass codes, yeah, for sure. Mr. Dazey, yeah.
Kim, you missed when the CCs made a bad word in my in my stream, like, and spelled it out fully. It was horrible and hilarious at the same time. I'll just tell you the word begins with an N, and that's all I'm gonna say. But yeah.
Rhymes with bigger.
They even put an apostrophe S at the end of it because yeah. Oh man. It was so bad. But Jody was watching me because they were waiting for the Reed verdict. So she was watching me watching that, and when her reaction is hilarious because I wanted to just die. And
I took a screenshot of it and emailed it to her. I said, because your husband wouldn't believe it if you told him.
Oh my gosh. And then I was nervous the rest of the trial. I'm like, please stop saying this guy's last name. Please stop saying it. One time they called him, his name was Broken Negra.
Yeah.
So they said it broken inward once. And then the next time they got super close was Broken Eggers. And I was like, all right, this has to be over. Stop saying his name. It was so bad. I'm like, I'm going to get deleted because of YouTube's closed captionings. But it was funny.
Based on how he was acting, we were concerned that he may have ingested some kind of substance before police arrival, and we wanted to make sure that his vitals were stable and that he was medically cleared before we took any further steps in the investigation.
Hey, good morning, Adair.
What happened when you got to the hospital?
We entered the ER with Mr. Dazey. Staff directed us to the behavioral health room because it wasn't so much he didn't have any traumatic injuries or anything that needed to be dealt with right away. Hesselbacher took him into that room. I met with staff just to explain to them the purpose of us being in there and what we needed from them.
Was staff familiar with him?
Yes, one of the nurses specifically was familiar with Mr. Dazey.
Was Mr. Dazey examined?
He was by both nurses and the ER doctor.
What was the result of that examination to the extent you know?
They advised me that his vitals were all stable, he was cognizant, and that they would be clearing him medically.
Okay, so while you were at the hospital, was there any decisions made regarding search warrants?
There was. Prior to us ever leaving Avoca, we knew that we would be applying at this time for at least 2 search warrants, one for the house on Avoca and one for Tyler Dazey's person to collect any potential evidence. I contacted Captain Style, my captain, and then Hoff, who was working on the search warrant applications, to see what we specifically wanted to apply for, what we wanted to gather. And it was at that time we decided we wanted to collect specimens of his urine and his blood to go along with other items.
Did you stay at the hospital pending that warrant?
Yes, I advised hospital staff that we were going to hang tight there because we can't draw blood. We need the techs up there to do that. So we just stayed up there awaiting approval for the search warrant from the judge.
Was the warrant approved ultimately?
It was.
While you were waiting for the warrants, did you have any conversations with Mr. Dazey?
I did, and it was specific to the search warrant. Both Hoff and I assumed that Mr. Dazey lived at 1605 Avoca, but I had not confirmed that with him. So after my conversation with Hoff, I walked back into the BH room and I asked Mr. Dazey if he resided on Avoca. He just shrugged his shoulders. I then asked him if he normally stayed at his mom's residence, if that was his normal residence. His response was, "Whose mom?" I then asked him, "Is Jennifer Dazey your mother?" And his response to that question was pretentious.
Did you feel he was just being obstinate with you at that time?
Absolutely.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
And it's leading, sustained.
At some point, did Mr. Dazey indicate he needed to use the bathroom?
Yeah, that was roughly about 25 minutes after we got to the ER. He advised that he needed to urinate. I knew that we were working on getting a search warrant to collect his urine, so I asked him if he could just hold tight. We had some processing to do. That's when he stated to me, "I'm letting go, the keys are yours." I again asked him, "Hang tight for me, we need to collect." That's when I told him, "We're going to collect your urine." He then said, "I got to pee." Again, I urged him to just hold on for a couple minutes. He then leaned back in the sofa that he was seated on, and I could hear him urinating inside the Tyvek suit.
Did he do that more than once?
Multiple times while we were at the hospital.
Did at one point you tell him that he could have held it?
I did. I was a little disturbed that a grown man wouldn't hold his urine for a couple.
Put a plug in it.
He was holding it all right. He had to fill that hazmat suit that they put him in. It either came out all over the floor or it filled that thing up.
Yeah. You should have watched yesterday's. Oh, how did they collect the sample? Oh, they cut the toe out of the suit.
I missed that part.
No, I just made it up.
Oh, okay, good.
Couple minutes, and his answer to that was, "Wars are meant to be fought."
Oh.
Ugh. Well, now that everybody's grossed out, I hope you had breakfast already.
Yeah.
Did you try to collect a sample at one point when he was urinating?
Yes, approximately an hour later, we had already secured the search warrant. I had advised Mercy staff that we were ready to do the collection. They were outside our room, just getting their gear ready to go. I walked back in the room. Mr. Dazey advised that he had to urinate again. At this point in time, he had crawled down on the floor, asked if I could help him up. I helped him up off the floor. I told him, "Hey, you don't have to pee in your suit this time." Staff
Slishing and sloshing around in that.
What? Crawling around in it. Oh my gosh.
Oh. Now I'm really interested to see the psych evaluations that he had done.
Yes.
They have deemed him competent multiple times.
Yep. Ew. Sorry you haven't had you haven't had breakfast, Elizabeth. Ew, Regina.
Minus the dishwashing liquid.
Hello, Sarah. You came back at a perfect time, Sarah. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Sarah, they're talking about the multiple times he peed while he was in the hazmat suit and then crawled around on the floor in it.
Yeah.
And then he's talking now about how he tried to collect the sample while he was
He said, "I need to pee again." And this detective said, "Oh, look, you don't have to pee in your suit this time." And that's where we stopped.
Here's a cup. Here, aim. Yeah. Like, it's over here. What is happening? That's his wand. That's where the wand is, Jody.
Yeah, that's not magic, let me tell you. It's a kind of magic.
Staff's gonna walk in any minute. We'll have you urinate into a cup.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm still sitting in my dirty pee pants.
Within seconds, staff walks in, and as they walk through the front door, or walk into the door of the room, I hear him urinating in his suit again. I scramble to try to unzip his suit and ask one of the nurses to bring over a collection cup. By the time that happens, we got just a very small sample.
Did you have another effort at collecting a sample?
Yeah, approximately 40 minutes later, Skrupski and I had, Officer Skrupski and I had transported Mr. Dazey from Mercy back down to the law enforcement center. I was at my desk. Skrupski was in the interview room with Dazey, just awaiting me to get prepared to come in and start interviewing him. Skrupski told me that he had to urinate again, so I asked Skrupski to escort Mr. Dazey to the bathroom, and I had a collection cup with me. We met in there. Again, I had unzipped his Tyvek suit to expose him. At that point in time, he thought that he felt as though he needed to urinate, but he didn't know if he could and thought it might be a couple seconds. He then stated, "I'm not trying to dick you around." I told him, "Hey, we got time. We'll just sit here. Let me know when you need to go." Within a matter of seconds, he said, "Quantum entanglement, brother." And he started urinating. I was only a step away with the cup. I was able to reach into his stream and got a proper sample.
I hope he wore a hazmat suit to collect
What
it.
was his demeanor at that time?
Completely cognizant, like he's telling me, "Hey, I'm not trying to mess with you here. I got to pee, but it's going to take me a second." He was, in my opinion, completely aware of what was happening.
Me too, Elizabeth. Me too.
At some point, did you observe and photograph Mr. Dazey?
Yes, as part of the search warrant execution, which we did after the interview,
It's Friday.
a part of that we took photos. I took photos of his person. During that time, I noted some abrasions on the back side of his right hand, 2 on his index finger, 1 on this middle knuckle, and 1 on this knuckle, and then a 3rd abrasion to his ring finger, middle knuckle.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ew. I hope he got a bonus pay. Would you have lots and lots of questions?
Yes, I do. I took that photo.
I would move to have Exhibit 41.
I've got a
admitted.
photo.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I'm going to object pursuant to 5.403. I think that photograph is just flat out inappropriate.
Is what?
Just flat out inappropriate.
Let me view it, please.
It must be of his penis.
Permission to approach?
Whoop.
Yes.
Whoop. It's a D-pic. I guarantee it.
Swipe right, swipe right.
You've been warned. I don't think they'll show it, but they have shown a lot of things. No, Kim, no. He's like, "Hey, that's bigger than mine. I don't want to show this picture, but it's smaller than mine, so I have to show it." They're all talking about it. They're like, all right, well.
They're all comparing sizes. Is it bigger than yours?
Yes. He's like,
Okay, State's Exhibit 41 is admitted.
Oh, he admits it. Permission to publish?
Yes. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now I'm in a dilemma.
Okay.
I don't think you're plugged in.
Dilemma.
Oh, you're not plugged in, sir. You are not plugged in. Oh, everybody's like, look at that guy's face.
No more than my index finger.
Were you able to identify the person that you took the photo of?
I like where the cursor is.
Yes, that is a photo of Mr. Tyler Dazey.
And you positively identified him as such?
Correct.
And is he the same Tyler Dazey that is the defendant in this case before the court today?
Yes, he is.
Phew.
Now, you can take that down.
Thank you.
Did you interview Mr. Dazey at the law enforcement center?
Yes. Corporal Gorell and I interviewed him at 12:01 p.m. that afternoon in a recorded interview room in our CID offices.
Did you ask him about his sleep from the day before, the night before?
I did. That is a question that I regularly ask most people that I interview, just their normal sleep patterns. And I asked Mr. Dazey specifically how much sleep he had gotten the night before. He advised that he didn't get much sleep, upwards to maybe an hour at the most.
Did you also ask him when he last showered?
I did. I asked him about his bathing habits, and he advised that he used the shower in the main floor bathroom. He advised that he had taken one shower the evening before after he had a workout. He ballparked that to be around 8 p.m. And then he advised he'd taken another shower just prior to police coming into his home that morning. And that is why he was naked.
Did you ask him if he owns a hatchet?
I did. Mr. Dazey acknowledged that he did own a hatchet. He advised me that he kept that hatchet in his toolbox within his bedroom. And he also noted that he had actually observed that hatchet that morning.
Did Mr. Dazey make any statements concerning his discipline and awareness of surroundings?
There were multiple times during the interview where he stressed how disciplined he was and how he was very aware of everything around him and what was happening.
Okay.
Did you ask any questions about the
Disciplined at
layout
what?
of the house?
I did, and as soon as I asked that question, he said, "You were there." So he was obviously recognized I was in the room with him earlier that morning.
Did you ask him about his relationship with his mother?
I did. His response was, "It's fine, except for when she's acting sneaky like a witch." He then went on to talk about how his mother was part of a covenant of witches.
It's a coven, not a covenant.
I also asked, I followed that up with how he thought his mom thought of him.
Have you never watched Vampire Diaries? It's a coven.
Ooh-wee.
And his
you
answer to
know
that
what? We better
question
get more
was,
witchcraft than this.
Yeah.
That better not be
Yeah.
this right here better not be why they called this the witchcraft
Yeah.
trial.
Yeah. I'll get you, my pretties.
Elizabeth, I'm scared too, but curious. Yes, he's very disciplined at that too. The Ark of the Covenant.
Yes. Yes, that's right. Well, Elizabeth, yesterday we got through, I think, 3.5 hours of testimony, and no one had even mentioned where the defendant was. Like, he hadn't been arrested, he hadn't even been mentioned. And then I regretted whinging that we hadn't heard where he was, because that's how he was found.
Then
Yeah.
we heard.
Yeah. Oh, Lordy.
Ew.
Well,
Yeah.
I think she hated me so much that she
Ark of the
hated
Covenant
herself.
females.
Did you ask when he last had a conversation with his mother?
Yes, he advised that was just before police came in and got him, and at the time she was practicing witchcraft.
Did he say where that conversation took place?
Yes, he stated that his mother was in her bed, again, noting that she was practicing.
Ah, he had his wand in his hand all this
told you.
time. Mm.
So, Kim, that story was told yesterday's stream.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Yes.
In witchcraft.
Oregano and thyme.
Did you ask about specific events that morning?
Ew.
I did multiple times throughout the interview, early on, when I tried to hone in on what he was doing in the minutes, the hours before police arrived. He would either say that he didn't remember, or he would shift topic. Then toward the end of the interview, I again asked him what he could specifically recall happening before police got there. And he said that he was having a conversation in his head that he did not want to think about. This conversation was about trauma. He didn't want to think about it, and he would not expand on that when I asked him what that conversation was.
I think Sarah's catching back up. Kim, it's towards the end of the video.
Did you ask him about his mom's witchcraft?
What? Which bit? No, it was
Honey
about the
Nut
3.5.
Cheerios.
I think. Oh, I don't know about that one.
I think I told it right before we quit because I almost forgot, and then Sarah was like, "Tantrum in 3, 2, 1," and that reminded me.
No, the bit I think Kim was referring to, about how he was found was about the 3.5 hour mark, I think.
Oh,
Somewhere
yes.
in there.
Yes. But yes, but also the Honey Nut Cheerio story, Kim, is at the end. It's at the end. It's also in another. I
We
told
went
it
into that in a little more
in another
detail.
video.
He described her witchcraft as putting evil on him. He said just evil. I then asked him
I'm just
how he
glad you're
felt
here.
about his mother practicing witchcraft.
Swicker wet shit.
Thank you for joining us.
It's always good to see you, Kim.
I'm sure you'll be able to hear us.
Carmen, no. She'd like to keep her job, Carmen. Not sound like two cackling women that are crazy.
And Judge Flusher going,
What's up,
hey,
Bree? How is Madison? She get all her little pictures taken. Oh, can't wait to see him. And I'm going to take my test. I have to test for COVID tomorrow since I was exposed. And it's going to be negative, so then I can go back and see Madison because I haven't seen her in like 2 weeks.
A lot changes in 2 weeks.
I know. You felt the mom voice, Carmen. I wasn't mine. That was Kim's. Elizabeth.
It could be worse.
It could be.
Especially women.
Yeah.
We can get nasty. All right, what have we got left? We're at the 5-hour mark, and this goes to
Doesn't look very much longer.
About an hour.
Looks like there may be
About
some
an hour, that's
arguments.
right.
Carmen, you're in trouble now.
I'm not putting that
And
up.
I think that is when he gets into stating something similar to, I just gave up. I just don't care. I don't need her to validate me. He then followed that comment up with, why would I care what a whore thinks?
Ooh.
You sit around and drink yourself stupid, fuck like animals, and ruin your children's lives. Why would I care what a person like that thinks?
Okay.
All right.
Did he say anything
I didn't
about
see any problem
how
with that.
witches are?
Yeah, that was in reference to, I asked him if he'd ever called his mother a whore to her face. And he said, yeah, I did. I asked how his mom responded to that. And he said, she's a witch. You know how witches are. Oh, I'm better than you. I will be your fear. I will be your enemy.
Did you ask him to explain his mother's traumatic injuries?
Yes, about an hour and 18 minutes into the interview, I got to the point where I wanted him to explain the significant and severe injuries that she had. And when I asked him how she got these traumatic injuries, his response was witchcraft. I then specified that I was referring to the physical injuries to her body. He again responded witchcraft. I then asked him, I was going to need a little better understanding of how witchcraft could cause such injuries. At that time, Mr. Dazey ended the interview.
Did you leave the recorder on when you left the interview room?
Yes, the recorder stayed on until we were all done executing the search warrant on Mr. Dazey's person. So at the conclusion of the interview, that's when I told him that we had to collect evidence from him, provided him a copy of the search warrant. Carell and I then exited the room to gather up our gear for collection. After the fact, when I went back and watched the interview to type up my report, I noted that Mr. Dazey made some comments aloud while we were out of the room.
What did he say? What were the comments?
He stated, I would gladly spend an eternity in hell if she could just have a chance at heaven.
Was Mr. Dazey also alone in the squad car when you brought him to the port, when he was brought to the port down at the law enforcement center?
Yes, so Skorupski and I transported him from Mercy back down to the law enforcement center. Once we pulled into the Sally port, the two of us, I exited the squad car. In that process, I dropped my portable radio, the battery bounced off, and we were looking on the ground for my battery. Then we got him out. So he was in the squad car for over a minute before we pulled him out. After the fact, I went back and reviewed that footage from the squad car.
Did he say anything during that time he was in the squad car?
He did. Mr. Dazey made a couple comments during that time. He stated at first, they will never figure out the psychology. You have a choice, conquer me or hell it is. He then paused.
Isn't this hearsay?
Well, he said it and he was recorded saying it, so maybe
Why
that's
don't
why
they
he
play
can.
the-
I don't know. Maybe they're going to, maybe. I don't know.
Stated, I love you. I'm tired. And that was the end of the comments.
Now, before Mr. Dazey was taken up to the jail floor after the interview, did he say anything spontaneously?
Yes, it was actually, he and I were just standing in the interview room together because we collected the Tyvek suit as evidence. I was waiting for Gorell to return with some clothing. We weren't talking. I wasn't questioning him. And he just stated aloud, witchcraft, brother, witchcraft. A lot that is wrong with my life. When people are trying to get in your way, when you are just trying to pursue happiness.
Okay.
Did you tell him he was being arrested before he was taken up to the jail floor?
I did. He actually asked me if he was getting showered in, referring to going up to the jail floor. It was at that time I told him he was being arrested for the murder of his mother. His response was, yes. It's hard to argue witchcraft in court, isn't it?
During all of your interactions with Mr. Dazey, did he at any time ever deny harming his mother or the dog?
Not once.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
This ought to be exciting.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Nah.
On direct examination, you talked a little bit about watching the traffic cameras related to Kylie Frey or Kylie Dazey?
Correct.
All right. Are there any traffic cameras on Avoca?
There are not.
And which traffic camera were you watching on the corner of 24th and Jackson?
There's a camera at 24th and Jackson directed to the north, which captures the block in which she lives in or lived in at the time.
And does it show the front door of her residence?
It does not. Her door is on the south side of the residence, recessed away from the street. The front door is actually for the apartment upstairs.
All right. And are there any other exits from her residence?
There is. There is a back door on the main floor.
Okay.
Oh, gosh.
And I take it from your traffic camera, you
I
couldn't
agree,
observe those?
No.
All right. Life 360, and I think you talked about this a little bit, but Life 360 only actually tracks the phone, doesn't it?
Correct.
Yes.
All right. So if the phone doesn't move, it doesn't track anything.
Correct.
Well, kind of.
And is it fair to say that, I know you, is it fair to say that lots of people know about the thousands of traffic cameras in Dubuque?
Some do. Some that have lived here forever, even actively involved in crimes, somehow don't realize it.
Okay. But lots of people do know about them, don't they?
Lots do, lots don't.
Okay. And they're not exactly hidden, are they?
No, they're not disguised in any fashion.
Okay. They're right out there sitting on top of the light poles.
Correct.
Now, you talked a little bit about quantum entanglement.
That was something Mr. Dazey stated to me right before he started urinating in the bathroom at the law enforcement center.
Did he explain to you what quantum entanglement was?
Tried to.
Okay. What did he tell you?
It's hard for me to explain.
If I were to show you your report,
I want to
think
see the
it appears
interview.
in at least two different places in your report. Would that help refresh your memory?
Absolutely.
If I give you the
I want to
answers,
look at this.
will you
I want to see the interview.
Oh yeah. Cat boxed.
Yes.
Pages.
Yeah. Please try to explain. He's like, if I show you the answer, will you know the answer then? Yes, I will.
Can you point out?
Will this refresh your
This one you're
recollection?
referring
I
to?
can't get it out of my mind.
I'm under a spell. Schrodinger.
Okay.
We don't want any dingers around here.
That's how you collect other specimens.
Yes. Oh, I can't wait. Because he doesn't want to do this.
No. He probably pissed himself laughing typing it up.
He does not want to do this.
Imagine being the court reporter.
Oh, gosh. Oh, Elizabeth. Yeah. Hats off to this dude. So he deserved a raise, a bonus, something.
A raise?
A week off of pay.
I'm ready, Mr. Blair.
Now, did he kind of explain to you what he meant by quantum entanglement?
From what I captured from that is, if I was sitting at home and I was doing something, say I was drinking a beer, and I thought about you, Mr. Blair, then all of a sudden, wherever you were on this earth, that you would get the urge to drink beer, that I could put thoughts onto you.
Okay. He also used that term in reference to kind of a possession, didn't he? And I'll refer you to page 50. He specifically talked as it related to possession.
Carmen, I don't want to know why you know what it is, but I kind of want to know why you know how you know what it is. Sarah, I'm thinking about you're gonna go. I don't know what you're gonna do.
Are you referring to someone trying to take over your being? Is that okay? He did make note of that.
On direct examination, you talked some about mother practicing witchcraft. Did he explain to you how she practiced witchcraft?
From her bed on cell phones with the other persons in the covenant, and that she would practice witchcraft upon him.
Well, and didn't he say that she did that by meditating upon him and putting thoughts in his head and possession and things like that?
Yes, he went into that.
He didn't actually talk about a conversation with his mother. He simply talked about witchcraft in response to you asking about the last time he had a conversation with his mother. Isn't that right?
I asked him when he last had a conversation with his mother, and he stated, right before you guys came in and got me, she was practicing witchcraft.
Right. He starts going into, right before you guys came and got me, she was practicing witchcraft. Is that right?
That was response to his last conversation, his last interaction with his mother.
Okay. He said lots of things that really didn't make a lot of sense, didn't he?
Well, every time we would get to something pointed and he would start, acknowledge that he had a hatchet. Okay. Then when we would get more pointed, then he would take me in a different direction.
Oh, I'm sure.
He also talked about being worshipped.
Found her is absolutely traumatized.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that tied in with the quantum entanglement and the witchcraft, didn't it?
Yes.
And I think also somehow tied into when he took his medications.
Correct.
No one's mentioned any medications.
Mm-mm. And there wasn't any found in his system.
No.
Unless they didn't test for him. But it,
So they have not mentioned any diagnoses of mental health issues either. They've deemed him competent.
yep. I mean, this was his best defense to go with, and he's just now
If I can have
trying
just
to
a
bring
minute,
it
Your
in.
Honor.
He's all over the place.
Quantum physics. What is it? Quantum what? Can't remember it.
Entanglement.
Yeah.
Entanglement. Sarah, are you behind? Because I was thinking the cat box maybe was when we were talking about Kim changing her cat picture. Are you watching the DNA person, Sarah? She can't hear me. Duh. If she's behind.
Why can't she hear you?
If she's behind and not watching live,
Yes, sir.
then
The
she
whole
can't hear
thing
what
was
I'm saying
recorded,
now.
wasn't
She'll hear
Correct.
it later.
And I think you actually talked about going back and watching part of it after you'd originally left the room.
Yeah, in all cases, I watch my interview in full so
Gotcha.
I can document the interview in a written report.
It takes me a second.
You have to text your mum and get her to private message me. The other thing.
Yes. Approach the witness.
I'm curious now.
Yeah, me too. But she doesn't want to tell me. She's probably like, can I text Gabby and have Gabby text my mom and have her tell her?
Then it'd be a Gabby sandwich. Okay, so they have a sidebar.
Sidebar. Oh, ceiling. Oh, back. He must have excused the jury.
I don't know, but then there's some.
Because it looks like there's.
Remember the admonition I gave you before? Report back to the jury room.
10 minutes break. Okay, so they're going to have a discussion outside the presence of the jury, obviously, because it goes back to the courtroom.
Yeah.
Straight away.
Remember the admonition I gave you before? Report back to the jury room.
All right, to the jury.
Yeah. Come on, Lauren.
I agree with you, Elizabeth. So do you know if you click in the screen and you click your L, it'll go 10 seconds forward? Sometimes it'll pause your video. So make sure you're in the, in there. There you go. And now click L.
Record reflect that we are in the courtroom in the presence of all the attorneys. The jury has been excused. Mr. Blair, you have an issue you want to discuss outside the jury's presence.
If you push J, it will go back 10 seconds. So L,
J,
K, and J.
J, and L. Awesome. Thank you.
Oh, Carmen sent me a text and then she just put in chat, I apologize in advance.
All right, so they're outside the presence of the jury, but they've got the attorneys in the courtroom. Wonder what this is about.
Your Honor, I have a recording of that interview, and I would like to offer that into evidence, and I would like to publish it to the jury. I would point out to the court that the state has opened the door to allow us to do so, that the rule of completeness allows us to do so, that the rule of completeness overcomes the hearsay objection. It doesn't overcome other evidentiary objections, but it does overcome the hearsay objection. That's specifically what what that rule addresses. And it's basically, I mean, you don't need me to explain the rule of completeness to you. You know what that means.
You make whatever record you want.
Essentially, Your Honor, the gist is that if they put in part of the story, we get to put in the rest of the story.
That's why he didn't object to any of that hearsay coming in. He was planning this. Okay.
Understanding this is one of the situations, a statement taken from a defendant. This is one of the situations where the rule of completeness directly comes into play.
Yeah, play it.
Mr. Nelson, if you want to respond.
Certainly. This is not a situation where it's about completion because we did not play any portion of that interview. Had we done that, perhaps the completion might apply. It does not. Wanting to play part of that recorded interview is pure hearsay. There are no exceptions to that in the rules. And just because their client refuses to testify doesn't mean that they can come in and use hearsay to get that before the jury. If they indeed want the rest of the story, as they say, then the defendant can testify. He can say whatever he wants through testimony so that we can cross-examine him. That's what this system is all about, not about having testimony come in without the ability to cross-examine.
Mr. Blair, do you have any authority, any case law, or any rules that you want to cite to in support of your request?
I can get you the rule of completeness. I kind of assumed that you knew which rule that was. Do you need that?
No, you made the statement that the rule of completeness automatically trumps any hearsay.
If you read the rule, that's what it's addressing. It's addressing situations where evidence would otherwise be kept out under the hearsay rule. And by implication, it overcomes the hearsay objection.
How is it hearsay if he's going to play the interview of the defendant?
That's what I'm wondering. But it's not hearsay if
the defendant said.
Cop said it. If the officer said it, that was fine, and he didn't object, and maybe this was exact. Elizabeth, you're probably 100% right. But now he's saying it's hearsay. It's him saying it.
Yeah.
So
That
I don't
doesn't make sense.
I don't understand, but I'm also not a lawyer.
No.
I think he was going to the judge.
It's no different than playing a deposition.
I wouldn't think so. I mean, it's him saying what the cop said he said.
Yeah. They always play police interviews. What's the difference?
She's right. So Sarah's right. The state is arguing it's him testifying without testifying.
But they play police interviews of defendants all the time. There's nothing different than that's what he's asking to play, isn't he?
I think so. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. All right. Well, find out, won't we?
That is specifically what it's addressing. It's addressing situations where evidence would otherwise be kept out under the hearsay rule, under the rule against hearsay, and then that evidence is allowed to come in to complete the record, to allow the other side to respond and complete the statement. There is no restriction on whether that has to be done with witness testimony or whether it has to be done with whether it can be done with a video recording of the statement that the witness was testifying about. The other thing about it, I would point out, Your Honor, is that my client has not, as of right now, has not refused to testify, and that's not the issue here.
You want to say something?
That's not an issue.
No, not yet. I'm just, Carmen's like, look at your phone. I got it, Carmen. I'm looking at it. I'm just waiting to get through this and I'll read it. Calm down.
Yeah.
That's part of this decision, and it doesn't go into it. It's not part of this. We're dealing with the fact that the state has put on part of it, has made assertions that are rebuttable with this. And we're proposing to complete the record and rebut those presumptions, those assertions.
You said the state has put on part of it. I think we can all agree the state has not shown any part of the video that you would like to show.
No, but they let him say part of the statements and part of his answers to questions, and they haven't told the whole story. So yeah, it is bias.
Yep,
in my opinion.
I would
Okay.
agree.
So two components to this. Do you concede that what you want to play for the jury and offer into evidence is hearsay?
I would say that under the rules related to the rules of evidence, this would be an out-of-court statement by the defendant not being offered by the state, so it's not by a party opponent. Give me 1 second, please.
This judge is like,
Oh, I hope he lets it in.
He's not acting like it at the moment, I don't think, but he's still thinking. He's got the spinning wheel going on in his head.
Yeah.
I am going to refer you to one piece of relatively recent case law. State versus Flores.
It does, yes.
Iowa
you're right.
Supreme Court case from January 26th of 2024. Deals directly with the rule of completeness. It was a situation where the defendant brought up in testimony certain aspects of a statement within a CPC interview, I believe. The state was then allowed, in order to complete the record, to play the entire CPC video. CPC video. The only significant difference between these two situations is who's asking.
Give me a second. I found Flores. It looks like it's 2 Northwest 3rd, 287. I think the portion of that case you're talking about, the Iowa Supreme Court says the rule of completeness applies regardless of which party opens the door. And I think that's the point you're making.
Ooh.
That is the point, Your Honor. That is
it.
at least part of the point that I'm making. And also the fact that you'll note that they went from somebody testifying about a statement that was made to being allowed to play the video, even though the defense hadn't played any portion of the video.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
That case is certainly a little different factually. It deals with sexual abuse of a child. Do you know the age of the child from that case?
I do not off the top of my head.
Okay.
But I would note that they're not talking about in their analysis, at least in this portion of it, they're not talking about what's the word? They're talking specifically about the rule of completeness and not the catch-all rule that allows you to go around hearsay for child victims. They're not. The residual exception, that's what I'm looking for. Thank you, Ms. Lassance. That's the word. They're not talking about the residual exception. They're talking about the rule of completeness.
So without having read Flores in its entirety, I said sort of two components here. The first one, I think you've conceded that what you're proposing to...
Well, look what the cat dragged in. Oh, surprise sandwich again.
Hello, everyone.
You're on mute,
I'm lost.
AJ.
I was looking at today's stuff to see what was happening.
Oh.
To see if
So
they,
carry on. You don't have to bring me up to date. I'll catch up later.
Well, it's a lot of
I
laughing.
don't think we could if we tried. So at the moment we're having an argument because the state allowed one of the investigators to quote directly things that the defendant said to him in his police interview and in the car and what have you whilst he was in custody. And now the defense is arguing that they want to bring in the actual video of the interview because it will complete the picture. You know what I mean? Because they only allowed segments of the statements. No one objected to hearsay or anything like that. But now the jury, outside the presence of the jury, they're arguing over whether they'll let this video in.
I see.
That's where we're at. He's about to make his decision, I think. He's really
Put into evidence and show to the jury is hearsay. My second question for you, if the state asks Officer Rosenthal one question about some interaction he had with the defendant, and Officer Rosenthal talks about one particular comment the defendant made, do you take the position that that opens the door to the entire video coming in?
Your Honor, I don't propose to be an expert about at what point the door is opened. There was a lot more here than one point and one comment. I understand your question, and I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
I would say that this is not that hypothetical, that this is a situation where they talked about it at length and where Investigator Rosenthal gave opinions as to whether or not Tyler knew what he was doing.
Okay, I understand that's not the circumstance. That's why it is a hypothetical. It's different than what we had here. I understand that. I think you get my point, and that is, at what point do you believe the door is opened up? And I think your answer is there isn't any fine line.
I think that's correct. I don't think there's some bright line that you can, but I think it's fair to say that that line's been crossed here.
Okay. For now, my ruling is A, the state didn't show any portion of the video. B, what the state has offered up to this point in time is permissible. It's not hearsay. C, I think we've had a motion in limine that addresses this, and I think it was agreed upon by the defense. Now, that doesn't mean it automatically stays out. It means that we have to discuss it outside the jury's presence if you intend to go outside the motion in limine, which you have done, and I understand that. But you are entitled to cross-examine Officer Rosenthal about any portions of the video. You've seen it. You can ask him questions about things that the defendant may or may not have said. They may be objected to as hearsay. I don't know that. But you can cross-examine Officer Rosenthal on his expertise and his take on things that the defendant said. You're entitled to question this witness. I don't think you're entitled to put in, I don't know how long the video is, but a lengthy video where your client continually talks and discusses things that would be hearsay. I don't think you can shroud that under the rule of completeness and just say all of a sudden it all gets to come in even though it's almost entirely hearsay. I'm not going to let you show the whole video. You can offer it into evidence as a court exhibit if you want for purposes of completing the record and for appeal. But I don't think it's appropriate to let all of that come in when it is hearsay. And you have the right to cross-examine this witness.
May I make one point, Your Honor, in response? I would note, Your Honor, that while I can cross-examine him, I can't make him change his opinion. And he has made opinion statements about that. The jury is entitled to form their own opinion, but they're not being allowed to watch the actual interview.
I agree with everything you've said. What's your point?
Therein is the problem. The jury's right to form their own opinion has now been abrogated. It's now been curtailed. They're not being given that right.
Well, to the extent that he offered his opinion, he did so without objection. So if there was a question that called for an opinion and you don't believe that he was authorized to give that opinion, I didn't hear any objections, so it came in. You said I can't get him to change his opinion. I don't know if you can or you can't. That's cross-examination. But I understand your point. Any other record you want to make on this issue?
Your Honor, at this time, we're going to offer this as a court exhibit.
Let's call it E.
E.
E as in elephant. Okay.
The elephant in the
You have
room.
a flash drive with the whole video on it. We will call that court exhibit E.
But they didn't object.
And it will come in
so
for that
that's on
purpose. It will
that's
not
on
be
them.
shown in open.
Yeah, they didn't object at all. And I think that's why they didn't object, because he had every intention of bringing this video in.
Yep.
Because he was allowed to say all manner of quotes from the defendant.
Yes. It was a strategy
In
and it
detail.
just didn't work.
Yeah. Was a bad idea.
They haven't even started yet today. So I don't know what the delay is.
Oh, on day 3?
Yeah, it's just the ceiling.
Okay. What time is it?
So would they be
11.
It's
Would they
almost
be able to
they're an
play-
hour behind. Sorry, Bri.
Would they be able to play the snippets of what the witness gave opinion on instead of like the whole video?
I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
But it would come in, but it's not evidence. So the jury can't, I'm not sure how it's going to work. He's going to allow it right in as an exhibit, but not in as evidence. Did I understand that right?
But he could then go back when he's cross-examining the witness. He can say, you stated on direct this, and this was your answer, and then maybe refer back to the video for the exact.
Yeah.
I don't know. Because he just let him ramble on.
He did.
But it does sound like it was he let it go without objection.
He did.
Yes.
Thinking he was going to get the whole video in, and it didn't work.
Big time.
And it didn't work.
Yep.
Hey, Grandma's
Hello,
house.
Grandma's house.
How are you? We love seeing Grandma.
This is the weirdest trial. Weird.
Yeah.
Poof, I'm a frog. Yeah.
Yes.
It might be the IT issues. AJ?
Oh, that's true. Yeah. I mean, I can see it, but they're also an hour behind. So it's just almost 10 there. So I'm not sure.
Okay.
You're hearing confused. Well, welcome. Welcome to
We'll
the
find
Confused
out.
Show. We're all here and confused. Whenever
They
you
might
want me
say
to
something.
read the other definition of entanglement, you just let me know.
Okay, go on. Hang on, it's still crying. Part of it, what was it? The detective was trying to get a urine sample from him in the police place.
They were at the hospital. I thought they were at the hospital.
No. This is after they left and they were at the station. That's why I can't understand why they won't let it in, because it's part of his police interview. So they've taken him to the toilet to get the urine sample, and they've unzipped his hazmat, and he said something about quantum
entanglement.
And apparently there's a couple of different definitions of said, and AJ's going to tell us the one that is most appropriate, apparently.
Well, so Carmen said, if you do read this, please remind people I'm dating someone who's getting a PhD in research and clinical sexology. I'm not just a weirdo. Oh, there's court going. Let me make sure that pause it. But so she says it has to do with bodily energy, where you quote unquote overtake someone by energy, making them do things such as it starts with an O and ends in asm.
Organism.
Yes. or submit themselves to you. She said, I think it's an interesting view on the case. Also, I think it's more possible that maybe the witness was trying to clean it up too. when he was saying, if I'm thinking that Bry's having a beer, if I'm having a beer and then I think about Bry, he's going to go have a beer. Because so I don't know if there is a component of relations here. We haven't
Yeah.
heard that yet. We haven't not heard it.
No.
So,
well,
yeah.
Something weird anyway.
Just when you think it can't get any weirder.
Uh-huh.
We asked for the witchcraft. So
Yep.
This isn't any kind of witchcraft I heard about.
I mean, I thought we were going to get a cauldron. You know,
That's what I was thinking.
A big pointy hat and stirring some stuff, fly around on a broom.
Some good spell.
I can't get gas in Indiana because your systems are down.
Oh.
It's okay. I'm not going anywhere. Oh, Grandma, this we did day 1 yesterday. It has some moments that you need to be careful with because the court was not careful with them. But Jody did not show them, and she did not let us hear the horrible thing that happened to the dog.
Didn't want to hear it.
Yeah, because he unalived a dog too. So yeah. Hello, Sharon. We did day 1 yesterday, so
oh, I'm behind on the hello. Behind on chat. Sorry.
I have. If you go on my channel, there's playlists that are there that have the trials in all their playlists. I made the playlist for today, but I have to go back and put day 1 in there, so I can do that, and then you can find it. You can find it there.
All right.
Alrighty.
And
so I'm trying to see what's happening in
will
this
not go back
courtroom
to the
this
jury.
morning too. Sorry.
Okay.
See if we're missing anything.
And for the record, and I want to be 100% transparent about it, we did cut out the part where he asked for an attorney.
Okay.
So
understood. Thank you. Any other record from the defense on this issue?
I believe there is one reference in there that we were planning on cutting out, although we hadn't gotten that done yet, but there is one reference in there to his diagnoses, and that could easily be cut out.
Okay, understood.
It hasn't been on that exhibit, but it could. I mean, I was not proposing to show that portion to the jury.
Anything else from the state on this issue?
Yes, Your Honor. The fact that this interview was recorded really has nothing to do with the testimony. The recording was not mentioned except by the defendant. The state didn't play the video and didn't refer to it. And if what defendant is standing on is correct, then anytime there's a statement against interest, then a defendant would be free to play any recorded interview regardless of whether it's hearsay or not. It would just be a complete defeat of the hearsay rule, and it would defy hundreds of years of evidentiary jurisprudence. So I'm asking the court to overrule that and not allow that to be done, not allow it to be played.
Okay, and that's what I've already ruled. Mr. Hoover, do you want to give the court exhibit to the court reporter, please?
E for elephant.
I was thinking E for not evidence. But they're doing jury instructions. They're going to do jury instructions and closings this morning.
Oh.
So it's going to go to the jury.
But we haven't even had the defense
Okay,
yet.
are we ready for the jury and to resume cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Conversation with his mother. He
is standing on is correct, then any
Sorry, that was my fault.
Your Honor, before letting the
finger.
jury go.
Yes.
I do that I hate when I do that. I've gone all the way back to the beginning of a video before. And I was like, oh crap.
Oh yeah, when you go to press the pause button and your cursor's that just a little bit too high.
Yep.
And it starts you back at the top. What was I going to do? I was doing something.
And actually, that's not true because he talked about it.
Hot mic. Ah. Oh, that's what I was doing, is seeing if there was a...
Okay, are we ready for the jury and to resume cross-examination?
I don't think there
Yes,
is
Your
any
Honor.
defense.
Okay,
Yeah, I
Or
don't
very
think
little.
so.
okay, that's fine. Let's bring the jury in.
Bring the jury. So no psychiatrists, no evaluations, nothing.
Nope. And we see this a lot. They don't present any defense.
So witchcraft was his defense.
Sounds like it. Sounds like he's just trying to make him sound crazy.
I would have at least brought the head of the coven in the area.
It's
No, they
covenant.
called it the covenant. She was a member of a covenant.
Okay. So Sharon, it's under Tyler Dazey trial in my playlist. So you get both videos are in there. If you need
It's
to
a
go
bright
back and
orange
watch
one.
day one. Yes. As Witchcraft Mom.
Yep.
Even though I'm thinking it was him. I'm thinking
Please
he
be
was the-
seated, everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Blair, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Lawnmower mowing.
No further questions.
Mr. Nelson, any redirect?
No redirect, no
Hang on.
questions.
Okay.
Hang on. So after all that, he's not going to cross-examine him. What the fuck?
Is that really what he just said?
Yeah.
No question. And any redirect.
Yeah.
What?
Thank you, sir. You are free to step down.
I say nothing.
Another witness for the state?
We have no further witnesses, Your Honor, and the state rests.
State rests.
All right, very good.
All
I
right.
think Tyler's got a
Okay,
case
folks,
for
the state has
ineffective counsel.
rested. That means that we've received
Hang on.
all of their evidence.
Sorry, Donna.
I think Tyler's going to have a case for ineffective counsel.
Maybe.
Hmm.
See you, Carmen.
Yeah.
Go get some sleep.
I missed it.
Bye, Carmen.
Bye.
Gabby.
Evidence. There are a few things that the attorneys and I have to discuss at this point in time before we turn to the defense's evidence. So I'm going to give you a short break again. This break will probably be about 15 minutes or so. Remember the admonition, report back to the jury room.
Can we approach real quick, Your Honor, before letting the jury go?
Yes.
Yes, because I'm sure they want to sit there and watch you go up to the.
Yeah.
Sharon, can you get to my? You're watching. So just go to my main YouTube page. And you'll see.
Can Gabby put a link in chat?
Playlist. She probably can, yeah. But I made a playlist, so she can find it that way too. Yeah, Gabby, that's fine if you want to put a link in.
Right, so what was it? L.
L is 10 seconds forward.
L.
All right,
L.
thanks, Gabby. I don't know
L.
if she wants that or if she wants the link to the yesterday video.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you give in
Yesterday.
this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and have a seat there. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Justin Stair, Justin, last name Stair.
So this is
Go ahead,
the
counsel.
first defense witness, yes?
I think so, yeah, because
Yeah.
they arrested.
Corporal, you're a certified peace officer, correct?
Correct.
How long have you been a peace officer?
24 years.
And you're currently a corporal. How long have you been a corporal?
That was probably about 8 years now, or no, sorry, more than that, 12 years, or yeah, 11, 12 years.
And you, what did you have to do in order to become a corporal?
Just whenever there's a promotional exam, we take a test and then we have an interview and then they certify a list and pick from that list.
And what are your current duties?
I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second.
Oh.
All right. Thanks, Gabby. Sharon, the link is for yesterday's video is there. It's the second link that Gabby posted.
Okay. Right now, I'm a street corporal.
It's in chat.
Do you want me to put it up?
And how about back on
it doesn't matter
January
if you want
18th
to.
of 2024? What was your assignment at that time?
I was a corporal back in criminal investigations.
And on that particular day, did you take pictures?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any idea about how many pictures you took?
Not right offhand, a lot.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit A.
I need to get my finger
Do
on
you
the
recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And was that a photograph you took?
Yes, it was.
And can you tell the jury where,
Grandma.
in conjunction of the house, was that
I
photograph
get nervous
taken?
every time.
So if you're looking at the house,
See
it
Grandma's
would be
message?
on the left-hand side where the
Yeah,
driveway area.
Can you say that again? I apologize.
If you're looking at the house, it'd be on the left side of the house, which I believe that would be the east side of the house or southeast side of the house and the driveway area.
How far from the stairs would it have been?
I'm not sure by distance.
It would have been fairly close to the stairs?
If you're talking about the rear stairs,
under
correct?
the stairs?
Where the rear stairs was at, so if they're here, it's somewhere further away from the stairs. I mean, we're like right at the base of it going up. I know that it was somewhere right in on the driveway, more towards the driveway area.
Was there a particular reason you took a picture of this area?
Just taking photographs. This struck me as something to take a photo of. You know, if there's possible print or whatnot. At the basics of or the base of the photos is just taking overalls of everything as you can see or as is.
Oh, I bet they're going to do the footprint in the snow whole thing.
Did you have an opportunity to observe the rear door?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to observe the steps at the rear door?
Yes.
I hate that back door.
And what were your observation of those stairs?
Too many
Obviously,
people working.
there was snow on them, snow covered, and there was
Looking
Bye,
out
Grandma.
my back door. do, do, do.
Have a good day. You have a wonderful witchy day
Bye.
too, Grandma.
prints or impressions in the steps.
Did you take any pictures of those?
No.
Was there any particular reason why you didn't?
No.
Then there's, could you put it down for a minute, Your Honor? You also took some pictures of tracks, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Defendant's Exhibit C.
Back to tracks in the freaking snow.
And are these the tracks that you took a picture of?
Your
Yes.
tracks
Okay.
and footprints don't look anything alike.
Were you ever able to make any kind of determination as to what made those tracks?
I knew there were definitely animal tracks.
Okay. Do you have any kind of idea what kind of animal?
My guess would be a rabbit or a squirrel. I live in the country and
So this helps his defense. How?
Nothing, because unless he's that, I can't think of the name of the guy that's you always kind of see them when they're the devil, but they're walking around upright, but they're kind of like half
half horse.
human, half Unless he's that, those
I
are
was
not
thinking
footprints.
werewolf
Or there's that. Still not footprints.
because a werewolf could have done that kind of damage.
That's
Yeah.
true. Was it a full moon?
Yeah.
Did we heard about snow?
Oh.
Did we hear if it was a full moon that night?
Nope, no one even mentioned that. It's not even a
Wow.
hexagram.
Come on, defense.
Not even a hexagram anywhere. Not even they didn't even mention cobwebs in the attic.
I mean, come
I see those all
on.
the time every winter. So it's
Really?
those animals.
Do you have any idea about how deep the snow was?
I don't recall right offhand how deep it was.
Did
Oh
you
my
take any
God.
close-up pictures of those tracks?
I thought there was some that took closer photos, if I remember right.
Mm.
Lally would have known how deep the snow is.
I was waiting for it. Yoinks. Good
Just
one,
have a minute.
Shaggy.
Oh my God.
Me.
Mine are outside the door. I've got to go check on them. They're being crabby with each other.
No, I've got two here, but they're asleep. Look it out my back.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Corporal.
Well, that was
Cross-examination.
worth it. No.
Thank you,
Just
Judge.
say no.
Good afternoon, Corporal
are
Stair.
you?
How are you today?
Good.
Good.
She
Okay.
She's the attorney that did the opening statements.
Okay, I don't even remember them.
It's a male and a female.
So one thing we can see from
Oh.
these photos is that it is definitely, can I keep that up, Mr. Hoover? Thanks. It's definitely snow covered out there,
Awesome.
right?
Yes.
Nice. You'll have
In
to let
your
us know.
experience as a person and a officer, how great are photos taken in white snow?
Not very good.
Okay. You did take close-up photos of those tracks though, correct?
I believe I had some that were a little closer.
All right, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you what I marked as State's Exhibit 42. There are two photos here. Can you take a look at those? Can you tell me what those are, Corporal?
Yes, like the animal tracks that I saw before.
Do we get an animal expert in to analyze them?
That you took a close-up of these tracks in Defendant's Exhibit C.
I believe so.
Okay, can you see in those photos the tracks up close?
Not really.
It's difficult,
Yes.
but can you make them out?
In this one, yes. And at an angle, yes, you can kind of see these in here as well.
Okay.
It's faint, but you can see them.
And in those photos, what do those tracks appear to be to you?
Animal tracks.
Okay, move to admit State's Exhibit 42.
At least we
Any
can hear
objection?
her this time. Oh,
No,
I
Your Honor.
remember her opening
42 is
statements now
admitted.
because I couldn't hear them.
Yeah.
Yeah, now I remember.
Can we take that?
Sarah reminded me.
Take the picture down. Are you done with it?
Yeah.
Space.
Okay.
It's like, what
can
am I
you put
doing
up
here?
Your exhibit, was it C, Mr. Hoover, the other one you referenced?
A.
A. Can you put that one up, please?
On a minute. No,
I want to clip some of his facial expressions for tomorrow's thumbnail.
You reminded
All right.
you
up,
reminded
Your
me
Honor?
that I couldn't hear this prosecutor do her openings because she was not by a
Yeah,
microphone
like-
ever.
Mhm.
When you said,
Thank
should I
you.
yell, do you mind?
Okay, does it appear in that photo that there are several fairly distinctive footprints or tracks?
Yes,
Okay. Could it also be possible that there could be footprints or tracks from within the home or somewhere else around this crime scene?
correct.
And would it make sense for you as an officer to photograph this in case those things are found so you can do a comparison?
Correct.
Because snow melts, right?
Yes,
Those tracks are going to be gone at some point.
yes.
Okay. And may I put up, can you put up the states?
Melts. No, I won't go there.
Please?
Yes.
I'm putting up exhibit 8. Okay. Corporal, you have a laser pointer up there, right?
Yes.
Actually, I think
What, in your back door?
I'm gonna take it from you.
Okay, go right ahead.
No. No.
In the first photo in States Exhibit 8, you see the staircase there?
Yes,
Okay, and anywhere in front in this photo, do you see an area where defendant's Exhibit A could potentially be from within this photo?
no,
Okay. Now, in the second photo in States Exhibit 8, we have that same door right there, correct?
yes,
Okay, in the corner down here, we see what appears to be a bit of concrete. Do you see that?
yes.
Would it make more sense that that is the spot that they're referencing in that previous photo?
It could very well be.
Okay, and as you looked in the sequence of the photos that you did, let me ask you this. Do you typically take photos in sequence as you're processing a scene?
When doing overall photos, yes,
Okay, and would it make, and you did it in a sequence in this case, correct?
correct.
Okay, so would it make sense in your sequence as you reviewed it, that this area would make more sense for the photo that they're referencing?
Correct.
Okay, and that's where? The driveway?
I
Yes.
read it.
Would it make sense that that area of melted snow surrounded by snow, ice, tracks was made by a car at some point?
Could have been, yes.
I read
Okay,
it.
no other
But I'm not
questions.
muted.
Mr. Hoover?
I don't want to be by your back door either, Gabby. I'll leave it alone.
Okay. Corporal Stair, I think this is the area you were talking about right down here, correct?
Yeah, somewhere in that area where I believe that print was from, yes.
And would there be any possibility of someone entering the house from this position right here?
Could they went? Yeah,
Would it make more sense that someone might have entered the house from over here?
they could have.
Okay. No further questions.
Nothing else.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, now there are some issues that the attorneys and I will go through. We'll give you a short break. 15, this will probably actually be a little bit longer break, probably 15 or 20 minutes. Remember the admonition, report back to the jury room.
All rise for the jury.
Right. Okay.
So I don't know if you're up for it, Dirty, but they're doing closings right now.
Yeah.
He kind of did part of the jury instructions and then they're doing closings.
I'll skip the jury instructions.
And then I'm just kind of keeping an eye on law and crime chat.
Rested,
So
their
they
case.
do show the dog apparently, so be ready.
Okay.
We had a sidebar. All parties agreed that rather than the defense making motions at that point, we were going to take the testimony of Officer Stair because he was here, and I think believed to be fairly short. The defense will make any motions they have now. The court will consider those motions to have been made at the close of the state's evidence and to be timely. Mr. Nelson, you agreed to that?
That is agreeable.
Okay, very good. Any motions from the defense? Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, we would make a motion in judgment of acquittal. Looking at the evidence in light most favorable to the state, Your Honor, the state hasn't presented any evidence of malice or a forethought or premeditation as required in elements 3 and 4 of at least the uniform jury instructions. Your Honor, in fact, the evidence of kind of what happened is fairly scant, other than definitely there was a
Scant. That's a word I haven't heard for a while. Scant.
That is
homicide
true.
that
You don't hear
took
that every
place,
day.
but
Nope.
there's little to no evidence that there was premeditation involved in here. There was any kind of planning. There's little to no evidence of malice or forethought in this particular case. Additionally, I would say that the state hasn't even met its burden as far as Tyler Dazey is the one who committed these actions. All we have is Mr. Dazey was in the residence and that he owned something that may have caused these injuries.
Well, I don't know. Have we gotten beyond reasonable doubt?
They tried to kind of get it on a technicality, I think, about you can't say that it's this, but she's like, no, I can't say that it's her blood, but I can say her DNA is in there. I think that's maybe what they're talking about.
Because really the only thing they've got is the blood specimen on the tomahawk, isn't it?
I think
they didn't get any blood off.
I don't know.
As far as I
mean,
heard, no.
I guess if it's reasonable doubt, you they don't have to, but you kind of got to give me, if it wasn't him, then who was it? And why was he still in the house? And not, he didn't leave. So you can't pin it on the sister because they took care of that. The other brother, they took care of that. And so if it's not him, then who?
He didn't call anyone. And even if he didn't know that his mother was unalive in her bedroom, he knew Echo was unalive because he was standing in that living room naked and there's a witness.
Yep.
And so he saw that and didn't think to call anybody, or, all he did was run to his room. So
and he only ran there after.
There's no doubt in my mind.
Christy opened the door and saw him standing there. So who knows what he was going to do or had just done. Yeah, I don't, there's not any doubt in my mind because his actions don't, like Bri said, they just don't go to that I just found something horrible. They go to more I just did something horrible.
Not in his mind, apparently.
Well, yeah, because he's weirdo, I guess. They did show her at the police station.
Yeah, no, she didn't testify, but they showed her police interview and it was so totally inappropriate for, like, she was joking around and laughing and
it was weird.
Yeah, it was really bizarre. Yeah. No, there was no cover on the dog and there was explicit photos, which I covered and I will cover again if
I think they shown because people were saying poor doggy and this is hard to look at.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I think they
it was disgusting. They really showed detailed photos, like,
and I don't know why. I mean,
Yep.
Because I mean, again, I'm on the fence about it, but I don't want to see dead.
Did you see what I did? Went right back to the start again.
No affirmative evidence saying that Mr. Dazey possessed it on that day or used it on that day. So we believe that murder 1 and murder 2, there has not been a sufficient question for the jury made. As to any of the other lesser included, including voluntary manslaughter.
Yep.
Well, yeah, maybe a lesser included.
We won't,
'Cause don't you
at
have
this
to
point,
show-
make a motion.
You have to show premeditation for first degree, don't you? I don't think they've gotten
I'm
there.
not- No, he didn't. I don't think there's premeditation. I don't know
Yeah, I don't
though.
think they've got it
Is
there. They
there?
haven't got me there. I think for first degree, it has to be premeditated. So they might get him on the lesser included, perhaps. I don't think they'll go first. That's my guess. My
Sarah,
uneducated guess.
She did say something about lifting up something on the dog, but I don't know that her recollection of events that took place when she went into that house are 100% accurate, because she was so distraught and still is, because the dog was clearly just laying on the couch.
Yeah, there was a blanket under the dog's head, which they moved the dog off to show. Yeah.
So
what was on the blanket?
Yeah, so I don't know.
You don't want to see it.
I don't want to see, but just the glimpse I caught, I thought was just the dog itself, like not covered. So yes, man, we got some man stuff coming in, Gabby.
Yeah.
And we were just oopsies.
Motion and judgment of acquittal for any of the remaining lesser included, aside from number one, that again, the state hasn't generated a jury question looking at the light most favorable of the state, that Tyler Dazey was the one who inflicted these wounds.
He's not there.
And then as far as the animal abuse, Your Honor, while certainly, again, the state has failed to prove or at least generate a jury question looking at the light most favorable to the state, that Mr. Dazey inflicted any serious injury, death, or injury on the animal. But additionally, the code section specifically has an exception, which if the defendant was the owner or didn't have or had the owner's permission to euthanize the dog in a reasonable manner, if the animal is in a permanent state of pain or suffering. And again, looking at the evidence,
What was it, a cavoodle or something?
It looked like some kind of labradoodle, or it had poodle for sure in it.
There's a picture of it on the thumbnail.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
Looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, one, the state hasn't proved that the defendant wasn't a co-owner of this dog, that even if he was a co-owner, that he wasn't acting at the behest of his mother, and that the testimony that was given was that it was one strike, and the dog died instantaneously. And again, the state hasn't provided any evidence that the animal wasn't at the time in a state of pain or suffering. So,
really? You're going to go with that?
We would ask that you grant our motion and judgment of acquittal.
The state's response.
Thank you, Judge. In reference to the status of the dog, our first witness said that the dog was Jenny's dog, and that under the statute is all the state would have to prove, and we don't need to prove that dog to the exclusion of all potential owners. That would be something the defendant would have had to need to bring up. When it comes to the elements presented to the jury, the state's position is certainly that a fact question has been presented to go to the jury's consideration. Evidence was that when Nick showed up at 1605 Avoca Street on January 17th, approximately 8:00 p.m., Tyler was home that night. Ring camera from the front of the door shows Jennifer Dazey letting Echo in from going outside at 10:00 p.m. There is no more movement on that camera until 8:38 a.m. when Christy Fullman arrives at the home. What does she see? Tyler Dazey naked. As she sees him, she waits, and he then goes into another room. She then proceeds to locate Jennifer Dazey in the bed in the same residence with one Tyler Dazey. Police are called and they respond. It's clearly a gruesome murder scene. And long story short, they process the scene.
Why didn't we have any testimony from Nick to say that his mother was alive when he saw her the night before?
I don't know. Because he didn't come in at all, right?
No, that they haven't proved that she was alive then.
Other than the camera. Her letting the dog in.
No. He could have come in, done the deed, and blamed it on the brother.
But still doesn't explain why he didn't get up, freak out, and call 911 and say, I just came in and this is what I found. Just like Christy did. He didn't do anything. He went and took a shower. I understand what you're saying. Because I will look at stuff like this, like you're looking at it. I will try to find you any reasonable doubt I can.
I don't think they haven't got me there with, I mean, yes, I can see it, but as far as evidence goes, there is nothing tied in the dog. Evidence-wise, they found no animal DNA on that hatchet thingy.
Well, but they didn't test the blood for animal. So
I saw the daughter's interview somewhere.
Yeah,
but I didn't see anything about Nick.
No, that's what I said. They've just said that Nick, the Ring doorbell showed Nick coming to the residence the night before, and then the next time the Ring camera was activated was the following morning when the friend comes and finds the dog and the dead body. But Nick, the brother, hasn't testified at all to say that his mother was alive when he left. Nothing.
Well,
I don't know. I just go back to his.
Maybe they were all in it together, but I think he did it.
Maybe.
Tyler did it. Tyler did it.
Maybe.
I agree. They could have, because they're odd. They're, like Sarah said, they're all odd. And
yeah,
I don't know that the family dynamic was great, or it was just really weird and inappropriate.
Evidence-wise, just it's not been set out clearly.
It's
very hazy.
hasn't, but you can't dismiss him. I think they have enough to not to charge him, and
he's guilty.
I think
I'm voting guilty.
Did you hear my conversation before, Bri, with the first degree? Is it part of one of the components you have to show premeditation for first degree murder?
I think premeditation is part of first degree.
Yeah, I thought so, because that's what he's being charged with. So I reckon they'll get him on a lesser included, but I don't think they'll get him on first. That's my guess. There you go, for the record.
They find a tactical hatchet that clearly is capable of producing the wounds that Ms. Dazey suffered, as well as the wound that Echo Dazey suffered.
Sure.
The medical examiner also testified to that same fact. If the jury looks at the photos themselves and looks at the hatchet, they are able to make a determination as to whether or not that hatchet, owned by Tyler Dazey, seen by him that morning upon his own admission, was in fact the weapon used in those crimes.
Really?
When it comes to the issue of premeditation, deliberation, malice aforethought, and all the other things, number one, the state has alleged, and I believe proven, that a hatchet was used, which is a dangerous weapon, which changes the discussion for the jury. Second of all, if that is not determined, the state has shown that there were 17 separate wounds to Jennifer Dazey, 1 wound to Echo, that's 18. The jury can hear argument as to what that means and will be given an instruction that those things, premeditation, deliberation, all those things, do not require any specific time. But state alleges that that would take some time to swing that hatchet 18 times. The state believes, considering this, even despite other doors on the home, There is an ultimate fact question as to whether or not the defendant committed these acts, and the evidence has tied him to it. And we are asking that you deny the motion.
So Jody, yeah, this says a person commits unaliving in the first degree when the person commits unaliving under any of the following circumstances. The person willfully and deliberately and with premeditation unalives another, unalives another while participating in a forcible felony, unalives another while escaping or attempting to escape law enforcement. It goes on. So yeah, I guess, but premeditation can be 10 seconds, which, you know, there's not a time to establish premeditation, which I don't understand.
As she said, 18 swings.
Yeah.
Yeah. You do it once and you go, oh crap, but not 18 times.
Right. I mean, it could have been heat of passion type of thing.
Yeah.
But, you know.
I wonder if all three kids conspired and they just conned him into doing it.
Yeah. Well, I don't think there's enough hairs to split here. This is first degree.
You're harsh, sir.
I did not. There was no pun intended there. But.
You never know. He might have been waxed.
You can say whether it was 1 second or 1 day. I think this is first degree. And just the fact that somehow this thing that, you know, I killed her because she was doing witchcraft on me, that means he was thinking about it.
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely.
There was a reason I did this. So therefore, that's premeditation to me.
Yep.
Because the defense's argument is that she put that idea in his head, type of thing. Yeah. As far as the witchcraft, that
even if she did, that means he had time to think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And was it you know, even if she put it in there, she wasn't threatening him. They're not saying she was threatening him with it. Like, I'm going to put a spell on you to cause you to unalive yourself. And that's never been brought in, that he felt threatened. I think he has mental health issues, obviously. And
apparently not. But then they've contradicted themselves there too. They've said that he was on medications, but there's been no psychiatrist, no diagnosis, nothing. And from what I can see, he's not even in the courtroom.
Yeah, I don't think he's there today either.
With ineffective counsel, I don't know how they could not be pushing the fact that this guy is batshit crazy.
Mm-hmm. For Shizman is...
Yeah.
For she's batshit.
Hey, Your Honor, we would propose that the state's theory of premeditation would essentially make it impossible to have anything other than murder in the first degree. If you struck more than once, then that automatically meant that you had premeditation, and that's just not what the standard is. So.
Okay, I understand the argument both ways. I think what the state's saying is, if there's one shot and you pull the trigger, it's instant. If you swing something as dangerous as a sharp axe and swing it 17 times, that there's time in between each time that you strike a blow with that. That's the argument. And I understand the defense's point is, well, does that mean every time someone is hit more than once with a dangerous instrument that it automatically creates premeditation? I get it both ways. That helps to show that on that issue, it's a fact issue that the jury's going to have to weigh and have to decide. The motion made by the defense has to be considered in the light most favorable to the moving party. In this case, I won't rehash all of the evidence, but we certainly have enough evidence in the record to generate a fact issue as to both counts, count 1 and count 2. I am going to deny the defense's motion for judgment of acquittal at this time. Any other motions from the defense?
No,
not at this time, Your Honor.
Anything from the state at this point?
No, Judge.
Okay, we'll go off the record.
Does the defense rest? Does it? Come on, I had to do that.
There was another shocking development.
Yeah. All right, so hang on.
But they had to do it. You have to do it every time.
Yeah, look, you don't. Yeah, you never know. You don't get if you don't ask. I learned a new trick: pressing the L button. It's longer than 10 seconds, though. Ooh, what was that? Well, nearly there. Oi! Oh, we're muted. Still muted. Still muted. He must be talking to the jury.
Oh, Gabby's got
Right.
StreamYard.
I will consider the motion and the same arguments that were previously made and the resistance made by
How
the
do you
state.
know that? Did she just put that in?
Put it in the chat. Yeah.
Hang on. I will send you the. Oh. AJ's got the link. So you just click on the link and it will bring you here. Did you see that, AJ?
I see that. Do I have to send her? I think I have to send her the email though. If you,
Yeah, that's fine. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Send her my email, no problem. With the link on it. Sweet. Woohoo. What's after a quadruple? A thruple or quadruple?
For the same reasons I gave before, there is a fact issue that has been generated that the jury will have to rule on. I am going to deny the motion again for judgment of acquittal. Anything else from the defense at this time? From the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll go off the record.
That's not me. They've muted.
That's why I was saying we're going into closing arguments. I don't want any shenanigans, you two. Behave.
Oh.
Yeah. We didn't call it anything. Amanda, is that on that flash drive?
That's all that is on this.
Is that the video?
Yes.
Okay. We didn't call it anything on the record. I'm not making it no.
I heard that. It's just a hot.
Everybody uses
hot.
placeholders in EDMS.
Yeah.
They make photocopies of the disc and upload that.
Oh, now we've been muted. I think that's the end of today. Yep, that's the end of today. All right. So,
hey, Jody, I'm going to put her email in the private chat because it won't let me just break that out and send it without sending that whole entire thread.
yeah, if you give me her email, yep, I will send her the link. No problemo.
Okay. Give me just
all right,
one
let me
second.
just find day 3. That's day 2. Let me go back to there. Day 3.
Just gonna have this in front of me.
Question number 26. For the defendant to know or have knowledge of death during unconscious. Closing argument. When the state is finished, the defense will have their opportunity. When the defense is finished, the state has one last chance to come up. Yes, please.
See, that's what you usually see. We didn't see that in Karen Reed. It was like each side got one shot.
Yeah. Yeah. And for so many days, limited to 1 hour.
All right, Gabby.
So
Can I send in her your email or not? You're saying that don't worry about it. And then
Gabby, you can just put an avatar up if you want to, sweetheart. And I don't even have to bring you up on the screen. You can just be sitting. You'll see at the bottom of the screen where everyone is, and you'll just have access to the private chat. That's all. But oh no, AJ, she'll see all the stuff we've been talking about her. So yeah, you don't even have to come on the screen. You can have an avatar, whatever.
I'm just waiting for her to say, send the email. Don't send the email. What am I doing?
Okay, Sarah.
Bye,
We're
Sarah.
just setting up for day 3. Yeah, so you can look like what Bri looks like now and still talk and still interact on screen, but no one will see your face. That's it.
And even if you don't add her, like when I was sitting there trying to get your attention
Yes.
yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah.
She can still do private chat. You don't even have to add her. She can just sit right down there.
So I didn't think if she didn't have StreamYard, how can you put people in timeout and stuff for mods like what they do? Can they still do that without StreamYard?
Oh yeah, that's just YouTube.
That's YouTube, yeah.
That's all through YouTube.
Okay.
The only thing that's
so this live chat goes up onto YouTube anyway, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. All right. Well, shall we start?
Yeah, I'm not reading great things about either side on closings.
No.
Well, the state really doesn't have to do much.
I've heard they were complaining about him.
Great weather, but this is a very important function, and we do thank you for coming in and giving us that time. Secondly, I'd like to thank you all for paying attention. Sometimes things get a little boring in here, and
all right, let me boost it. Hang on.
Was pretty much locked in as the evidence came in. So this is the time where all the evidence is in, and now
that's at 600.
Get a chance to talk to you about that evidence.
Yeah, he's quiet. They were saying that
we'll start
over there too. The online crime that he was
got the lapel mic on too.
About Jennifer Dazey and her dog Echo.
Yeah,
Ms. Lassance introduced you to them at the beginning of this case. You heard about her health issues. She had
there's the dog, Sarah.
Tumors. She had a surgery to remove those. She was recovering,
some kind of doodle.
Moving forward in life. That all changed as a result of a particularly brutal and heinous act on January 18th of this year, which ended their lives.
Bri, can you take over comments for the minute? I've got to. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
1605 Avoca, where Jennifer Dazey
bathroom break.
On January
got to go to the little lawyer's room.
Friend Kristen came by for planned coffee. They wanted to get together. Ms. Fulman had been dealing with her own health issues. In fact, both of them had been in the hospital at the same time for their various health issues. They were just kind of getting back in touch, getting back together. They planned a coffee to sit down and catch up on things. Ms. Fulman arrived. She noticed right away that there was a truck in the driveway and Jennifer's car was gone. That's Jennifer's son's Nick's truck. She didn't think much of it because vehicles got traded periodically there, and it was no big deal. Next. She walked up to the house. She went into the porch. This would be the front door that she got to. Would be coming in the front porch. She'd be right there, the front door of the porch.
Hey, Bri, be ready because I saw over on Lawn Crime that they
proceeded to open the door,
showed the dog.
Go into the living room, and that would be what she saw. She opened the door. You can see into the dining room area.
She has an
see
overlay.
The pillar in there that was talked
Maybe
about.
Hopefully she'll be back.
Pillars that separate the living room and the dining room.
I don't know which one to click
there
for
she
that.
is.
She was looking right in through there when she saw Tyler Dazey between the pillars facing.
You're muted, Jody. I was telling
Can
Brian
you-
to get ready.
Yeah, I
'cause
heard.
the dog is there somewhere, so.
I got halfway to the toilet and heard. I didn't take my earphones off, they're wireless. Oh, look at the cat in the back. Right, can you see my brand on the right-hand menu? Where it says comments, banners, brand, private chat. Where'd he go?
I don't know.
What? Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Can you, on StreamYard, can you go into the right-hand side of the screen under comments, banners, brand, and click on brand?
Yep.
Under brand, there's overlays, and the second last one down says graphic content overlay. That does this.
Oh,
If you
I see. Yep. Got it.
Okay, but everyone can still hear what's said. Yep. So you can click on that if there's any graphic overlay, graphic content.
Okay. I better keep
Sweet.
that open.
Yes. Yes. All right. Now I'll go to the toilet.
Okay. Have a good time.
Play.
Away, and he was naked. She stood up and said, "This is what she saw standing there." She was surprised and somewhat embarrassed when she saw that, so she started backing out of the door again. Then she heard some footfalls and she heard a door close. She thought, all right, it's safe to enter the house. She goes on in like she always did. Next. That's one too many. Oh, must have missed one. Anyway, she put her coffee down on the table. She took off her shoes, put on socks. That's when she saw the dog Echo on the couch under a blanket. She went over and picked up a leg of Echo.
Be ready.
And let it go, and it dropped. Now she began getting puzzled. She went to the kitchen. She looked and she saw that the door to the basement was closed, that she knew that Jennifer was not in the basement because anytime she went down there, she left that door open. She tried calling and she tried texting. When she came out of the kitchen, this is back in here, she looked over and saw right here a little nightstand sort of affair, which had Jennifer's purse on it. She knew that Jennifer never left the house without the purse. So now
Maybe
she
they're not
was
going to
getting
show it.
confused.
Thank goodness.
She went to Jennifer's bedroom. The door was closed. That's an important point. So she went in the hallway, went down to Jennifer's bedroom. When she went in there, she called out softly. The blinds were drawn. It was dark. She was trying to wake Jennifer up. Hey, why are you still in bed? She could tell that Jennifer was in the bed, but she couldn't see any details. She moved closer, tried to wake Jennifer with a low voice. That's when she saw this. She closed the door, braced it with her feet, back to the door, feet on a dresser, called her boyfriend right away and said, I think Jennifer is dead. Get over here. Then she called 911 immediately. Got on the phone you heard the 911 call. I mean, that was sheer terror. That's the only way to describe that. You heard Officer Hesselbecker was dispatched and he arrived at the scene shortly thereafter. Ms. Fulman was on the 911 call, heard the officer enter the house, and she went to him and said, don't leave me. But the officer has a duty to do. He had to go investigate. So he said, go. And she went back into the kitchen and she was hiding out back here near the pantry or mudroom or whatever they were calling it at the time. Officer Hesselbecker entered the room with his flashlight, turned on the light. That's the scene that he saw. You got to see that with the body cam that he was wearing. You saw the whole thing. You can look at it again if you want. You'll have that. We don't need to dwell on it here. You saw what he saw. He then called in and reported a homicide, and the cavalry started rolling. People started showing up. Lieutenant DeJuste arrived, assisted in clearing the house room by room. He announced numerous times, police department, make yourself known. numerous times. There was no response. They cleared the basement. They cleared the main floor. Eventually, they got to the room, the back bedroom that Tyler Dazey was in. Officer Slide and DeJuice cleared the room. You saw that on the body camera. They found Tyler Dazey face down naked. They thought it was a body at first. Then Officer DeJuice said he's breathing. They decided that they wanted to secure him under these circumstances. Mr. Dazey complied with instructions and directions. He stated his right wrist hurt. There were no bloody clothes found anywhere in that room. Then Mr. Dazey was ultimately placed in a Tyvek suit. That was to preserve evidence and just to cover him. Investigator Rosenthal noted at the time that Mr. Dazey had abrasions on the back of his right hand, and the back of his fingers on his right hand. He was taken to Mercy Hospital to be cleared.
It's the pea suit.
He was followed instructions up there. Officers obtained search warrants for blood and urine to check for drugs and to look for possible influence of drugs. While they were waiting there, Mr. Dazey stated that he needed to urinate. He was asked to hold it briefly so a sample could be collected. Mr. Dazey stated, "I'm letting go now. The keys are yours," and urinated in the Tyvek suit.
Multiple times,
Investigator
apparently.
Rosenthal told him that he could have held it a little longer. Mr. Dazey responded, "Wars are meant to be fought." He urinated in the suit several more times, and eventually at the law enforcement center, he said he needed to urinate again. Officer Rosenthal said, "You don't need to do it in the suit again." He grabbed a collection cup, held it in place to get a sample. Mr. Dazey then said it might take a while and that he didn't want to dick you around. Then he said, quantum entanglement, brother," urinated all over Investigator Rosenthal's hand. Samples were collected in that incident. They were sent to the crime lab along with blood samples. The lab results showed that Mr. Dazey had ingested THC isomers of different types, which would be that contained in the gummies, the vapes, and probably from actual marijuana plants. These are these various modifications made to the THC. What they did not find was PCP, fentanyl, opiates, or any of the other hard drugs. So he was not under the influence of any of those things. Now, while all that was playing out at the hospital and the law enforcement center, investigators were working on the scene. Blood spots were found in the hallway outside Jennifer's bedroom, which would be in here. And they were also found in the dining room, living room area, going over to where the dog was found on the sofa. A hatchet was found on a shelf in the bathroom, and there was a sheath to that was found on the dining room table.
Gotta go, folks. This is my bedtime. I gotta
All
work
right.
tonight.
Good night, Bri. Thank you.
Good night, Bri. Good to see
you
you.
all.
Got the sheath.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good to see ya. Bye.
The hatchet. The hatchet also says SOG on one side, which is the same brand as the sheath. The ring camera was checked and showed several things. One, it showed the switching of the vehicles at around 8 p.m. the night before, where Jennifer's son Nicholas came, dropped off his truck, and took her car. Something wrong with his truck. That would have been the evening of the 17th. Jennifer let the dog out and in at about 10 p.m. that night. Nothing happens on that ring camera until the following morning at 8:38 when Ms. Fulman arrived at the house. Officer Hesselbecker arrived at 8:51. And
So they
saw
did
all
see
those
her
video clips, people
after
coming and
Nick.
going at the front door of that residence. Nobody else went in or out.
Yes, at 10.
that
That's
front
right. The
door.
ring camera.
It was not on the
Yeah.
camera.
Okay.
It's motion activated. There was nobody else in or out. Exhibit 24 shows the back door to the house with the deadbolt vertical. The testimony was that the owner was contacted when the I don't know what you call the thing, a thumb something or other, when it's vertical, the deadbolt is locked. That was locked when officers got there. There was no evidence of forced entry. You had
Sorry, my
officers on the
stomach's growling, so
perimeter
I'm
when
gonna
they
eat
got
some
there.
watermelon.
One of their functions is to check
Ate some
windows and
toast.
doors and look for forced entry. They checked that on the interior. There's no evidence of forced entry. Tyler Dazey was the only living being in that house on the morning of January 18th. He told investigator Rosenthal that he owned a hatchet, which he last saw in his toolbox that morning. He also told investigator Rosenthal that he had just taken a shower that morning right before officers arrived. The hatchet was sent to the lab. Technicians could not state definitely if it had been cleansed or scrubbed. However, there was blood stains on the hatchet, on the head, the blade, and the handle. They didn't find actual blood, but they found the stains. So the question would be, how do you get stains on there unless at some point there was in fact blood on there? The blood residue or the stains was swabbed.
Hello, Flash fan. How
And
are
they
you?
found that DNA
Hello.
of Jennifer Dazey
How'd the job interview
on the
go?
handle of this hatchet.
Yeah. Do you tell?
Yeah, been
Sneaking
wondering.
in there. Sneaking in 5 hours in.
I've been
In
wondering.
There's
Oh,
marks on
no.
there. The DNA lab person
Oh.
said they're marked and they're numbered.
You know,
That's
I
where they
believe
pulled
things
the
like that
samples
happen for a
from.
reason. So
The little circles marked
the
it.
next one, and they'll be the one you're
Yeah.
supposed to have. So you'll be
Some
fine.
kind of a
You'll be
mark.
fine.
True that.
Obviously, the hatchet was scrubbed in the shower. There had to have been blood on there to get blood residue or blood stains. And there was enough on the handle to get DNA from it. Not enough on the blade, even though they tried. Further, the handle of this hatchet had a right palm print on it. And they lifted that palm print and they checked it with known palm prints, and that belonged to Tyler Dazey. The lab tech couldn't say with certainty that the hatchet was scrubbed, but said the prints showed signs of either a wet hatchet or a wet hand when the print was left on the handle. Again, that was scrubbed in the shower. It came out, it was wet. The hand was
You know,
wet.
Flash fan, there's
That's why
a
we got the
saying
print
that
on
I tell
there, and
myself
that's
all the
why the
time.
tech saw that it was there.
Sometimes you just have to do it afraid. So just next time when your next interview comes up and you're nervous, just go do it. And you just have to do it afraid. And once it's done and once it's over, no matter what happens, if you get the job, if you don't get the job, now you know you can do it because you did it. So it's kind of just forcing yourself to take that step forward and go. So just like I said, just do it afraid, and then pretty soon it won't even be a thing. It just won't. You won't even. You'll do it without thinking. That's my advice for you, for what it's worth.
Good advice.
There was water involved when that print was put on the handle. Echo the dog was taken up to the veterinarian for examination. Dr. White determined the cause of death was sharp force trauma penetrating the skull. Maybe it was blunt force trauma, which was consistent with the spike on the hatchet, on the back of this hatchet, the spike being driven through the skull and into the brain cavity of the dog. Dr. Cruz, the medical examiner, performed an autopsy of Jennifer Dazey. She determined the cause of death was sharp force injuries to the head, face, and neck. There were 17 injuries, 13 of them to the face, head, and neck. There were 2 fingers amputated,
Really,
or nearly
Gabby?
amputated. You saw
Really?
those photographs. You saw
Gabby.
the autopsy photos.
She's not talking.
You'll have them again if you
She's
want
not
to
talking
look
about
at
Elvis
them
Presley.
further. They'll be with
Oh.
you. The fatal wounds penetrated.
She's
Jennifer
talking about this
Dazey's
dog
skull, penetrated
that
the
we
brain.
watched in a trial, in the Matthew Moore trial. He didn't like unalived people, so he didn't search for them. His name was Elvis. Or no, that wasn't in that trial. That was in the Belle McNabb trial. Sorry. But yeah.
Was a police dog.
Yep. That did not like unalived people. So he did not search for unalived people and would not search for unalived people because they were trying to find that baby.
Huh. All right. I'm
Well,
here.
you know,
I'm
5
just
inches
eating.
in depth
Flashman,
on the
the
forehead.
15th
neck
time may be the
injury was
thing.
2
So you
inches
just
deep.
have to keep
Went all the
going.
way
You just have to keep
to
going.
the vertebrae. There was
You can't
damage to the
stop.
vertebrae, but it didn't get to the actual spinal
Your job is out
cord.
there. Absolutely somewhere.
I am here.
The
I'm
doctor
just
also
eating.
said these
Yeah.
wounds are consistent with
I could give Flashman
this
all kinds of
hatchet
advice
striking
on
Jennifer
just things
Dazey
I've seen happen
in the face and the head,
to
given the width.
Carmen and Cheyenne over the last few months, but I don't want to keep talking over this guy. But I can tell you, you have to keep moving. I know it gets depressing. I've watched my daughter and her partner struggle through this. And I think Cheyenne had like 1,000 applications out there and she finally got a job. And it wasn't because she wasn't qualified. She was too overqualified for some. And then Carmen she wouldn't hear back. But it just takes one. So just keep going and just don't get stuck in your spot. Because that's the thing that I always tell my kids. You can be mad for a day, you can be down for a day, but then you have to get up and move. Otherwise, you're going to get stuck. So I will I will stop talking. But I'm sorry. I don't like to see people get stuck.
Yeah.
And you just have to keep going forward. You have to keep moving. So your job's out there. And you're going to come back and you're going to tell us you got a job.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I'm going to make a fireworks presentation for you.
Definitely will. I can promise you that. I can promise you that. Yes, like Gabby says, do not get stuck like Chuck. So just keep moving and doing the right thing and going. You got it. You got it. And I will be quiet now.
Mm-mm. 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 Mm-mm.
I like the little at the end.
Carmen, go to sleep.
And
I'm going to have to
wounds
get
that
on her
she
like I
observed.
told you, Jody.
One of Jennifer Dazey's fingers was amputated completely and was found on the nightstand. Another was hanging by a piece of skin. There was another cutting wound near the thumb on that hand. The amputated finger was either severed with great force and ended up landing on.
This is live, isn't it?
The nightstand, or it was placed there.
We're behind.
It ended up over on the nightstand.
We're behind, but it's today.
The severed fingers are also consistent.
Hopefully they'll have a verdict by the time we get through the closing.
Yeah.
And if you look at the blade on that, the narrowness of this blade, and you look at a hand, you can see how this hatchet could have come down, taken those fingers off.
Is that speculative, sir?
The small finger and the index finger. If it were a large wood cutting hatchet, it probably would have got all four. But this particular hatchet, very consistent with those fingers and leaving the other two unscathed.
Well, Carmen, go stand by your bed, but lay down in it and close your eyes, and you can still be on standby. Go to bed.
It's clear from the evidence that this hatchet is the instrument of death for both Jennifer Dazey and Echo the dog. It's equally clear from the evidence that Tyler Dazey was the person wielding this hatchet. His palm print was on it. The DNA matches up, and he was the only one there, nobody else in or out of the house.
Did you read that, AJ?
I did, which is completely illegal.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of lawyers out there to take that case. At least in the States. I don't know where FlashFan is, but
no.
If they're in the States, there's a
We
lot
need
of
to
lawyers out there that would do that.
create an AJ Mum Advice podcast. Ask Mum. She'll tell you.
But yeah, probably even take it for free. I mean, honestly.
Yeah.
He told Officer Rosenthal that he only slept about an hour the night before.
Yeah. Oh, in
He
DC.
was in his room.
Ooh, FlashFan. You got a lot of options down there. There's politicians that would be all over that.
Yeah.
Especially now it's an election year. You can use some of that to your advantage. I don't give legal advice because I'm not a lawyer. I'm just putting ideas out there. You got a lot of avenues down there in DC. Well, down there from me.
Yeah.
DC.
And they probably take it pro bono too.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, you get a politician on this, it's up for a re-election.
Yep.
They will go all in. Yep.
Night.
All right, Carmen, I see you. 5:45.
He took the hatchet from his toolbox.
So bad, sorry.
Naked, he went to the dining room where he removed the sheath and left it on the table. Then he proceeded to Jennifer's bedroom where he swung that hatchet 17 times, striking her in the face and head. She put up her hand at some point in defense. The hatchet came down, fingers came off. Given Mr. Dazey's statement, he's probably talking at the time this happened, calling her a whore or a witch before or during the attack. He left the bedroom. He was dripping blood in the hallway, in the dining room, blood spots when he came out and made his way to administer the fatal blow to the dog on the couch. Then he went to the bathroom, showered off the blood spatters. There was blood spatters on the wall, blood spatters on the jewelry box, blood all over everywhere. There had to have been a lot of blood over there with these 17 blows with this hatchet, including all over him. So he went to the bathroom and cleaned up. While in the shower, he cleaned the hatchet, cleaned the blood off, but he didn't get enough because the residue remained, the staining remained, and that's how we got Jennifer's DNA off of the hatchet. That was used to kill her. Left the palm print when he placed it on the shelf. He killed his mother with the hatchet. There can be little doubt of that. Now, let's take a look at your instructions. I'm not going to throw them up on the board and go through them. The judge has already read them. You're going to have them, but I do have to touch on some of them. The big one, is instruction 15 for murder in the first degree. Element number 1 is on or about January 18th, defendant struck Jennifer Dazey with a dangerous weapon. You have to go to the instruction number 20, which defines dangerous weapon: any device or instrument designed primarily for use in inflicting death or injury, or or any instrument actually used or intended to inflict injury or death. This hatchet particularly is designed as a killing instrument. It's got the big spike on the back. It's got SOG on it. In Army parlance, that's Special Operations Group. I'm sure the manufacturer is selling it to people as some kind of a battle hatchet. This is not a wood chopping hatchet. It's pretty obvious. It's got this big medieval looking spike on the back of it. But even if you believe that this is a wood chopping hatchet, then you have to look at it as an instrument used to inflict death. This is like a baseball bat. It's a baseball bat when used to play baseball. If you use it to bash into somebody's head, it becomes a dangerous weapon. So even if you think this is an innocent camping hatchet, it was used in such a way to make it a dangerous weapon, and it is, in fact, a dangerous weapon. Element number 2, Jennifer Dazey died as a result of being struck with the dangerous weapon. The medical examiner answered that the cause of death was multiple sharp force injuries consistent with blows from this hatchet. Element 3, that Mr. Dazey acted with malice aforethought. You have to go to instruction number 16 for a definition of malice and malice aforethought. So that says malice is a state of mind that leads one to intentionally do a wrongful act to injury of or of another out of actual hatred or with an evil or unlawful purpose. So actual hatred. Mr. Dazey stated to investigator Rosenthal that his mother was a witch who put evil on him. He said he doesn't need her to validate him and asked why would he care what a whore thinks. He said, you want to sit and drink yourself stupid, fuck like animals, and ruin your children's lives. Why would I care what a person like that thinks? He called his mother a whore often, said, you know how witches are. I'm better than you. I'm going to be your fear. I'm going to be your enemy. He explains his mother's injuries when asked as witchcraft. There's clearly hatred in those statements, but there's also the evil option or alternative. And I'll just simply state that 17 blows with this hatchet to someone's face, head, and neck is evil. And if it's not evil, evil doesn't exist. This was also a deliberated act, not in the heat of passion. You might be able to stretch it and say it was a heat of passion with one blow, but there were 17 of them. That's not the heat of passion. The time Mr. Dazey decided to pick up that hatchet and unsheath it and then go to Jennifer's room was when he decided to do what he was going to do. There's no limit required. There was malice aforethought before each blow 17 times. He had fixed purpose and intent 17 times. He thought about this before he even took that hatchet out of the toolbox. That's premeditation. That's intent. He knew exactly what he was going to do. Also, you look at it, instruction number 19.
Thank you, Flash Fan.
One was used with malice, premeditation, and specific intent to kill. And malice aforethought is in another instruction.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to eat my
watermelon. The weapon itself allows you to
I'm
make
trying to eat
that
watermelon in a polite way.
The third element is
Yeah, that's why I took the
element
camera
number
off. I
4
was eating
defendant
toast.
acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly,
delicious.
and with specific intent to kill. We just covered some of that.
That means I can
Instruction
sleep through
17
breakfast now.
defines
There you
willful,
go.
deliberate, and premeditate. It's not accidental. 17 blows is not an accident. That's thinking about it 17 times. To deliberate is to weigh in one's mind, consider, contemplate, reflect. All occurred before he took that hatchet out of the toolbox, picked it up, took the sheath off, and went to do what he did. To premeditate is to think or ponder. Premeditation began at the beginning and followed all the way through after the murder of Jennifer Dazey to the killing of the dog. That shows premeditation because it didn't end with Jennifer Dazey's death. It continued on the whole plan to the dog. That's premeditation. It was the whole plan. Deliberation and premeditation need not exist for any length of time. You don't have to ponder this for days or weeks or months ahead of time. This can happen instantaneously before the act. As long as you ponder it and as long as you deliberate, that is premeditation.
How did they know
You go back to
who he did
instruction
first?
19, again, the inference. You may
The mom
infer.
or the dog? That's never been
exactly.
That's
No.
never been stated.
No. Nope.
Regina?
And it could have been an ice pick.
It could have been a what?
Could have been used as an ice pick because he was saying, you know, that's not a wood chopping. It's, you know,
It's
a
not a
weapon.
normal one to have around.
No.
You know,
But-
unless you have it for like decoration.
Given
You
that
know?
they live in that area where it snows, it could have been an ice pick or something.
I mean,
Who knows?
I have lived here and, you know, lived in Nebraska and Indiana all my life, and I don't have anything like that. And I've never known anybody that has anything like that to get through the snow. So
Might be for squirrel.
I'm just gonna say, you know, I don't know. Maybe it was a hunting hatchet. I don't know.
Yeah. Hunting rabbits.
I guess. I
Weapon was
mean,
used with
but
malice, premeditation,
I've never
and specific
seen
intent to kill
either,
when a dangerous
especially a
weapon was
D8, just
used,
read
death results.
straight from a notepad like
Make
he is.
that
Yeah.
inference. Make it.
She read from a binder in the opening
You've
statements
seen
too.
all the evidence.
I mean,
All the crime
I
scene,
understand when they bring
autopsy
them up, but
photos,
just to read like he's
findings of
reading.
the medical examiner, the veterinarian, all the lab people came in. There was a lot of evidence you heard.
Yes, these are closings.
You've heard from police
Flash.
officers regarding their investigation. You've been instructed by the court with the law as to what the law is. You need to apply those instructions to the evidence. Tyler Dazey took this hatchet, dangerous weapon, with malice aforethought, premeditation, and specific intent to kill. He willfully administered 17 blows to Jennifer Dazey's head, face, and neck, killing her with this. Use common sense, use observations, use your experience, think it through, and find Tyler Dazey guilty of first-degree murder and animal abuse. Thank you.
Well, I don't think we're going to have any photos because that.
Yeah, he didn't show them. He
No.
talked about them. He had them up, but the
Mr.
TV
Blair,
didn't
whenever
show 'em.
you're ready.
Good. I was getting cramp in my finger. hovering over the.
I mean, I don't think the defense will show them, but I can't promise you
No.
anything. Yeah, it was fast. They had one witness for the defense. So
Is it
I
turned
think
on,
the judge,
tested? I don't know which number you have.
when he gets done with his closings, the judge is going to read more jury instructions. So
He had
hopefully we'll
one.
be past that part.
Okay.
I have two turned
I
on.
can't see any other photos.
They did yesterday.
Hello. How do we say that?
I don't know, but I wish I could. If I could get
You're on.
courts just to fix the audio, that would be amazing.
No, I'm trying to work out how to pronounce.
I don't know how to say.
Udefeku?
They're gonna have to give
I
us
don't
a
know. Yeah.
But welcome. And
Yes.
hello.
Sorry.
You're gonna have to give us a
You'd
hint
have
on the name.
Heku. Udefeku. Yeah. I thought it might have been a play on words, but I don't know.
I'm going to set it.
I don't know.
I'm going to set it down here. Hopefully everybody can hear me.
UD.
You'd have. Okay.
I don't know. I don't get it.
May it please the
But
court,
I'm old, so
counsel.
sorry.
Me too.
Counsel?
Yes, my finger's been hovering over the graphic content button warning.
Oh. Gabby might be right.
And I'll tell you, we'll
Who
want
the
ours.
heck?
Ah,
I've got it on yours.
the hef.
All right. But we don't actually want it up there yet.
Yep.
Heck you.
Heck
Just
you.
gonna have this going in front of me, I guess.
Oh, who the feck you? Who the feck you? Is that right?
I think I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yes. Yeah. Who the feck you?
Is that right?
Who the feck you? Who the feck you? Who the feck you?
Starting off. First thing I need to say is thank you. Mr. Nelson already said it, and I'll say it too.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Wanted to serve on the jury because, among other things, it is their civic duty.
Oh, and this guy doesn't have a mic on at all.
Yeah, he
The
does.
system doesn't work without it.
Well, it isn't
I
working.
believe in the system.
Yeah.
Close enough.
We talked a little bit about what's different about the system and I think that our system
I just gonna have to keep that on screen so I remember how to say it. No, yes, Gabby, laugh at the old people. That's fine.
Yep. Who the feck you?
Oh,
I haven't seen him. No, Flash fan. No,
I don't think
can't
he's
say I
there.
have.
What Mr.
That's the name I prefer.
I'm not going to walk through the case
Oh, that's hilarious.
step by step.
You
To read to you from the jury instructions. I will talk briefly, very briefly, about one jury instruction.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try.
This is gonna keep me entertained all night, I think.
Let's talk to you once, Mr. Nelson. Let's talk to you
We're both just sitting here staring at the name.
I know.
We talked during voir dire about that burden, what that means, what that burden of proof is.
You try it, Elizabeth. I can't work it out.
You can read how it works. Somebody,
I got
forget
it.
who it was.
It's
I
like
know
this
who
one.
Question during voir dire piped up right away and said, when I asked, what does the defense have to prove?
Heck you.
I always wanted to name a horse this.
See, you can't.
That be clearer now than it ever has been. Instructions. I say that because of one particular. Look at jury instruction number 10 talks about the burden.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, between. All right.
Jury instructions. And this is by design.
It's officially Friday.
It is officially
Friday.
It's Friday. Saturday. Is it Saturday for you?
It says a reasonable doubt
yes.
is one that naturally arises from the evidence in the case.
Yep. It's 2:30 a.m.
Or from the lack or failure of evidence produced by the state.
Oh, yes.
And yeah,
You brought us entertainment. We're still staring at your
And then down in the last paragraph, it says, if after a full consideration of all the evidence in the case, or
closing arguments, who cares? How do you say this?
Yeah. Fuck closing arguments. Who the fuck you think he is?
I don't know. Oh, Gabby. You tell all my secrets.
Isn't just about having presented some evidence, that evidence probably happened.
It's like, that's the name you can't say until you're 2 hours in.
It's a.
Oh, we're well in.
I don't have any idea. You can't hear this dude.
No.
What's he gonna say?
Yeah.
Sorry, y'all.
Half of the puzzle pieces.
Do 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 do. What theme song was it?
Bewitched.
Yay!
I was wishing I could. My nose.
Yeah, I can't do it either.
Well, sorry, our audio probably.
You haven't looked hard enough. We here.
We've been here. I can't say that you'll hear it any better over here. We've been giggly all day. It's been
the audio's in the courtroom, and I've got it boosted like 600%, and that's it. That's all I can do.
Wait, who the F you think you are?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
That said. Oh
no, that was me.
Okay.
I said that.
Hey, I'm glad you think our giggling is quality. I'm sure other people have ran away.
Scared them off.
Yes, they're like, shut up.
You took too much over the trial.
Yes.
This isn't a trial though. This is
sometimes.
Yeah, some crazy ass shit.
Yeah. I just want the verdict at this point. Like, I'm usually not like this with trials. I'm really not.
No.
Hey, who the F? Welcome to your people. Gabby, I have to remember this. So when my brain doesn't remember, you've got to tell me.
Yeah.
Take the easy way.
Now try and use that in a spin-off, Gabby, on how to like and sub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See some work.
If you haven't liked and sub, who the heck you think you are?
You can see this pattern. You can see how this.
You earn that wrench. You earn it.
Yeah.
For example.
Earn that wrench.
We heard from Christy Folman, and we heard from Officer Hasselbeck. Okay.
Yeah.
I've got it on 2 different channels, Flash Fan, and it's the same.
We
it's
also
the court audio,
saw
unfortunately.
the ring cam video and
the lapel mic.
Hasselbecker's body camera video.
I think he forgets to turn it on. He's like,
got to
okay,
see
put
the
it on.
body camera
It works, right?
And in all of that,
It's not
footage,
close
the
enough.
first things we see.
Click the button.
Yeah.
I don't think it's on.
Truck sitting in the driveway.
Yes. Boop.
And Christy Folman.
I mean, can we
and
just say
Officer Hasselbecker
test,
told us about
testing
that.
1, 2,
They saw that
test,
as well.
like they do, normal places.
We do. We do.
Well, I used to. I don't anymore.
No, but we ask if the audio's okay.
Oh yeah, we ask if the audio's okay all the time. But I know I used to say that when I first started, I was like, testing.
Jennifer Dazey.
You two can't F right off.
I resemble that remark.
I will boop it all the way. Oh my gosh.
With
You
Nick
came
Ray.
in for closing arguments. I
From the
apologize.
Nick
They cannot be
drops off
heard today, but they can be seen.
Mm-hmm.
the Acadia.
Look, his mouth was moving, and it wasn't there was
Yeah.
no word.
Yeah. Oh, look, we get
reporting what they
rewind it and watch it again.
reporting what he heard from Nick Frey was that
Always a flip side.
Mr. Frey
Show me who
at some point
the F
drive
you
out
are
of
by fingering that like and subscribe button.
There we go.
the fact that they followed him on the cameras as he drove out of Dubuque towards Cedar Rapids.
Well then.
She knows
Well then.
didn't ever confirm
Well, that's good.
where he went to Cedar Rapids.
You know what?
Or did he
I
ever
think after watching this case, there's nothing else to do but giggle because
It's horrible.
Yes.
We went back to back with horribleness.
Yeah.
Whatever that
Yeah.
guy's name was that unalived his
Yeah.
girlfriend in front of their
Yeah.
kids, left her there with the kids.
Armstrong. Beezy Armstrong, was it, or something?
Bercy.
Bercy, that's
Beezy.
it.
Beezy.
Whoever the F he was. He was some effer.
Beezy.
I don't even drink.
I've only had watermelon and water. I've had a ton of these today.
Oh well,
My
that'll
sugar is
explain it.
probably just gonna like plummet any moment.
Yeah. Whew.
Arrived.
I've got an excuse. 2:30 a.m. What's yours?
Cameras.
12:36.
Came back. Whether or not he found and drove back.
Cue the F over and slap that button and tickle that effing subscribe.
Yeah. Now we're talking.
Shake
that moneymaker.
Some things about that whole scenario. See a couple of clips of the ring camera footage.
Check the analytics tomorrow. I'll be down 10 subs.
Oh yeah.
Stopped at the house, and that there
Ooh,
was
Flash Man.
there was
No,
ring
no,
camera
no.
footage from the front door of Nick exchanging
Oh,
vehicles.
maybe back in the day.
Yeah. I don't drink anymore.
I have cut back to next to nothing. So, ooh, if I took a shot, I can't imagine. I'd be sleeping
Does
in
that
like
seem like something that we
5
should have
minutes.
seen?
That's why I don't drink.
Because you go
Fibromyalgia, I'm fatigued enough as it is. There's
Oh,
no
yeah.
need for
Yes.
to add to it.
Cedar
Yes.
Rapids, or in the direction of Cedar
Whew.
Rapids.
If we had to take a shot every time the audio was bad.
Go the places that he said that he was going to go.
Yes. It's witchcraft, Elizabeth. It's witchcraft.
Or did he turn them right back?
They put a spell on us.
That seems like
Elizabeth Montgomery.
Hey, at
I'm
least
sure my
Darren
age.
hasn't shown up to like ruin our fun like he always did with her.
Darren.
Don't use your
Shake-
magic to do great things for us.
Yes, we are. Sorry. It's been what, 5.5 hours this stream. Sorry, Elizabeth.
Tyler Dazey's left
Well,
or right-handed.
Flashman, the best I can do is water. That's all I have. I have
I got a
water.
cup of tea.
We're going ham.
It's not in evidence.
That's all I can say.
It's not there.
But yeah,
cup of
I
tea
just have
too.
water.
Water.
Officers talked to
Water.
lots of people, including his brother and sister.
You are
According to
weird.
investigative
You need to
Cradle,
go back and watch
who
that
would know the answer to that
interview,
question?
the police interview of the sister.
Oh yeah, she's weird.
Ugh.
I'd like to see Nick. Is he just as weird?
No, I haven't seen him. Haven't seen him.
We are not.
No, don't do that either.
Do not do that.
No.
I've never done that.
I need
Never.
uppers, not downers.
This is another item of evidence.
Oh,
It's of
oops. What are they doing?
We
What are
talked
they
a
doing?
lot about the back.
They've dimmed the lights.
No, no.
All right.
Maybe they're just telling
Oh.
him it's time to go home.
Christy Folman.
Like,
that
your time is
book-
over,
I gotta
sir.
publish
was
something.
pretty much
Oh,
never
phew.
used. All right. But if you
Need to rub some
And
deep
Chad
heat
Stair.
into my finger.
Sorry, let me have his first name wrong. In any event, Corporal
So
Stair.
we got snow. We gotta have some.
Yeah.
We got some hoof prints in the snow,
Yeah.
But those
right?
steps have
Why
clearly
do we
been
keep
walked
talking
on.
about hoof prints?
I don't even know why they
two
are showing
investigators
these.
told us
They've shown clearly that no one
it
has
just
come in or
snowed
out. So what the
quite a
fuck?
bit
What's the point?
several days.
The door
I
was
mean-
locked. It was deadbolted. What's the big deal about the freaking
You can see
snow?
the ring camera
And
there.
he just likes to
in that
talk about the
picture,
back door a lot.
up in the corner.
Stop talking
Yeah.
about
You
the
saw
back
other
door.
closer pictures.
Mhm.
I'm not.
We
gonna
don't want to talk about the back door.
page around and show you that. What I would note to you is a couple of the door is locked.
He's like, wait, are you watching a trial about an unalived woman and her dog and you're in there laughing, Elizabeth? Like-
Yeah. Yeah. She had a pickaxe taken to her head, but whoa.
So funny.
Yeah.
Is a key.
The shame.
Now that leads to some interesting.
Woo. Well, you stay well, Flash fan. Carmen, go to bed. That's it. That was the last time I'm telling you. Go to sleep.
And this would have been
Oh.
at the time.
Oh, you
Kylie
poor
went out.
bugger.
The only key
I'm glad
were
we're
in the
entertaining
possession of Kylie and Jennifer.
you. Gabby.
And then
Yes,
we
if
heard
you have ever seen
from
a Friday, one of my Friday streams.
We should make
Welcome
it a
to
regular
at the time of the
silly
incident,
stupid Friday or
there
something,
is
or
a
a
dispute.
Welcome to it. It
Freak-
just finds
Freaky
me.
Friday.
Kylie
Yeah,
has never
it just
returned.
finds me. I don't know if I could
Back door.
actually like make it happen. It just
He's still on about the back door.
he likes the back door. I'm telling you.
Yeah, he does.
He'll slide
Yeah.
right in that back door.
Anyone ask Kylie
Pull my
about the
hair.
back door key?
Again.
Did anybody get the back door key from her?
Oh,
I
yeah.
know, Elizabeth. He's like,
Does that seem like something that
he's like, if I like just
Yeah.
try,
Me too.
like, just gonna slide right in here, right? You just relax. You won't even know.
I believe it was investigator
Slip
Fox
and slide.
testified that at some point later in the case, he actually gets a key.
Oh, it's locked. Huh.
Did you ever see investigate? I forget what the
And
Back
it's
door
snowing.
museum. Can you imagine?
That's not. Sorry.
Hey,
Oops.
you having guys stay away from my back door. Yes.
Mhm.
Investigators talked about, and they showed us. There's actually a close-up.
How many times is he going to say back door again?
I don't know.
Camera. It's a right? Same brand, same. Not the same.
Now he's
type
on
of
about the
camera,
ring
but
cameras.
the same system as the one on the front door.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Investigators told you that they were able to get footage of the one on the front, but that they could not get any footage from the one on the back door.
oh,
Okay.
so that's his argument. Like, oh my god, do you know what? I've just realised what his whole argument was.
His back door is wet.
It just clicked to me what his entire argument is based on in the closing arguments. That someone snuck in the back door.
Yeah, sure.
That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah, you know, that doesn't generally work out well when guys try to sneak in the back door.
That's what he's saying. Like, they didn't get the ring camera footage from the back door.
Yeah. Then it was a guy with hooves for feet.
Yeah.
Or maybe rabbit feet. I'm not sure. But just hopped right in there. Hopped right over the dog. Boop. Walked over to mom. Boop, boop, boop. 18 times. And hopped
And
right
I
on
thought
out
they were
the
going
door.
for witchcraft.
Oh,
I
and
thought they were
locked
saying
it.
it was witchcraft.
Locked the door. Put the snow back so it wasn't disturbed except for over way, way far away from the door.
Oh,
Case
my Lord.
solved.
Yep.
Where's the rabbit?
Should have been investigators.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
January 1st, January 19th.
Yep, it was magic.
Not only would have covered the date of the
Yes.
incident, but it also would have covered the
time that the officers were out there
Carmen,
taking this
I will write down boop. Go to bed.
footage. Investigator Hoff tried to tell you. He got up there for direct examination.
She's gonna, I'm gonna have to ground her.
And he tried.
All right, see, I wrote down boop. Go to
3
bed.
ways that could happen. Was
There is a lot of booping
somebody
over
hadn't
yonder.
paid for that camera's footage to be
Yes.
saved.
Or, Elizabeth, they leave animal prints in the
Or
snow instead.
nobody that
They
there was
walk on
nothing-
stilts.
Since it's motion activated, there was nothing that triggered the motion sensor.
Or maybe the witchcraft turned him
cross-examination,
into
remember,
the rabbit.
The judge was
Went in and did
I
it.
love it.
And he was turning back into himself when Christy came in, and that's why he didn't have any clothes on.
Yeah.
That was the one exception.
Yeah.
I was allowed
And the
to
bunny's
ask
nice and fluffy.
And then
Yep, and
Mr.
that's why
Hoover
the
took over the
door
rest of the
was
prosecution.
closed,
What I asked him about
because the
was
bunny
the
never
Ring
had to
camera
escape,
app.
because he was
He
Tyler.
acknowledged that what he didn't tell you on direct examination was you go in
Apparently, yeah.
you have access.
No? Is anybody following me?
Sorry, I missed that.
I'm saying she cast a
Oh, the
spell,
rabbit.
turned him into a rabbit. He did the
couldn't
crime,
tell you
and then he turned back into himself when Christy walked
who
in.
had access
Either way, he's guilty.
to those Ring cameras.
He's still guilty.
Let's
Isn't that
turn
something
it into a hat.
that we should know? He talked about
Well,
one of the examples I used.
you know,
was,
I always say
Couldn't,
I used one from my own
couldn't
life,
hold the
and I asked
hatchet.
him about it, but you know,
raccoon.
could I have the Ring camera
Raccoon
app
could.
on my phone, and my wife would have it, and my daughter would have it?
I'm not making that a mystery novel again.
Which
I think we got to go with raccoon. You're right. A rabbit
he said,
couldn't hold the
yes, if I
hatchet,
share it
but a
with them,
raccoon
they
could.
would all have it.
I've seen a raccoon.
would
We had a
require me to share it
raccoon
with them, but
get
then
in
they
our
would
trash
also have
and
access
open
to
a
that
jar
app,
of mayonnaise,
any
and
of
then
us
he
could
set it
turn
on
off.
top of my husband's truck.
That you-
Like I was here. We walked outside the next morning, and there's just a jar of mayonnaise sitting on top of my husband's truck. And we were like, what does that mean?
Interestingly,
He's sending us a
Burners
message.
were hungry.
Yeah.
because
But then we saw
behind
little
your
raccoon
phone,
footprints. Like,
Poop.
all right,
no, just our little paw prints. We're like, we were here.
you check
Thanks for the mayonnaise.
this Ring app
So, yep, I'm going with raccoon.
to determine whether or not it indicated
He was waiting for Bryce to
it had been
show
turned
up.
off, whether it was functioning,
It could have been squirrel.
whether it was recording. Did anybody even check?
Squirrel could probably hold the hatchet.
Squirrel.
I
It'd be
mean,
nice to know that, wouldn't it?
it's not a monkey because we don't always have those running around over here. If it was in Australia, it could be a kangaroo.
No, the paws are
Another
too.
example in the
Front
evidence was
paws
the
are too.
deep
What's that, Skip?
Yeah, but I've seen them like straight up punch people.
about
With their back legs,
my
though, they
neighbor
rest
who
on their
wanted to sniff
tail
and feel my grass.
and kick.
Did you see
Their
the
front
one where
paws.
One of
the
the pieces of evidence that
the
we
dude
talked
was
about
fighting
at
the
that time
kangaroo?
was
Like they were
my
fist
neighbor's
fighting
idea.
because he had a hold of the dog. He had a hold of his dog.
Oh,
They were
must have been a
literally
big red.
fist fighting. Yes, and
Question
he got his
was
dog back
whether or
alive.
not.
He did try to make
What
himself a
was the
sandwich flash
significance?
fan.
Kind of. I asked, does it make a difference?
Apparently, we didn't leave any
Fingerprints
trash
are
or bread in the trash. So
Does it make
he just here's the mayonnaise. Thank
if my
you,
neighbors?
dude.
God,
Are you
it's
still
going.
talking?
Still going. Can I just fast forward this bit?
I don't care. I'm not listening,
Hey,
and nobody else has been able to hear it
correctly
over us. So
Yeah.
I mean, then I
L.
think it's gonna go back to jury
L.
instructions.
L.
Uh oh,
L. Ooh. Sidebar.
sidebar.
You just pulled a wedgie out.
Get it, girl.
Damn G-string. Damn bum floss.
It's like I forgot I was on camera. Dang it!
Oh, he's pointing. He's pointing.
Don't poke him in the chest.
Yeah.
You do that to my you do that to my husband. He turns into a different person. Look at him. Oh, I wish I could hear it. They're very
Yeah.
animated.
I'll have to, oh, what are they saying? No, he said he used his wand. No, you said it was 6 inches, and I saw the photo. It was only 4 at best, and that was on a good day. I know it was snowing,
He says
okay?
it was
I'll
cold,
give
though.
him a plus or minus half an inch. That's all I'm giving. That's all I'm allowed. No more. I'm making a ruling. But sir, he said 6 inches, and I'm positive I've seen it. I unzipped that hazmat, and look, it was huge. And the girth, oh my lord. Yeah.
Do I have to change my settings to, yes, I made somebody appear to say something they didn't?
Judge, he's a grower, not a shower.
Judge, it's cold in this courtroom. Don't make me whip it out. Oh, he's smiling. He's like,
Done.
I win.
Yeah. Nah. Where'd you go?
When I first read that, I thought it said silky. Y'all bring the silky out of me. I was like, I don't know what that is.
Yeah. That was the first one.
Okay. Oh, it did say silky. All right. I was like, I'm losing my mind.
Tyler.
That's a girl
Yes,
math.
girls are bad at math because they keep getting told 6 inches is this big. Mm-hmm.
Mental conversation.
Oh no, he's got his glasses on. It must be smaller. It looks important now. He's got a binder in front of him. What is it? A clipboard.
Clipboard.
Yep.
Like a teacher.
He just needs a pen behind the ear now.
Yep.
Investigator Rosenthal also tried to emphasize Tyler telling him Tyler had seen the hatchet.
Oh, he's moved the mic up.
But according to Investigator Rosenthal's testimony, Tyler didn't tell him where he saw that. Only seen that. Well, investigator picture that the state just
it had the girth of his
the hatchet found it on the shelf above the toilet.
You know,
and Tyler
where everybody
told
keeps their
Investigator
hatchet
Rosenthal that he had
in the
showered
bathroom.
the night before and sometime that morning.
Don't you have a hatchet in your
Did you see the
bathroom,
hatchet
Jody?
At some point in the bathroom?
Yeah.
We don't
Yep. It's I hang my toilet paper
I'm not
off
going
it.
to talk about everything that was said during the attempted interview of Tyler Dazey. I'm simply going to remind you that Investigator Rosenthal told you that the whole interview was recorded.
Now you're talking, Gabby.
I'll leave it at that.
Oh.
It's a poop hatchet.
And I'll leave it at that.
Ah.
Investigator Rosenthal's.
I don't want a poop hatchet.
No.
He talked about. He told you about.
It's called fiber, people.
He tracked her on the traffic cameras around.
Get it, India.
Light 360 app. Remember that?
You keep 2 hatchets in your
we
bathroom.
talked early on. We talked early on.
I don't know what you got going on there. But
again.
Unclog the toilet.
And then the one that, in case,
taking the easy way
first one misses.
No, it's unclog the toilet.
Oh, because that's what the other side of it's for, the longer side.
Chop it up.
I'm going to gross myself out if I don't stop talking.
After off at, I think, 10:30 until the next morning when she goes back to work, comes out of her house and she gets a cat.
Add some grease to your diet.
Even
THC greens.
That's what Tyler did.
Impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Get to the part where
I better hide the hatchet then.
From the camera he was
bury the hatchet.
He couldn't see any of the entrances or exits
to
that residence. And he told you
that happened.
Thousands of cameras downtown. Actually,
that's
there were
funny.
over 1,000 cameras in.
He's still fucking talking.
Yes, he is. Here, Flashman just summed it all up. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, He had a hatchet in the
He had a
bathroom, and by the back door, someone took
Phone.
the hatchet. And
Nobody
when
can
they
look
entered the back
into
door, I
Jennifer's
rest
phone
my,
to
when they
find out
entered the
what
back
was
door,
going on with
I rest my
what
case.
doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Good
It
job.
wasn't evidence.
Oh gosh, now we
Again,
got rebuttal.
well,
The objection's noted. Go ahead, Counsel.
Okay, shut up. Just stop.
you
Just
have
keep
to
going. That's what the
remember,
judge
use
says.
your notes, use your own memory as to what was or was not in evidence. That's
I mean,
something
I
that
don't
is
know where
not
else you keep a meat
available
cleaver.
according to my memory.
My bedside table.
Well,
The ring was contacted. They
that's
got
why it's been a while,
evidence from
Jody.
them that said that there
Probably.
was no
I never thought of that.
activity on that particular camera. There's all
You're
kinds
like,
of reasons
no
why that would be. Maybe it wasn't paid for.
Like to keep my
Ring did
parts.
not give that up. You have to
the
pay
finger.
an extra, what, $50 a month, I think was what was talked about. There's a lot of people have those cameras, decide it's not worth paying that kind of money, take it off.
Ooh-wee. To keep all the
The
parts
lab tech,
that I arrived
DNA.
with.
A lot of hay was made about, well, she doesn't test for blood. She tests for DNA. On occasion, she's going to test for blood. But in this particular case, she's swabbing. There
Yeah, the
was
judge
blood
has the best
found
audio
on
in the whole
another
courtroom.
test. She
About
swabbed
scares you to
the
death.
stain, and on one of those stains on the
It
handle,
does in
she
my
was able to
ears.
pull the DNA out of it.
Oh
Okay,
my
she
gosh.
doesn't go test
Oh, look,
whether it's
look.
animal blood.
But he's reading more jury instructions.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because he said he was going to read 80% of them, do closings, and then read the rest. You carry
Okay,
a
if you
plat-
folks
oh,
want to turn your instructions back to number 33, we'll read the last four.
hello.
You heard that?
I can hear you now. I thought that said a
So it's
private sword, and it says a pirate.
Instruction number 33. During the
Pirate
trial,
sword.
you've been allowed to take notes. You may take these with you to the jury room to use in your deliberations. Remember, these are notes and not evidence. Generally, they reflect the recollection or impressions of the evidence
take my
as
tablets.
viewed by the person taking them and may be inaccurate or incomplete. Upon reaching a verdict, leave the notes in the jury room and they will be destroyed. Instruction number 34. During your
Better get down under the
deliberations,
table, hang on.
you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media, such as a telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, BlackBerry, or computer, the internet, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat room, blog, or website such as Facebook,
Don't drop anything under your
YouTube,
desk.
Snapchat, Instagram,
It's a long way
etc.,
down.
to communicate to anyone any information about this case or to conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict. Your cell phones must be turned off during deliberations. If the length of deliberation causes you to need to make a call regarding personal arrangements, such as childcare or other scheduling issues, you may make such calls when the jury takes a break and temporarily stops deliberations, but you must not discuss the case until after you have reached your verdict and I have released you from jury duty. Instruction number 35. When you begin your deliberations, you should select a foreman or forewoman. He or she shall see that your deliberations
What
are
about a
carried on
five-woman?
in an
I
orderly
said, did you
manner,
see how that was
that
spelled?
the issues
Foreman
are
was spelled
fully
right,
and freely
but four women
discussed,
was
and that
F-O-U-R.
every juror is given an opportunity to express his or her views. In order to return a verdict, each juror must agree to it. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and reach an agreement.
So basically, this is like the end of the stream today. They go to deliberations after this. Is that what you've been told?
I mean, if they're in deliberations, they'll keep it up. They generally keep it going.
You reckon? Oh, okay. Because it's on, like at the end of this stream, it just shows the
It
ceiling.
just shows live. Huh. Yeah, it might be like the fan.
Without compromising your individual judgment.
But
Each of you
generally,
must
they just
decide the
stay
case
in
for
the
yourself,
courtroom.
but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with
At
the
least
other
court
jurors.
TV.
During your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your view and change your opinion if convinced
So
it is
verdict
wrong.
watch.
But do not change your
We need
opinion
to.
as to the weight or effect of the
I can't do a
evidence
poll.
just
Can,
because it is the
is that
opinion of
something
the
that
other.
comes with monetization? The ability to.
Yeah. Yeah, I can only
Maybe
do
you
one
can put
on.
one up.
But it will
Go on.
only be on mine.
That's all right. See what everyone thinks the verdict will be. You make it funny.
Okay, well, you tell me, because what do you want me to say?
You are judges of the facts. Your sole duty is to find the truth.
Will the defendant be found A?
Hang on.
Turning into a rabbit. I don't know.
I can put, will the defendant be found guilty? Yes. No.
Yes, because of witchcraft.
Who the F
Yes.
cares?
Yes. No, it was a rabbit.
And we're gonna have yes, no.
Yes, because his attorneys were crap. No, because it was bigger than 6 inches.
I don't know how many I can have.
Yeah, go. I'll put the link up.
Hang on.
There you go.
Let's see. Oh, whoops. Yes, no, who the F knows?
No, he ran out the back door.
I'm gonna put the rabbit did it. Oh, that I can only have 4 options. So I can change yes or no. I can
Whatever you
change
like.
guilty of witchcraft.
I already know my answer. True that.
Let's see.
The
Guilty of witchcraft. Who the F knows? The rabbit did it, and one more.
someone
no.
someone snuck in the back door. So the link's on screen. Go on over and vote. And don't forget to like and sub while you're there. Oh my lord.
I put, will Tyler Dazey be found guilty of witchcraft? Then I put no, because someone slid in the back door. Oh, I got too many numbers. I got too many letters on that. Who I need to put who the F knows, and the rabbit did it. Oh, I got to take 5 characters out of that one. No, I'm going to have to take the word because out.
Yes, because they are all effing dumbasses and he is a pee pants. A pee pants.
All right.
No, he's guilty of that.
Guilty of witchcraft. And
instruction number 36. I am giving you.
I'm going to have to go over and vote when I finish.
You will find only one verdict on.
All right, so I got guilty of witchcraft and pee pants. No, someone slid in the back door. Who the F knows, and the rabbit did it.
Yep.
All right, I'm starting it right now.
All right.
There we go. it's up as he was.
Oh, I wish I could do a poll.
A unanimous verdict.
I'll be laying in bed tonight thinking about all these different answers.
Please notify the court attendant. This case is submitted to you this 15th day of July 2024. Okay.
So who's on verdict watch?
Additional pieces of information, and then we will send you out for
I will go
and deliberations.
I'm going to say this, and then it's going to be that's what she said. I will go as long as you will.
I'm just about done.
Nice. So,
Once he's done here, I think I'm done.
I
But
mean, I don't care to sit on verdict watch, but I'll
uh,
just be sitting here staring so we can
yeah,
get it
no,
done. Voted already.
could just
Oh
do a
my goodness.
short on it in an hour's time.
Oops.
So the ballerina trial you're starting Monday, is that right? The Black Swan?
So
Is that
it says the 22nd, so I don't know if that's jury duty. Jury duty.
selection?
Yes, that thing. And then I don't know if it'll start that day, and then go, or if it'll start the 23rd, because I don't know how long jury selection will go. If that's jury selection, I don't know.
Okay. Voir dire.
Right now, he's guilty of witchcraft and pee pants. It's winning.
I'll have to don't like when
Oh,
I
I
log
won't.
off, I'll go in
Yeah.
and vote first before you shut it down. So jury selection's Monday. Okay.
Okay. So then, yeah, that's Gabby, have you heard anything about the Boston firefighter one? I haven't heard anything about that.
That's what no
The Flash
Carmen
fan
said
put
there's
up.
sorry,
No,
Flash fan, yes.
yeah, said it.
Well, if
So
you don't want to cover jury duty. Sorry,
bye, Elizabeth. I didn't hear what you said. You cut out.
so you don't plan on covering jury selection?
I don't know if they'll show it.
Okay. Oh,
And it's
I
pretty
got
boring.
yeah.
Oh, we have a Discord. I have a Discord. The link's on my page. Jody's in there when she shows
Oh,
up.
when I think about it. Yeah.
She thinks about it.
I don't really do social media at all. This is the only time I get on, and then everyone says to me, "Oh, you were on Facebook the other day." And I'm like, "No, I just posted from YouTube to Facebook. I didn't actually get onto Facebook. I just sent some videos over."
It's Gabby can post the link, or it's right there on the just on my page when you go to my
Yeah,
page.
check the link up. Check it up. Oh, see you, Elizabeth. Bye, darling. Mwah.
Have a good weekend.
Thanks for
I'm trying
being
to
here.
I'm trying to see how long have they been
There it is.
deliberating. I can't talk. Cannot speak.
Excellent.
Yeah, once you shut down, you'll shut me down. Don't shut me down.
Oh,
Jody.
yes, that's right. Yes, that's right.
Because I don't care
do
to
that.
hang out. I don't care to hang out, watch for the verdict, but I can
leave it on, that's fine. And I'll watch it in the bedroom. If it's only going to be like an hour, then I can get up and turn it off. But otherwise it'll just be streaming all night.
Yeah, but I don't have control over anything.
I can set an alarm to wake myself up at 6 a.m. or something and double check. I can do that. That's all right. If you want to hang on.
Yeah. I don't care to hang on. I can't do anything though.
No.
Like I can't put another video up.
No, that's
to go
true.
watch. I can't do anything.
You'll just be watching the ceiling.
Just be watching the ceiling.
Yeah. I think we just
I mean, I don't care to turn it off and start right. I can start one back up. If everybody will give me a minute.
True. Yep. Can I port people over yet? Probably not.
Can you what?
You know how people port over to
redirect?
someone else? Well, yeah.
I
I don't know how to do that.
Go into
it's in YouTube Studio, isn't it?
Go in. So on where you're streaming on YouTube right now, where it says edit.
On YouTube?
Yeah. On the studio, like in YouTube Studio where do you have your stream
Okay.
up going in there? Where it says edit?
No. I'll get it now.
Wait, you're gonna show me too.
Oh, stop sharing.
Yeah.
All right. So go to
Go
my
to
YouTube studio.
I think it's where that's at. If it's not in there, I know.
213.
Good job. So down when you customization, when you scroll down, there is a redirect. On mine, I don't know if there is.
Live redirects. Yeah, I've put you all in there. I've got you in there. I've got it in settings, and then you go into community, and it says allow other creators to send their viewers to any of your live stream or premieres. Your content can only be selected for a live redirect if it's upcoming or in progress. And I've clicked channels I subscribe to can redirect to my content. And then I've put specific channels who can redirect to my content, listed you all in there. But it doesn't give me an option to direct anywhere else.
Let me make sure that I don't need to click something. Hey, Christine, how you doing?
It might be because, hi, Christine, because I'm not monetized, so I don't have that option yet.
I don't know. Let me go into my settings and make sure, because I think I have it set. I was looking at it yesterday.
Oh, hang on. You said go to channel customization. Yeah. Channel charter for people who have a picture. No. So branding, no. Basic info. Channel URL, links, contacting. No. Nothing under customization.
You don't have anything there?
No.
So
Not
I
at all.
have channel. Let's see. Let me put you in here. I have too many screens going.
Oh, I wonder if I can do it here. Share.
Hang on, I think I got to add you.
Okay.
But you'll have to, before you shut this down, you got to, dang it, I hate when I do that. You got to give me a time to
set up a stream.
Set up. Otherwise it won't.
Felix, come here. Mommy's here.
Like, it's time to go to bed. Where have you been?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, baby. Come here. Come on. Yes. Oh, come here. Come here. Come on. Come on. Good boy. Come and say hello. Hello, beautiful boy.
Hello, kitty. Oh, yeah, you can't hear me because you don't have headphones on. Hi, kitty.
It's my baby. He's my spoiled boy.
No cats are spoiled. Oh, I said hi, kitty, and then
the dog's coming.
Here comes Rue. She is like the jealous. Put your ears up, Satellite. Yep, you're in here all by yourself. I just left the other dogs outside. Let's see. I got to create a thumbnail.
Just copy and paste the same one.
I like how you think I can just do all this stuff. It's great. You know, because I just downloaded yours and then but I didn't put it in.
Oh, you didn't save it?
I didn't put it in. No, it was saved, but I didn't put it in Canva. I just put it in my file for my.
Yeah.
Oh, Flash. We are all tech geniuses. You have no idea.
Oh, I'm way behind on chat. Oops.
You don't have it.
Who's
We're
winning
so great.
Who's winning the poll?
I can't. Hey, I can't multitask that much. You gotta give me a little break here.
You want me to send you another one?
You probably could have had it done and created faster than it's going to take me to find it.
I can do that. If you set up the stream, I'll make the thumbnail and email it to you. It'll take me 2 seconds, I promise.
Okay.
And I'll just put day 3 on it.
Yeah, or just put verdict because it'll just be the verdict.
Yep.
Do. I like how we're just quiet while we're working. They're just watching us work.
Watching us work. watching what happens behind the scenes. All right. Email. Attach. And send. There you go.
Alrighty. I'll have to go find the description and edit this.
Just copy and paste it from.
Yeah, but I don't have it with me right at this second, so I can get this scheduled.
That would be the clever thing, wouldn't it? But
it would be, but Gabby, who's ever called us clever?
I don't think it's going to take that long, to be honest.
Either. I'd really like to get it just done.
I reckon maybe max 2 or 3 hours, Flash fan. Max.
I was watching, well, I wasn't watching it because I started saving it. That Samantha Wool trial up in Detroit went as long, if not longer, than Karen Reed. And they deliberated as long, if not longer, because they just stopped deliberating yesterday. I think they may have went over a week. And so they were hung on 2 of the counts, found him guilty on 1 count and then found him not guilty on another count. But the thing that the judge said afterwards to the jury is you're not allowed to talk to the media yet because we may have to bring this trial. They may try him again on the count, the counts that maybe they were hung on 2 counts. So but they were not, he never, or she or he, or I don't remember, never said anything about the other counts. Like, you found him not guilty and guilty on them. We're not retrying those. So to me and Karen Reed, then that should be, I don't know, the laws maybe are different. But to me, it's
double jeopardy.
Yeah. Like, same for her.
Yep.
All right. I'm hurrying, I promise.
You're right, love. I get to play the outro.
Let's see. Let's schedule it for 125. Hello there.
Oh God, I must be pages behind in chat. Oh, I am. Whoops.
Oh, I forgot to tell you that because Steve made me think of it, but I didn't want to say anything then, that my nephew's wife, she had to be induced today. She was due the day after Bree's original due date, which was, Bree was originally due July 9th until they kept moving it back. But she had to be induced today because she was due July 10th. And number 6.
Oh God, would just
But
fall out, wouldn't it?
You'd think she's had to be induced with every one of them but one. Her birthday's tomorrow, so I'm like, hey, if you just hold
Aw.
on.
Cross your legs.
She didn't like my idea.
No, Christine, I haven't had a chance, but I think Monday is my day, so I'll be in touch with you on Monday, and because it's 3:30 in the morning here. I'm been streaming for 6 hours and 20 minutes. I'm going to nine eyes, but
Yes.
I will message you on Messenger, and I'll try and sort a stream out for Monday because I won't be following the I'm not doing the Black Swan trial. I'll spend a bit of time on Ty next week, I think, because we've got, what is it, 4 weeks until trial or something like that. So yes,
About that, yeah.
I'll be in touch. Tech geniuses. I don't think so.
All right, so all right, guys, she's gonna shut down, which is gonna shut me down. I'm coming right back, and then we will watch we'll wait for the jury because I don't think it's gonna take very long. But Jody needs to go to bed.
Yeah,
go to bed, Jody. Don't make me get my mom voice out to you too. So the poll.
You have to watch the outro first.
Yes, the poll ended with WitchCraft and Pee Pants wins.
Okay, I'll go on. Well, that won't go through once I cancel, will it?
Yeah, I think once you end, you're gonna end me.
Okay.
When you end, I end. When you begin, I
Okay.
begin.
Yes, you can if you like. I definitely would like to get in contact with him, and I need I think you may have sent it to me already, but I need the account details to put money into his account so that we can have a video call. Either that or I'll organise a call through you, Christine, but I'll contact you on Messenger, my love, on Monday or over the weekend. All right? Mwah, thank you. All right. Alvida Zane. This is the link. That's where you got to go, peoples, down there.
Yes, just give me a second when she ends me. She's
Yeah.
gonna end me.
I'm gonna end you with a hatchet.
She's gonna use the bathroom hatchet.
All right, removing from stage. Outro pending. No, isn't that cute? Bye.